Chapter 1497. The four holy step blazing angels brandished their great swords to block the light beams coming from all directions. From time to time, they were riddled with scars. Among the various secret methods in the cloud universe, the crystal ray spear is the most powerful offensive secret method. With the crystal ray spear combined with a special crystal ray spear, even a Tier 1 extraordinary will have the means to threaten a holy step expert. As an eternal empress, Edwina is proficient in the top crystal ray spear. Once she erupts with her full power, she is simply terrifying. She forcibly suppressed the four holy step blazing angels. Like a ghost, Yangfeng flickered and shuttled among the four holy step blazing angels. Blue crystal ray spears slammed into the four holy step blazing angels and blasted them into pieces. Four holy step blazing angel hearts fell into Yangfeng's hands. Jason was struck dumb. Her beautiful eyes filled with fear, and her body trembled. How is this possible? How can this be? He just advanced to the holy step. How can he be so powerful? It's your turn. You can die too. Yangfeng smiled coldly, flapped the bronze wings behind him, and appeared beside Jason as if he teleported. 6 blue crystal ray spears flew out, and blue beams slammed into the blazing angel barrier around Jason like shooting stars. The 6 blue beams blasted into the barrier, easily pierced through it, and blasted the blazing angel's head to pieces. With a casual grab, Yangfeng dug out the holy step blazing angel's heart and grabbed it. Arthur, you! A look of shock on his face. Jason was just about to speak, when a blue beam slammed into his head and blasted it to pieces. After Jason's head was blasted to pieces, the eternal angel feather in his hand crumbled as well. No! In the void, the 6-winged eternal blazing angel contending against the universe's repulsive force issued a heart-wrenching roar. And then he was crushed by the universe's repulsive force and blasted apart. A copious amount of essence condensed into an angel heart and flew into the void. Our way back has been cut off. For my Lord, kill. Glory is my destiny. Kill them all. For the Lord. When the blazing angels saw this, a look of madness flashed in their eyes. They burned their source energy and became one with their swords as they charged at the holy crystal realm cultivator. Under the siege of the blazing angels, sacred crystal realm powerhouses fell one after another. With a flash of green light, as if teleporting, Yangfeng appeared in front of the angel heart containing eternal force and waved his hand. A crystal containing sealing force emerged, released countless mysterious spirit runes, and turned into a sealing treasure chest that sealed the angel heart containing eternal force inside. Edwina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Her face was full of disbelief. Arthur! The eternal angel heart has been sealed. That's the heart of an eternal angel. Greedy gazes focused on Yangfeng's embodiment of Arthur. The eternal angel's heart contained extremely terrifying power. Even if it couldn't allow someone to advance to the eternal realm, it could still use all kinds of incredible powers in the Cloud Star universe to create a terrifying existence with battle prowess comparable to an eternal realm expert. Well done. Arthur, give me the chest. As long as you give me the chest, I will speak up for you in front of His Majesty Ling Jianan and help you marry Edwina. A voice came from the void. Emperor Baun, whose body had been shattered and only his head was left, flew out from the void. Greed flashed in his eyes as his hair swept towards a sealed treasure chest like tentacles. Then forget it. With this eternal angel heart, I have hope of advancing to the eternal realm in the future. Why would I need your care? Yangfeng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and 36 blue crystal lances appeared, and a dense number of blue beams converged and barreled towards Eben. Damn it! There was a flash of anger in Eborn's eyes, and he let out an earth-shaking roar. Countless strands of hair intertwined and formed a powerful barrier. The densely packed blue beams of light slammed into the barrier, pierced through it, and blasted Eben's hair into pieces. Arthur, you're courting death. Eborn let out an earth-shattering roar. His body squirmed, forcibly growing out the parts below his head, and he looked up at the sky. He saw Yangfeng tear through the void and disappear into the boundless universe. Killing intent flashed in Eborn's eyes, and he blurred into motion and chased after Yangfeng. In a breath of time, Eborn appeared in the void. But the surroundings are empty and filled with spatial turbulence. He can't find any trace of Yang Feng. Eborn's eyes flashed coldly, and he pointed with a finger, and a crystal dog appeared. The crystal dog is a secret treasure crystal hound Eborn refined, and it is responsible for tracking. Even if it is an emperor, as long as they leave traces, they won't be able to escape its tracking. Master, number 3355 is at your service. As soon as the crystal dog appeared, it spoke the human language full of intelligence. Track this person. Eborn's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand. An array containing a trace of Arthur's soul aura entered the crystal hound. Start searching. The crystal dog's eyes shone with mysterious light, and ripples spread in all directions. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the crystal dog's eyes, and it looked around. Ripples spread in the surroundings, and as if time began to reverse, scenes emerged. Image backtracking. This is one of the abilities grasped by the crystal dog. Many of Eborn's enemies have died to this ability. The image backtracking has just condensed, and then collapsed. The crystal dog uttered. Search complete. Backtracking failed. Unable to continue tracking. Eborn's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he let out a roar full of regret and unwillingness. Damn it! Ling Jianan has been seriously injured. Now is the only chance for his emperor subordinates to surpass him and advance to the eternal sovereign rank. The eternal rank Blazing Angel's heart was Eborn's only chance. Songji Plains Devour Dynasty. There is a celestial body called the Angel Celestial, which is covered with countless angels. Each of the angels on the Angel Celestial body is a blazing angel with the most outstanding aptitude. In the center of the celestial body, there is a 100,000-meter-tall mountain. On the mountain, there is a huge temple. This temple is the Angel Temple. Ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng appeared in the Angel Temple. Greetings, Your Majesty. 12 quasi-emperor rank blazing angels flew out of the Angel Temple. Alexia, Agnipe, and other dark angels are among them. When they saw Yang Feng, they knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dazed shade. Eternal. He has already become an eternal sovereign. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. When Alexia was suppressed by Yang Feng, she was just a bright world warlock rank blazing angel. But now she is a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse. At the time, Yang Feng wasn't even an infinity warlock, but now he has become an eternal sovereign. This makes Alexia feel that fate is fickle. Big brother, you're here. With a flash of green light, Mykelia threw herself into Yang Feng's arms and said coquettishly, "This is an eternal rank blazing angel heart I got from another universe. Do you think you can refine him?" Yang Feng smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and the eternal rank blazing angel heart flew out. An eternal rank fluctuation of power gushed out of the blazing angel heart and swept in all directions, trying to break free from Yang Feng's grasp. Rune chains appeared in Yang Feng's hand and easily suppressed the blazing angel heart. Mykelia frowned slightly and said, "I can refine it. But in this way, I won't be able to become a true eternal sovereign. I can only become an angel empress with eternal rank battle prowess." Eternal sovereigns and eternal rank battle prowess are two completely different concepts. Eternal sovereigns have the same lifespan as the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, eternal sovereigns won't die. Moreover, once an eternal is killed outside, as long as the eternal imprint isn't broken, they can be reborn in this universe. However, eternal rank battle prowess means that powerhouses will still be eroded by time and eventually die. Besides, they don't have the unique undying characteristic of eternal sovereigns. However, I guess that Big Brother needs me. Therefore, I'm willing to refine it and fight for Big Brother. Besides, if Big Brother can advance to an eternal king in the future, you'll definitely be able to help me get rid of the sequelae. Mykelia smiled sweetly and took the eternal rank blazing angel heart from Yang Feng's hand. "I really need your help. Come with me." Yang Feng took Mykelia and turned into a stream of light, disappeared, and flew towards the cloud universe. A figure flew out of the crystal wall of the cloud universe. It is Yang Feng and Mykelia. White light enveloped Mykelia, making her immune to the rejection of the cloud universe. Since Zero can allow an eternal like Yang Feng to infiltrate the cloud universe without being rejected, it can also allow an Empyrean rank blazing angel, like Mycelia, to avoid the rejection of the cloud universe. Chapter 1498. The Cloud Universe, an Abandoned Celestial Body. Let's begin. Yang Feng looked at Zero and said in a deep voice. Zero nodded. Then a white jade disc-like rune appeared on her forehead, and white light full of mysterious aura gushed out of the white jade disc and entered Mycelia. After Mycelia absorbed the mysterious white light, she integrated into the universe, as if she has become a heaven and earth variant born in this universe. Mycelia spread the fingers of her hand, and snow-white chains containing holy aura flew out and pierced into the eternal rank blazing angel's heart. Using the Angel Empress race ability, she refined the eternal rank blazing angel's heart inch by inch. Originally, there was a contingency set up by the divine light god in the eternal rank blazing angel heart. However, Yang Feng has already taken care of that contingency in the Zhangji plane, allowing Mycelia to smoothly devour the eternal rank blazing angel heart. Suddenly, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of light years in radius. A tremendous amount of energy converged from all directions and formed a fearsome beam that entered Mycelia, and vast eternal might diffused from her and swept in all directions. Eternal, has a new eternal been born? These are eternal rank fluctuations of power. Who is advancing to the eternal rank? 6 fearsome eternal auras came from afar, and then 6 huge eyes appeared in the void and quietly looked at Yang Feng and Mycelia. This is the Tuta Stars Arthur. To be able to obtain the heart of the divine light universe's eternal angel. What a lucky fellow. That's the Angel Empress. He actually obtained a heaven and earth variant. The 6 eternal sovereigns watched quietly with enigmatic light in their eyes. If it was a time of peace, the 6 eternal sovereigns would have definitely taken action and killed Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur, not giving him a chance to obtain an eternal rank blazing angel. However, this was a crucial moment in the cosmos-devouring war. The 6 Eternals could only support the geniuses of the Cloud Cosmos. This way the Cloud Cosmos, which was at a disadvantage, would have a chance of survival. If Duyun Cosmos was in the war of universe devouring, they would have been swallowed by other cosmos many times over. After 49 days, the terrifying energy storm disappeared, and Mycelia transformed into an eternal angel, with the battle prowess of the first heaven of the eternal realm. Ripples flickered, and the projection of Ling Jianan, who was killed by Yang Feng, once appeared. With a kind smile on his face, he walked up to Yang Feng. I am Ling Jianan. Congratulations, Arthur. You obtained an eternal rank eternal angel. Are you willing to join my Jianan Heavenly Palace and serve me? Jianan Heavenly Palace was one of the 6 great eternal heavenly palaces of Duyun Cosmos, Ling Jianan's faction. The Jianan Heavenly Palace controlled countless stars, and Duda Star was just one of them. Ling Jianan smiled and said, Arthur, if you are willing to join my Jianan Heavenly Palace, I can give you the Duda Star as your fief. I will betroth Edwina to you. At the same time, I will do my best to help you advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he uttered with a smile. In that case, Arthur is willing to serve you, your majesty. Among the 6 Eternals, Ling Jianan was killed by Yang Feng once. Although he has been reborn, but his strength is at the bottom of the 6 Eternals. He must enter secluded cultivation all year round to restore his strength. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng can get the greatest benefits by joining Ling Jianan's camp. Ling Jianan said, Take out your crystal token. Yang Feng took out the crystal token with countless uses. Ling Jianan pointed with a finger. An array of light of eternity entered the crystal token and released countless rays of light. Okay, Duda Star is now yours. Ling Jianan smiled, waved his hand and tore apart the sky, and a huge portal appeared in the void. A peerless beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pair of slender legs walked out of the portal. She exuded an intellectual aura from head to toe. The blonde woman bowed to Yang Feng and said respectfully, I am Angel Zina. Greetings, Sir Arthur. From today on, I am your head maid. If you have anything to say, feel free to instruct me. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he praised in his heart. To gift a beautiful holy as soon as he made a move, as expected of an eternal. For an eternal, cultivating a holy is just a matter of how much resources they spend. Even so, a beautiful holy with extraordinary temperament and strength like Angel Zaina is an extremely precious existence in the cloud universe. If you have time, you can come to my Jianan heavenly palace as a guest. Ling Jianan smiled, and his projection collapsed and disintegrated into specks of starlight. Let's go. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he took a step and disappeared. Due to Star, God of War Imperial College, an unruly expression on his face, Nennet looked at Bede and said with a cold smile, Bede, hand over a member of Arthur's family. A cold look in his eyes, Bede uttered frigidly, Nennet, Arthur is a disciple of Sir Kuling. To want to capture a member of Arthur's family, aren't you afraid of offending Sir Kuling? Nennet's face flickered, and his eyes flickered with hesitation. Kuling is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Someone as tyrannical as him is not willing to offend her. Kuling? So what if I offend her? Tell her to come see me. A terrifying half-emperor level aura came from outside, and a tall man dressed in a white robe walked in step by step. He was like an incomparably terrifying beast, directly shattering the countless enchantments of War God Imperial College, and forcefully squeezed in. Sir Drita. When Bede saw the quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse walking out of the void, his complexion changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with respect. With a cold look in his eyes, Drita said frigidly, Bede, tell Kuling to come see me. Otherwise, there's no need for your God of War Imperial College to exist. 6 waves of terrifying power on the level of saints rose up from behind Delita. The 6 saints of Imperial College also walked in slowly, and stood behind Delita quietly. Sir, please wait a moment. When Bede saw the 7 saints, his eyes shimmered with fear, and he said respectfully, and began to transmit his voice. With a flash of blue teleportation light, the beautiful Kuling emerged from the void, and walked into the palace. Kuling's eyes narrowed, a dangerous gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said with a cold smile, Drita, after you became the Dean of Duda Imperial College, you've become a lot bolder. How dare you come to find trouble with me? Tell me, how do you want to die? Drita's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, Kuling, in terms of strength, I'm not your match. It's a pity that you took in a good disciple. He offended Lord Eborn. This time, it was Great Emperor Eborn who asked me to capture you. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Eborn. As soon as he said that, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Eborn was one of the 3 emperors under Ling Jianan, and his strength was terrifying beyond compare. Even if Kuling was a terrifying pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, she was definitely not Eborn's match. Kuling's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, What token do you have to prove that Great Emperor Eborn sent you? That's it. Drita's gaze turned slightly cold, and he reached out with his hand. A crystal token flew out and blossomed with resplendent spirit patterns. The spiritual patterns intertwined and formed Eborn's projection. An emperor's terrifying aura spread out from the projection and swept in all directions. Eborn's eyes shimmered with madness, and his voice reverberated in the void like thunder. Kuling, your disciple Arthur snatched my treasure. Kneel down and allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire God of War Imperial College with you. What an undeserved calamity. However, it's impossible for me to surrender without putting up a fight. Kuling's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and 36 scarlet crystal light spears appeared inside her, and a dense rain of scarlet beams shot towards Eborn like raindrops. Stubborn fool. The eyes of Eborn's projection shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a blue crystal curtain flew out and swept towards Kuling. Countless blue spirit runes diffused from the crystal curtain, absorbed the crimson beam, and then turned into blue chains that swept towards Kuling, locking her down and suppressing her. Kuling glanced at a certain place in the void and smiled bitterly. Damn it, a great emperor personally took action. What treasure did Arthur snatch from him? What a disaster. Drita walked up to Kuling with his head held high, greed, resentment, and other complex emotions shimmered in his eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Kuling, you finally fell into my hands. I think you've been thinking about this for 1,000 years. The enmity between us can finally be resolved. Fortunately, you accepted a good disciple this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to deal with you." "Drita, are you referring to me by the good disciple you speak of?" A cold voice came from the side. With a flash of teleportation light, Yang Feng, Mykelia, and Angel Zina appeared in the palace. All eyes were attracted to Yang Feng's group of three. Chapter 1499. When Delilah saw Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with pleasant surprise, and he said with a frigid smile, "Arthur, you dare to come back to throw away your life. What a fool! Your Majesty Eborn, how about I capture this person for you?" Eborn stared at Angel Zina, and hesitated for a while before asking, "Excuse me, are you from the Canaan Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden Temple?" Angel Zina replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty Eborn. I am the head maid sent by the mighty His Majesty Ling Jianan to serve Sir Arthur. From today on, Sir Arthur is the Star Lord of the Duda Star. In that case, Arthur, you've successfully used the Eternal Angel's heart." Bewildered, Eborn's gaze fell on Mykelia. Only Mykelia exudes a frightening aura that makes him feel threatened. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "I am the Duda Star Lord. Duda Imperial College dares to assassinate the Star Lord. That's a heinous crime. Kill them all, Mykelia." "Yes, my lord." Mykelia smiled sweetly and beckoned with her hand, and an angel sword emerged. As if teleporting, she appeared behind a Duda Imperial College's Holy One and slashed down. With a flash of sword ray, the Holy One was split in two by Mykelia, and his life force was extinguished, and he turned into a corpse. Seeing that the Holy One was so easily slain by Mykelia, the Holy Ones of the Duda Imperial College felt their blood run cold. Spirit runes appeared on their bodies, and they tried to escape. "If I let you ants escape, wouldn't that make me look useless?" Mykelia smiled sweetly and waved her hand, and mysterious angelic chains flew out, pierced into the bodies of the 6 saints and suppressed them. Even the quasi-Empyrean ranked Delilah was easily suppressed by the angel chains, unable to budge. "Your Majesty Eborn, please save me." Fear shimmered in Delilah's eyes, and he begged Eborn. Eben's gaze sank and he said slowly, "Arthur, please stop. Let me take these people away. I will pay a price that will satisfy you." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Kill them all." Mykelia smiled sweetly, and killed the 6 saints one by one with every swing of her sword. Drata's eyes were filled with fear and regret as he screamed miserably, "Arthur, stop. Spare my life. I can be your slave. Please spare my life. I beg you." Yang Feng smiled coldly. "No need." A sword light flashed, and Delilah was split into two by that terrifying sword light. His face was filled with terror as he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. "Very good, Arthur, I'll remember you." A cold ray shimmered in Eborn's eyes, and he stared at Yang Feng, clenched his teeth, and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Angel Zina hesitated for a while, and then warned, "Sir, Eborn is one of His Majesty Ling Jianan's 3 Empyreans after all. He is extremely powerful. It won't do you any good to offend him." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "As long as I surpass him in the future and advance to the eternal sovereign rank, I can kill such an ant at will." Angel Zina raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Mykelia, the Angel Empress, is an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. Since she obeyed Yang Feng's orders, then Yang Feng's status is comparable to that of a weak eternal sovereign. Angel Zina is smart, so she naturally won't confront Yang Feng at this time. Mykelia slashed down with her sword and shattered the blue crystal curtain. Freeing Kuling. Kuling looked at Yang Feng with incredulity in her beautiful eyes. "You're Arthur. You're already a holy? How did you advance so quickly?" When Kuling first saw Yang Feng, he was just a Tier 5 extraordinary. But in less than 3 years, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Holy Realm, and can even force back an Empyrean. This speed of progress is simply incredible. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I entered the Holy Crystal boundary and practiced cultivation for a year. By a fluke, I broke through and advanced to the Holy Realm, and then luckily obtained an eternal angel heart. I gave the eternal angel heart to the angel empress I obtained in a fortuitous encounter, and she advanced to the eternal angel realm. Kuling's eyes flashed with envy. You're really lucky. Kuling is a rare genius of the Metropolis star. At the time, it took her 1,000 years to advance to the Holy Realm. It took her another 3,000 years to advance to the Quasi-Empyrean realm. Yang Feng advanced to the Holy Realm in less than 5 years of cultivation. This speed is simply heaven-defying, surpassing that of countless eternal sovereigns. Kuling, who is experienced and knowledgeable, has vaguely guessed Yang Feng's origin. He should be a universe child of this universe. He is a universe darling born from the universe devour great tribulation. In fact, Yang Feng is not a child of the Duyin universe, but he made rapid progress. Furthermore, after he killed Carthage and refined the eternal angel heart of the divine light universe, he has become a child of the Duyin universe. Bede took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. Holy, he actually became a holy. A universe child, what a name! Abed is still struggling in front of the holy boundary wall. Before his lifespan runs out, he isn't sure if he can advance to the Holy Realm. Now that Yang Feng has advanced to a holy step powerhouse easily, and has an eternal step angel guarding him, he can't help but feel jealous. After forcing Abed to retreat, Yang Feng carried out a purge of the Metropolis Imperial College. He purged the 7 Holy One's trusted disciples, and then merged the Metropolis Imperial College with the War God Imperial College. With the War God Imperial College as the foundation, Yang Feng quickly took control of the entire Metropolis star. A steady stream of resources was sent to him, allowing him to grow stronger at all times. In the Metropolis Imperial Palace, inside a gold crystal tower, there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. Countless gold spirit runes turned into golden light and were absorbed into Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and the gold memorial tablets were repelled. A crystal token appeared in Yang Feng's hand, released mysterious light, and a projection of Ling Jianan emerged. With a dignified expression on his face, Ling Jianan said, Arthur, we 6 eternal sovereigns have a mission that we need you to do. If you can complete this mission, we can join hands to support you in advancing to the eternal realm. Yang Feng asked, What mission? Ling Jianan answered, We need you to sneak into the divine light universe and destroy a treasure there. Yang Feng sneered. Sneaking into the divine light universe is a matter of certain death. You'd better find someone else to do it. The divine light universe is ruled by a sole god, the divine light god. All celestial bodies under his command are his domains and countries that believe in him. The divine light god is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the divine light universe, even if a 9th firmament eternal realm powerhouse enters, they will be easily killed by him. Yang Feng uttered coldly, If you insist, then I will give up on the Metropolis star. If you insist, then I will give up on the Metropolis star. In the vast universe, even you 6 eternal sovereigns may not be able to find me. Besides, it is during the universe devour tribulation. Yang Feng has the protection of the eternal angel Mycelia. If he insists on hiding, then even if the 6 eternal sovereigns join hands, they won't be able to find his whereabouts. Ling Jianan was silent for a while, and then sighed slowly. In that case, let's forget about this mission. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Wait, I can also accept this mission. However, since I'm taking such a big risk, I have to get enough benefits. I want the eternal origin to help me advance to the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, if I go to the divine light universe, I will die without a doubt. It is extremely difficult for a holy to advance to the Empyrean realm. After all, the cloud universe can't compare to the eternal world. In the cloud universe, if you want to advance to the Empyrean realm quickly, you must obtain the eternal origin, or a heaven-defying treasure of the same grade. Okay. Ling Jianan hesitated for a while, clearly communicating with the other 5 eternal sovereigns, and finally said decisively. Yang Feng said, Don't agree too early. I need a lot of resources. After I advance to the Empyrean realm, I want to become a pinnacle Empyrean powerhouse. You really have a good plan. Ling Jianan smiled bitterly, hesitated for a while, and then communicated with the other 5 eternal sovereigns again, and finally agreed to Yang Feng's request. 7 days later, in the Metropolis Star's royal palace, there are all kinds of precious cultivation resources piled up into a mountain and radiating brilliant light. I can advance to the Empyrean realm now. Sitting in an eternal source energy pool full of eternal force, Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth, opened a jade box, and a cloud of eternal origin flew out and entered his body. Countless mysterious spirit runes emerged, interwove inside Yang Feng, and strengthened his body and soul frantically. A terrifying aura suddenly gushed out of Yang Feng's body. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of light years in radius, a fearsome energy storm swept towards the Metropolis Star. What's going on? Empyrean. Someone is breaking through and advancing to the Empyrean realm. Who is it? Did Sir Keling advance to the Empyrean realm? No, this aura, it's His Majesty Arthur. Arthur, how is that possible? How could it be him? How many years has he been cultivating? All the saints on Duda Star were flabbergasted. They looked towards the center of Duda Star, and saw an extremely terrifying pillar of energy descend from the sky, and enter the imperial palace of Duda Star. Then a terrifying emperor's aura slowly spread out. Chapter 1500. Empyrean, he advanced to the Empyrean realm just like that? Kuling stared blankly at the beam in the center, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. The resources of the cloud universe are far inferior to those of the eternal world. In this universe, it is 100 times more difficult to advance to the Empyrean realm than in the eternal world. Kuling is a genius among geniuses of the cloud star, but she has been a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean for who knows how many years. Yang Feng, who has been cultivating for less than a fraction of the time she has already advanced to the Empyrean realm. This frightening speed of advancement makes her jealous. Empyrean, he actually advanced to the Empyrean realm. Vega stood in a garden and looked at the terrifying beam of light in the sky. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. After Yang Feng advanced to the Empyrean realm, Vega, as his slave, naturally rose in status. But at the same time, her revenge has become far away. Empyrean, he actually advanced to the Empyrean realm. So fast. How terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't make an enemy out of him. When the elders of the Azalea family saw the terrifying light beam in the sky, they felt a lingering fear, but at the same time, they rejoiced. At the time, there was a lot of resistance in the Azalea family to give Vega to Yang Feng as a slave, and many people clamored to fight to the death with Yang Feng. Now it seems that their decision at the time was correct. Weina glanced at the beam, and regret shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Empyrean. Unfortunately, I didn't seize the opportunity when he was weak. Now it seems that it's impossible for me to be with him. Empyrean, he advanced to the Empyrean realm so smoothly. It's too fast. It's like there is no bottleneck in his cultivation, as expected of a universe child. Using the eyes of eternity, the 6 eternal sovereigns crossed countless light years and locked on Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with ripples. Each of the 6 eternal sovereigns is a universe child of the cloud universe, a peerless genius born in a universe war of devour, a freak among freaks. At the time, their cultivation speed broke the records of the cloud universe. But even so, when the 6 eternal ones broke through the barrier to the monarch realm, they had to work very hard. They had to kill countless geniuses of the same level, and they had to step over the corpses of countless geniuses to reach the peak. Yang Feng, on the other hand, took the eternal origin of the 6 eternal sovereigns and advanced to the Empyrean realm in a single bound. This speed of advancement left the 6 eternal sovereigns envious. The cosmic storm lasted for an entire year. With the help of the power gathered by the cosmic storm, Yang Feng refined the eternal origin he obtained from the 6 eternal sovereigns in one fell swoop, and advanced to an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. After the cosmic storm dissipated, a projection flickered and Ling Jianan appeared in the void. Ling Jianan said, "Arthur, Come to the sacred cloud palace. We have something to discuss with you about infiltrating the divine light universe. Yang Feng agreed. All right. The sacred cloud palace was located on the sacred cloud planet, a beautiful and vibrant star in the Duyin universe. In the sacred cloud palace, you can see beautiful women from the Duyin universe everywhere. A faint fragrance wafted in the air, creating a beautiful scenery. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the sacred cloud palace with Mykelia standing beside him. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the beautiful women in the sacred cloud palace saw Yang Feng, they bowed gracefully. Yang Feng strode into the sacred cloud palace and came to a palace. The huge palace is circular in shape and has 7 seats. There are already 6 people sitting on the 7 seats. They are the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Duyin universe: Ling Jianan, Ling Tasa, Ling Senta, Ling Teche, Ling Rio, and Ling Suya. 6 third firmament eternal sovereigns. The Duyin universe is really extraordinary. Yang Feng took a look at the 6 eternal sovereigns, and then calmly took a seat. Mykelia stood quietly beside him. The eyes of the 6 eternal sovereigns focused on Mykelia, and a look of envy streaked past their eyes. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all experts at the 3rd heavens of the eternal realm, but none of their subordinates had eternal realm battle prowess. After all the resources useful to the eternal beings had been collected and used by them in order to break through and advance to the 4th heaven of the eternal realm. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Your Majesties, this time I came in order to sneak into the cloud universe and obtain a treasure of the radiant god of destruction. Now it was time to talk about the specific situation. However, I will say this in advance. If this operation faces certain death, I will refuse to carry it out. The 6 eternal sovereigns looked at each other and frowned slightly, not used to Yang Feng's tone of speaking to them as equals. But after glancing at Mykelia, he suppressed that trace of dissatisfaction. The Pagoda Saba said slowly, The 6 of us paid a huge price to refine a secret treasure that would allow you to infiltrate the divine light universe. As long as you can sneak into the Hall of Divine Light and destroy the Heavenly Hook Tower, we can swear that will help you advance to the eternal realm, so that you can stand on the same level as me. Yang Feng sneered in his heart. Destroy the universe's Heavenly Hook Tower. This is sending me to my death. The Universe Heaven Hook Tower was where the Divine Light Cosmos shot their universe hooks. Duyin Cosmos might be able to break free from the universe-devouring war. But since the Heaven Hook Tower was such an important place, it was naturally the most important part of the Divine Light Universe's defense. Even if an Eternal managed to sneak in and destroy the Heaven Hook Pagoda, they would still die. Yang Feng asked, How do we sneak into the Divine Light Universe? We joined forces to suppress the 9th Divine Prince of the Divine Light God sect. He was protected by an Eternal Angel. You can disguise yourself as the 9th Divine Son and sneak into the Divine Light Universe. Yang Feng asked, Besides you, is there anyone else who knows the identity of the 9th Godchild? The 6 eternal sovereigns said, No. Yang Feng uttered, Okay, give me all the intelligence you have, the 9th Godchild and his eternal angel. I will infiltrate the divine light universe now. Leo's eyes flashed with pain as he said, What do you want the 9th God and his eternal angel for? Yang Feng responded righteously, I want the 9th Godchild to interrogate him, verify the accuracy of the intelligence, and deal with the various tests of the divine light God. As for his eternal angel, I want my eternal angel to refine it and simulate it into his eternal angel. Okay, I'll give it all to you. However, Arthur, if you can't complete the mission, then don't blame me for being rude. Leo's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and 2 crystal coffins flew out. There are 2 people sealed in the 2 crystal coffins. They are the 9th Godchild and the eternal angel beside him. Yang Feng received the 2 crystal coffins, and his eyes shimmered with satisfaction, saying, Give me the secret treasure that can sneak into the divine light universe. Leo replied coldly, When you go to the divine light universe, we will naturally give it to you. Yang Feng didn't take it to heart. He smiled indifferently, then his figure shook slightly, and he disappeared from where he stood. A month later, Yang Feng came to the sacred cloud palace again. Yang Feng said, "I'm ready." With a cold expression on his face, Leo threw a mask as thin as a cicada's wing in front of Yang Feng. "This is the eternal grade secret treasure, the eternal divine phantom mask. Integrate the ninth god's blood essence and soul aura into this mask, and you'll be able to take on the appearance of the ninth god perfectly." Yang Feng picked up the mask, took a look at it, smiled indifferently, and flicked his finger, and a drop of the ninth god's blood essence and soul aura entered the mask. As soon as Yang Feng put on the mask, spirit runes shone on his body, and he took on the appearance of the ninth god. "This is my alias's alias." A queer thought emerged in Yang Feng's mind. "Let's go." Ling Jianan pointed with a finger, and a blue ray shone and entered an altar. A blue beam gushed out of the altar, entered the sky, and opened a huge hole in the sky. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the huge hole. A fearsome spatial tearing force erupted in an attempt to tear Yang Feng to pieces. However, Yang Feng's fleshly body easily resisted the spatial tearing force. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on a celestial body. Yang Feng looked around and saw that there is a mysterious, 10,000-meter tall altar on the celestial body. A powerful concealment barrier has been activated on the celestial body, concealing the celestial body. Unless an eternal sovereign's gaze falls on the celestial body, no one can find this celestial body. It seems that the cloud universe also has arrangements in the divine light universe. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with a glance, tore off the mask he wore on his face, and erupted with devour force and devoured Leo's trump cards hidden on his body. Yang Feng said, "Zero. What is the universe energy level of this universe?" Zero appeared. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he quickly calculated. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, he answered, "The universe energy level of this universe is 7. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. "Sure enough, it's 7. If I can harvest the universe origin of this universe, then I will be able to break through the bottleneck and become a 7th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse." As for the disguise, why the disguise? Wouldn't it be better to let him do it himself? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he pointed with a finger, and light flashed. 2 crystal coffins appeared. The 2 crystal coffins opened, and the peerlessly handsome ninth divine child and his guardian, an eternal angel, appeared. "Who are you?" When the ninth divine son opened his eyes and saw Yang Feng, he frowned slightly and berated with an aloof and arrogant air. Chapter 1501. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Sir Ninth Divine Son, have you forgotten? I am Khan. It was I who saved you from the other world's people." The Ninth Divine Son pondered for a while. Countless tampered memories emerged in his mind, and he nodded. I remember now, it's true. If you have any wishes, just say them. I can fulfill them for you." Zero used her power to tamper with the memories of the Ninth Divine Son and the eternal angel beside him. Unless the divine light god cast a secret method to spy on the souls of the Ninth Divine Son and the eternal angel, it is impossible to discover Yang Feng's tampering. The divine light god is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. He spends most of his time either practicing cultivation or enjoying himself. All the power is held by the 9 divine sons and daughters he gave birth to. The 9th divine son is ranked in the middle among the 9 divine sons. Even so, he is equivalent to a god in the divine light universe and can fulfill anyone's wish. Yang Feng uttered, "I hope to follow the 9th divine son and serve you." The 9th divine son burst out laughing, feeling unspeakably carefree. "Good. You're pretty good. Follow me, and you'll get everything you want. Ha ha ha." The divine light planet was in the center of the divine light universe, and it was also the center of the divine light universe. Above the divine light planet was an enormous star that shook the heavens. That star was the divine light god's divine kingdom. The eternal royal palace is located in the center of the divine light star. The eternal royal palace is divided into 10 areas. The 10 areas are the residences of the divine light god and the 9 divine sons. "I'm back. Get the hell out, you ant that's stealing my temple." A fearsome voice full of killing intent reverberated in the void, And the ninth divine son stepped into the ninth divine temple in a domineering manner. "Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness." When the beautiful maids in the ninth divine temple saw the ninth divine son, their faces changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, trembling with fear, "Brother Nine, since you disappeared, why did you come back? Don't you think you're in the way?" A golden-haired, blue-eyed, burly and handsome young man walked out of the ninth divine hall with a sunken face. He glanced at the eternal angel beside the ninth god's son with some jealousy and said coldly, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." The ninth divine son's eyes were cold as he sneered, "So it's 13th brother. I'm not dead yet, but you actually dared to steal my sacred hall. How dare you? How do you want to die?" The 13th godchild sneered and said, "The 9 great divine halls belong to those who are capable. This was a rule set by God Father. Brother Gio, I'll challenge you for the position of the 9th hall master right now." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th divine prince as he said coldly, "The hall master's challenge is not to be rejected." He was also not allowed to ask for the help of the angels around him. 13th brother, you're really smart. Very well. We shall fight to the death here today. The 9th angel will be a witness at the side. You should believe in his fairness. But 13th brother, if you fail you will die. Are you sure you want to challenge me? 9th brother, I've wanted to challenge you for a long time. Die for me. Sword of divine judgment. A cold glint flashed in the 13th godchild's eyes, and a god's curse appeared between his brows. In the void, countless divine lights flashed and condensed into a divine sword. It tore through the sky and slashed at the 9th godchild. 13th brother, since I'm the 9th divine hall master, my strength naturally far exceeds yours. You can die in peace. The 9th godchild sneered. Countless divine lights revolved around him and condensed into a set of divine force armor. A sword of divine judgment appeared in his hand. He waved the sword and endless divine light bloomed. It was filled with a holy, mighty, and terrifying aura. A terrifying sword light twisted in the sky, and the 13th godchild was easily cut in two. The 13th godchild's expression changed drastically, and he wailed mournfully, "9th brother, stop. Spare my life. Since we're brothers, please forgive me this once." Die. A cold glint flashed in the 9th godchild's eyes. A terrifying divine force sword light spat out, and instantly slashed the 13th godchild into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. How ruthless. 9th brother is back. That's too ruthless. That idiot 13 is clearly a pawn pushed out to test 9th brother. What a fool. Fearsome consciousnesses swept this side, and then scattered, filled with indifference. The divine light God controls the divine light universe. In his divine country, there are countless beautiful women of the divine light universe. With his 7th heaven eternal realm cultivation base, even in the eternal world, he is a small tycoon. He has a wide circle of friends, and he even has countless beautiful women of other universes. Generally speaking, the more powerful a life form is, the more difficult it is to conceive the next generation. In the world of warlocks, emperors have very few descendants. However, every eternal sovereign is an incredible and terrifying existence that completely reverses the truth of the world. As long as they want to, they can give birth to countless descendants. In the divine light God's divine light universe, there are more than 100,000 people who have children. The relationship between the god's sons and goddesses is very indifferent. Only the god's sons and goddesses who have the same mother and grew up together have a slightly closer relationship. This Khan is my savior. From today onwards, he's my trusted aide, as well as the major domo of the 9th divine hall. All of you must obey his orders. Khan's eyes lit up. Do you understand? The 9th god's son glanced at the servants who flew out from different places and knelt on the ground, pointed at Yang Feng, and uttered coldly, "Yes, Your Highness." The servants knelt down respectfully. The 9th god's son glanced at the void, snorted coldly, and strode towards his temple. Yang Feng smoothly sneaked into the eternal monarch palace, and became the major domo of the 9th divine son. A tall, handsome, golden-haired, blue-eyed man sat in a pavilion beside a beautiful lake in the 3rd divine hall. This man is the 3rd god's son. A gloomy expression on his face, The third godson's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Ninth brother actually escaped from the other universe's powerhouses? That's impossible. Unless the other universe's eternal sovereigns are trash. How could they have let him escape? There's something strange about this. The ninth godson was betrayed by the third godson, which is why he was besieged by the cloud universe's eternal sovereigns. Ansha, the third godson said lightly. Yes, your highness. Distorted shadows appeared, and a man shrouded in a black curtain of light appeared, and knelt on one knee in front of the third godson. The third godson said coldly, Go find out the ins and outs of this matter. Yes, my lord. Ansha's figure twisted, and she disappeared into the shadows. After Yang Feng became the ninth godson's general manager, he plunged into the Divine Light Universe's library, collected all the information of the Divine Light Universe, and stored them in Zero's database. After Zero analyzed the information, he passed on to Yang Feng the information he needed, allowing him to quickly gain a deep understanding of the Divine Light Universe. There are countless stars in the Divine Light Universe, each of which can only believe in a single God, the Divine Light God. Apart from the Divine Light God, the strongest fighting force in this universe is the angels. There are a total of 36 eternal rank angels under the Divine Light God. Most of them are first firmament eternal rank angels. No wonder he dared to launch a universe-devouring war against the cloud universe. The Heavenly Hook Pagoda is placed in the Eternal Palace. If it were me, I would only place this treasure in my divine country. There is only one reason why the Divine Light God dares to place the Heavenly Hook Pagoda here. That is, to fish out the cloud universe's powerhouses, who go to the Heavenly Hook Pagoda one by one. Yang Feng saw through the dangers of the Heavenly Hook Pagoda at a glance. If I were really from the cloud universe, I might really take the risk to destroy the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. Unfortunately, Ling Jianan found the wrong person. Yang Feng smiled coldly, showing no intention of destroying the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. As for the most precious treasures in this universe, they are naturally placed in the divine country of the Divine Light God. I stand no chance. How troublesome. Yang Feng glanced at the divine country in the sky, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Even if it is a ninth firmament eternal powerhouse, only death awaits them if they enter the divine country of the Divine Light God. However, the Divine Light Universe is indeed extraordinary. It has a complete secret method to cultivate angels. With this secret technique, Mykelia can cultivate all the way to become an eternal angel at the third firmament of the eternal realm. Apart from this, the most important thing is that there is such a substance in the Divine Light Universe. Yang Feng picked up a crystal test tube, carefully extracted a bit of black liquid, and dripped it on a piece of white jade finger bone he obtained in the world of warlocks. When the black liquid fell on the white jade finger bone, it immediately dissolved a bit of the white jade finger bone that even Yang Feng was helpless against. After the black liquid melted the white jade finger bone, it condensed into a golden liquid containing endless mysteries. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the drop of golden liquid entered his body and strengthened his body and soul frantically. 7 days later, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he stared at the small piece of white jade finger bone. This is definitely the skeleton of an eternal monarch rank powerhouse. It contains mysteries beyond that of an eternal monarch rank powerhouse. Only the Divine Light Universe's heavenly spirit bone eroding water can dissolve it and form a new substance that can strengthen the body and soul of an eternal sovereign. As long as I refine this small piece of bone, I can advance to the seventh firmament eternal sovereign. Chapter 1502. Yang Feng frowned slightly. However, the heavenly spirit bone eroding water is one of the top treasures in the Divine Light Universe. The spirit-devouring realm is in the hands of the third divine prince, so it's very difficult to obtain it. Apart from being able to corrode the mysterious white jade finger bone in Yang Feng's hand, the heavenly spirit bone eroding water was a rare treasure of the universe. It was also a kind of treasure that had a price but no supply. The ninth divine prince had also made great contributions back then, which was why he had been rewarded by the Divine Light God, and received 10 drops of heaven spirit bone-eroding water. It was just that he had never used it, so he kept it until now. Who is it? Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he looked towards a shadow in the palace. His face sank, and he said coldly, "It's me. I am Encha, one of the 7 divine generals under the 3rd divine sun. Lord Khan, it's a pleasure to meet you." A distorted shadow walked out of the shadows, revealed itself, and said faintly to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "This is the 9th divine temple. What are you doing here?" Encha smiled and said, "Khan, my master admires you very much. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to my master, my lord will bestow upon you the title of 10-star lord, and bestow upon you 10 sacred stars. On those 10 saint stars, the fate of all humans will be decided by you." In the divine light universe, there were also countless stars. However, all the stars belonged to the divine light god's territory, and they had to carry out the divine light god's will. The various stars were ruled by churches. Even Emperor Realm experts couldn't do whatever they wanted, otherwise, they would be suppressed by the churches. Only the 9 sons of God would each have more than 500 sacred stars as their fiefdom. In that fiefdom, as long as they didn't change the faith of the divine light god, they could do whatever they wanted. For the powerhouses of the divine light universe, becoming an astral lord and obtaining a fiefdom on the sacred star was the best choice. Then, they could run amok on the sacred star and lead a befuddled life. After all, in the divine light universe, besides the children of the divine light god, no one else had the qualifications to advance to the eternal realm. In the long history of the divine light universe, there had been people who had attempted to advance to the eternal realm during the universe-devouring war. In the end, they had all been killed by the divine light god without exception. Yang Feng said with a dignified expression, "All right, I promise you, in order to express my loyalty to the 3rd divine sun, I will tell you a piece of information. This 9th god's child is fake." Encha was slightly stunned. Waves of shock surged in her heart. "What? The 9th god is fake?" "That's right, I did save the real 9th god's son. But later, an eternal one from another world descended, and I used a treasure to escape. Before I escaped, I saw the 9th god child being captured by those eternal beings with my own eyes. When the fake 9th god reappeared, I took the initiative to get close to him for the sake of riches and glory. That was how I became the 9th god's butler. I've been worried about being killed by the fake 9th divine prince these past few days. 3rd divine son, please save me." Yang Feng, like a movie star, had an anxious expression on his face as he lowered his voice and said solemnly. Encha's eyes flashed with excitement. "So that's how it is. So that was how it was. Khan, continue to lurk around the 9th divine prince. Report to me immediately if you have any information. The 3rd divine prince will never mistreat you. I'll be leaving first." Encha's shadow flashed, and she disappeared from where she stood. 3rd divine hall. Sure enough, at the time, 9th brother was besieged by several eternal beings. The cloud universe's eternal beings are all 3rd firmament eternal realm old monsters with rich combat experience. How could they let 9th brother escape? Since 9th brother is a fake, then his only purpose for sneaking into the divine light universe is the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. Only by destroying the Heavenly Hook Pagoda will the cloud universe have a chance to win. It's almost time for 9th brother to guard the Heavenly Hook Pagoda. That will be the time for him to act. The 3rd divine son is very clever. With a thought, he guessed the plot of the cloud universe's eternal beings. After the crucial information that the 9th god is a fake was exposed, as if the fog of war was lifted, the 3rd divine son saw the truth. Half a year passed in a flash. In the Eternal Monarch Palace, on a square full of barriers and restrictions, there is a 1,000-meter tall tower engraved with countless mysterious divine seals. Beside the mysterious tower, there are countless blazing angels, each of which possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank power. The 9th divine son strode into the square alone and stopped at the edge of the square. The 9th divine son said lightly, "8th brother, I'm here." A handsome young man who looked 70% similar to the 9th god's son and had an unfathomable aura walked out from the square. The eighth divine son uttered with a look of relief. "Ninth brother, you're here. Then I'll leave this place to you." The heavenly hook pagoda requires children with the divine light god's bloodline to consume bloodline force in order to accelerate the activation of the heavenly hook pagoda and accelerate the fusion of the two universes. To the 9 sons of God, guarding the heaven hook tower in the universe would weaken their bloodline power. This would reduce their power and make them very uncomfortable. Of course, the divine sons who guard the heavenly hook pagoda can refuse the challenges of other divine sons and restore their strength and peace for the next 1,000 years. This is the reward the divine light God gave to the divine sons. Wait! A voice suddenly sounded from the back. The third divine son and 6 men, who look somewhat similar to the 9th divine son, walked over from the back. The divine princes of the 9 sacred halls were all gathered here. The 9th divine son frowned slightly and said coldly, "Third brother, what do you mean by this?" The third divine son smiled contemptuously and said coldly, "Third brother, I'm not your third brother, you imposter." The 9th divine son's face sank and he said coldly, "Imposter, are you crazy?" The third divine son's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, "Brothers, this person is no longer our 9th brother. He's an imposter sent by the Duyin universe. He infiltrated us this time to destroy Godfather's heavenly hook pagoda." Everyone's attention was focused on the 9th God Prince. After he said that, the terrifying auras of 9 eternal sovereigns erupted and locked onto the 9th divine son. The 9th divine son's face sank and he said coldly, "Third brother, how dare you frame me? What evidence do you have to prove that I'm an imposter?" The third divine son sneered, "If you're not an imposter, do you dare to take a look at the Gate of Divine Light?" The Gate of Divine Light is a treasure used by the Divine Radiant God to examine powerhouses from other universes. Even in eternal rank transformation, art can't escape the detection of the Gate of Divine Light. The 9th divine son's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he said in a chilly voice, "Of course I dare. However, third brother, since you dare to provoke me like this, if I return safely from the Gate of Divine Light, you must accept my challenge. If you lose, then you can die." Originally, after the third divine son guarded the heavenly hook pagoda for 1,000 years, he could refuse challenges from other divine sons. However, the 9th divine son also used words to force the third divine son into a corner. The 9th divine son said coldly with an unruly expression, "If you don't accept my challenge, then you can go and guard the heavenly hook pagoda yourself. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, I can never go near the heavenly hook pagoda. However, I won't enter the Gate of Divine Light. It's an insult to me. Why should I do whatever you want me to do? Who do you think you are?" The first divine son smiled indifferently. "That's right, third brother. Why should we do whatever you say? If 9th brother isn't a fake from the cloud cosmos, then you can fight him to the death." The second divine son also smiled slightly. The heavenly hook pagoda is the core of the divine light cosmos. It can't be lost. We can't be too careful. However, the dignity of the 9 divine sons cannot be challenged. Third brother, if you don't accept 9th brother's request, then go and guard the heavenly hook pagoda yourself. We all trust you. The 9 divine sons controlled almost all the power in the divine light cosmos, and the competition between them was very intense. The third divine son's methods were shocking, and he rose too quickly. He had already raised the vigilance of the other divine sons, and they were all thinking of ways to suppress him. The third divine son's eyes flashed with malice. He pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I accept your challenge. If you can come back alive from the trial of the Gate of Divine Light, I will accept your challenge." The 9th divine son said coldly, "Fine. Then let's go to the Gate of Divine Light under the witness of my brothers." Located in the west of the Eternal Monarch Palace, the Gate of Divine Light is a 100-meter-tall pure gold gate, engraved with countless divine seals, and inlaid with divine runes of divine beasts. Light shone, and 9 figures appeared in front of the Gate of Divine Light. They are the 9 divine sons. The 9th divine son smiled at the third divine son. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode towards the Gate of Divine Light and stepped into it. An incomparably terrifying beam of divine power descended from the sky and condensed into an eye of divine power. It emanated wisps of terrifying eternal realm pressure as it looked directly at the ninth divine sun. Endless eternal divine light shone on the ninth divine sun and scanned him from head to toe, not even sparing his soul. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the endless eternal divine light dissipated, and the ninth divine sun strode out of the gate of divine light and looked at the third divine sun with a derisive expression. "Third brother, it's time to fulfill your promise." Dumbfounded, the third divine sun gritted his teeth and said, "How is this possible? How can this be? You should have been suppressed by the cloud cosmos' eternal sovereign. I have witnesses. How can this be?" Chapter 1503. The ninth god sneered. "Third brother, Khan has always been my man." The third god was slightly taken aback. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "I see. This was a trap. You set up a trap to harm me." The ninth god sneered as killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Third brother, we should go to the Divine Light Gladiator Arena now to fight to the death. The winner will get everything the loser has." The third divine prince took a deep breath. His eyes flickered as he said slowly, "Ninth brother, I've lost this time. I admit defeat. I can give you anything you want." According to the unspoken rules of the battle between the 9 god princes, once one party admitted defeat, the others could not be killed as long as they paid a certain amount of resources. The ninth god said indifferently, "Fine. I want you to give me 100 sacred stars. Spirit Devouring Realm, Emperor Light Realm, Blue Sea Realm. Give me these 100 sacred stars, and I can pretend that today's matter never happened." The third god's expression changed. "I can't give you the Spirit Devouring Realm, Emperor Light Realm, and Heavenly Ghost Realm. That's my foundation." There were also differences among the sacred stars. The Spirit Devouring Realm, Emperor Light Realm, and Heavenly Ghost Realm could all produce precious cultivation resources. They were the foundations of the third god prince, so he naturally wouldn't give them to others. The ninth god said coldly, "You must give me one of the Spirit Devouring Realm, Emperor Light Realm, and Heavenly Ghost Realm. That is my bottom line. Otherwise we will fight." The third god prince hesitated for a while and finally sighed. Spirit Devouring Realm. The Spirit Devouring Realm produced a rare treasure, like the sky spirit bone devouring water. But the production was too low, and the third god prince didn't have a heaven-defying treasure like the white jade finger bone. The Spirit Devouring Realm was far inferior to the other 2 sacred stars. The ninth god prince said, "Fine. On top of that, you must give me 2 sacred stars." The third god prince gritted his teeth. "Fine. Brothers, I was indeed ambushed by a few eternal ones from the cloud cosmos. I only managed to escape because I used the secret treasure that father left me. However, according to third brother, the Heaven Hook Tower is related to Father God's grand plan. We cannot afford to lose it. Even if I'm a little suspicious, I definitely shouldn't have gotten close to the tower. That's why I suggested letting third brother guard the Heavenly Hook Tower on my behalf. What do you guys think?" The ninth divine prince smiled. Number 1 smiled. Number 3, "I think number 9 isn't suitable to guard Heaven Hook Tower. You do it." The sixth divine son chuckled and said, "Third brother, I think big brother is right." The other 7 divine princes all agreed with the ninth divine prince. The third divine son gritted his teeth and said with an ashen face, "Fine." After the handover, the third god entered the Heaven Hook Pagoda. After the ninth god obtained the 100 sacred stars, he gave another 35 sacred stars to the other 7 god sons, which made the other 7 god sons very satisfied with him. In a cave in the deepest part of the heaven-eroding cave of the spirit-eroding realm, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the cave. This is the birthplace of the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water. Only 1 drop will be born every year. Yang Feng looked above the cave and saw a black stalactite with a mysterious drop of heavenly spirit bone-eroding water gestating on it. As long as the divine light god doesn't leave his divine country, then unless the eternal monarch takes action, he is an invincible existence in the divine light universe. I have no chance, so I'd better stay here and wait for the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water to be born. If the cloud universe is unlucky and is destroyed in advance, then it's their bad luck. Yang Feng looked at the black stalactite with a glance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile, and then disappeared. The birthplace of a universe treasure like the heavenly spirit bone-eroding water has all kinds of wonders. Even Yang Feng doesn't dare to use the eternal secret method to spy on it. Otherwise, once it was destroyed, this mysterious place would disappear. The only thing he could do was to guard this place. Time passed. 150 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world of warlocks, the Zhangji Plain. A fearsome aura spread in all directions, and the entire universe fell into a frenzy. A tremendous amount of universe energy frantically converged on the Zhangji Plain and formed a fearsome energy beam that shot into the center of the Devoured dynasty. Countless stars shone brightly, and star force entered the center of the Devoured dynasty. The violent power of wind, the scorching power of fire, the gentle power of water, and the thick power of earth appeared and turned into a torrent that entered the devouring dynasty. It advanced. The great eternal blade advanced again. What a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. What a terrifying aura. So scary. As expected of the eternal blade. The eternal blade is really an existence that makes everyone despair. In the world of warlocks, countless powerhouses watched the fearsome cosmic storm with enigmatic light in their eyes. The primal chaos spider mother looked at the terrifying space storm and was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. It's evolved. This is the seventh firmament eternal realm. How can it be so powerful that it advanced to the seventh firmament eternal realm? To advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm in such a short period of time, that's too heaven-defying. Old monsters like the primal chaos spider mother, who has lived since the beginning of the universe, have some friendship with Eternals. She knows how terrifying seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses are. At the time, the strongest eternal sovereign in the world of warlocks hasn't advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. Yet Yang Feng has advanced to the seventh firmament eternal realm. With this kind of fearsome power, even in the eternal world, he can dominate a region. As long as it isn't in a place like the 10 holy heavens, where countless eternal sovereigns gather, a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse can become an overlord. Even in a place like the 10 holy heavens, a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse can become an overlord. Even in a place like the 10 holy heavens, they can be an overlord. Even a powerful force with an eternal giant head guarding it generally won't provoke a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. That incomparably terrifying energy beam lasted for a full 10 years. It was as if the energy of the entire universe had been sucked dry. During this 10 years, the cultivation of powerhouses above the holy step in the world of warlocks virtually stagnated. 10 years later, that incomparably terrifying energy beam finally dissipated. In the secret chamber, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast and terrifying aura slowly diffused from him. So this is the power of the seventh firmament eternal realm. It's so powerful. I feel that even if there were 10 of me joining forces, they still wouldn't be my opponent. I didn't expect that I would break through at this time and advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. Feeling the fearsome power inside him, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. After advancing to the seventh firmament eternal realm, Yang Feng's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if he faces a ninth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, even if he can't defeat them, he can still retreat unscathed. Before this, if he had encountered an eternal realm powerhouse, he would have been in a dead end. After refining a white jade finger bone, I gained so many benefits. If I refine all the white jade bones, I'm afraid that I can directly advance to the ninth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. However, such treasures should only be used at the most critical times. Advancing from the seventh firmament eternal realm to the eighth firmament eternal realm is just the accumulation of eternal force. As long as I can harvest the divine light universe's universe origin, I can advance to the eighth firmament eternal realm. After Yang Feng became the master of the world of warlocks, He began to look for treasures, such as the white jade finger bone. After searching the universe, Yang Feng obtained a white jade bone of a hand. In the past, Yang Feng has been unable to refine the white jade bone. Only now did he realize how amazing its power is. He vaguely guessed that the white jade bone may be a treasure that even the eternal monarch wants to obtain. Naturally, he won't use it so easily. Time passed, and another 200 years passed. During these 200 years, powerhouses of the cloud universe and the divine light universe emerged in large numbers, each using their own ingenious schemes and fighting each other. Due to the suppression of the soul god, the light god, the divine light universe suppressed all kinds of eternal seedlings as soon as they emerged. None of them gave birth to anyone too outstanding. In the cloud universe, however, geniuses emerged in large numbers. One after another, dazzling peerless geniuses emerged on the battlefield, and Empyreans emerged one after another and suppressed the world. On the battlefield, due to the appearance of the children of universe, the cloud universe gradually suppressed the powerhouses of the divine light universe. Unmoved, the light god just let the powerhouses of the divine light universe and the cloud universe fight each other. The gap between the divine light universe and the cloud universe is really huge. As long as the light god fights steadily, it can devour the cloud universe. The light god specifically chose the cloud universe to devour because it knows that it has a 90% chance of winning. The cloud universe. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur appeared in this universe. With a smile, countless spirit runes appeared, and a vast aura soared into the sky. In an area of hundreds of millions of light years, endless energy converged here and formed a terrifying energy storm. Someone has advanced to the eternal realm. Who is it? Someone has advanced to the eternal realm. Is it the miraculous Flash Selu, or the magic light divine Spear Barcelona? He has advanced to the eternal realm. This is the first powerhouse of our era to advance to the eternal realm. Who is it? In the cloud universe, all the powerhouses were alarmed, and curious gazes converged on this side. Chapter 1504. It's him, it's Arthur. That bastard, he still dares to come back. He cheated us of our eternal origin, yet he still dares to come back. How audacious. In the cloud universe, the fact that someone has advanced to the eternal realm cannot be concealed from the 6 eternal sovereigns. They cast their gazes here and looked at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. This bastard cheated me of my treasures, yet he didn't carry out the mission. I'm going to kill him. Rinjio's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he launched an attack. A terrifying beam of light capable of destroying everything, shattering the void, and suppressing the world barreled towards Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur, in an attempt to extinguish Yang Feng's life force. As Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur is still in the process of advancing to the eternal realm, it is impossible for him to resist Rinjio's killing blow. At that moment, Mykelia emerged and slashed down with the angelic sword in hand. Terrifying angelic flames pierced through the sky and slashed the beam of destruction to pieces. Third firmament, eternal realm. How can the combat power of an eternal angel increase so quickly? How is this possible? In just a few hundred years, how can the eternal angels around him advance so quickly? When the 6 eternal sovereigns saw this scene, their eyes flashed with shock. For eternal sovereigns, a few hundred years is just the blink of an eye. In just a few hundred years, Mykelia has advanced to the 3rd firmament eternal realm, which is simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that in order to advance to the 3rd firmament eternal realm, each of the 6 eternal sovereigns has spent hundreds of millions of years, which is full of intrigues, compromises, plots, betrayals, and alliances. For Mykelia to advance to the 3rd firmament eternal realm, in just a few hundred years, is far beyond the expectations of the 6 eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng has obtained the God Light Universe's cultivation technique for blazing angels, coupled with the resources he has from multiple universes, as well as the rare resources he plundered from the eternal world, which enabled Mykelia to advance to the 3rd firmament eternal realm in just a few hundred years. Rinjio's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Everyone, let's join forces to kill that swindler Arthur." He deceived all of our eternal essences. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. The 6 eternal sovereigns were practically omnipotent in the cloud cosmos. Even if they were separated by hundreds of millions of light years, they could still converse easily. The spirit pagoda said, "If he's still an emperor, then he really deserves death for deceiving us. But now, he has reached the eternal realm, and is on the same level as me. As long as he's willing to pay a high enough price, we can forget about this matter." Ling Xia said indifferently, "That's right. Now that he's an eternal realm expert, he's on the same level as me. I agree with Pasha's suggestion." Agreed. The other eternal sovereigns are also unwilling to attack Yangfeng. The cloud metropolis cosmos was already at a complete disadvantage against the divine light cosmos. If they killed each other, and killed the eternal ones of their own cosmos, in that case, they would have no chance of winning against the divine light universe. You can't attack the geniuses of your universe in a universe-devouring war. This is the unspoken rule of the cloud universe, and it is a lesson the cloud universe has learned in blood. The divine light universe is only able to eliminate the universe's children because the divine light God is too powerful, and the cloud universe he chose is too weak. The gap between the two sides is too great. Ling Liu's gaze darkened, and he could only remain silent. He doesn't have the confidence to defeat Mykelia by himself. The fearsome energy beam lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Yangfeng's clone Arthur finally advanced to the eternal realm in the cloud universe. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. "I finally advanced to the eternal realm. In this way, I have the same authority as other eternal sovereigns in the cloud universe. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the divine light God eyeing me covetously, this universe would be mine." In addition to the eternal world, in the other universes, any eternal being would have terrifying cosmic authority in their own life universe, and could mobilize the power of the entire universe to fight. It is because of this that eternal sovereigns are so fearsome. They are virtually invincible in their own universe. With the help of Zero's power, Yangfeng's clone was able to form a pseudo-eternal imprint and deceive the universe, allowing him to advance to the eternal realm. The metropolis star, in a hidden space, Kuling is lying on the ground with a large hole in her chest. Flesh is squirming inside the large hole trying to heal. Black gas diffuses, hindering the healing of the black hole. In the hidden cave, there are hundreds of people. They are Vega, Arthur's kin, and elites of War God Imperial College. At this time, Vega and the others are looking at Kuling with worry in their eyes. Now Kuling is their only protector. That son of a bitch Eborn, he dares to bully the weak and attack me. Damn it, that son of a bitch Arthur is really a scoundrel. He left without a reason, leaving behind such an enemy for me to deal with. I'm really unlucky to have accepted such a son of a bitch as a disciple. Kuling coughed up blood and cursed. Countless spirit runes appeared on her, and contended with the black gas. Originally, Kuling was the #1 expert of War God Imperial College. On the Metropolis Star, she was a witch that no one dared to provoke. She has always been the one bullying others. No one else has dared to bully her. But after she accepted Yangfeng as a disciple, she was suppressed by Duda Imperial College's dean. After Yangfeng became the Metropolis Star's lord, Kuling lived a good life. Unfortunately, Yangfeng didn't destroy the divine light universe. When the news of the Heavenly Hook Tower spread back to the cloud universe, her good days came to an end. Eborn, the emperor rank powerhouse, took the initiative to hunt down Kuling and her party. If it wasn't for the many secret treasures Yangfeng gave her, she would have been killed by Eborn already. Suddenly, the hidden space trembled slightly, and a 10,000-meter-long giant hand pierced into the hidden space and tore it apart. Shit! Kuling's complexion changed dramatically. Her figure fluttered, and countless rays of light swept the hundreds of people in the hidden space and escaped. Kuling, you're really stupid. If you escape by yourself, it will be difficult for me to catch up to you. If you take them with you, only death awaits you. Just give up. I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ripples flickered, and Eborn emerged from the void, covered in spirit runes and his aura more terrifying than it was hundreds of years ago. He stared coldly at Kaling. Kaling's beautiful eyes shimmered with resentment, and she uttered slowly, "Your Majesty Eborn, there is no enmity between us, so why have you been chasing us for hundreds of years? Why, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for accepting a good disciple. He stole my eternal angel heart, and destroyed my only hope of advancing to the eternal realm. Therefore he must die. Everything related to him must die." Eborn's eyes flashed with madness and he roared, "The eternal angel heart is one of the most precious treasures in the universe. If Eborn uses the eternal angel heart coupled with other secret methods, he can refine an eternal rank golem, promote his status, and compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm." After Yang Feng snatched the eternal angel heart, Eborn could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng used the eternal angel heart to reap great benefits and easily advanced to the Empyrean realm. This made him so upset that he almost vomited blood. "Oh, everything related to me must die. Who gave you the guts to do that, Eben?" A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Eborn, and Yang Feng walked out of the void step by step, followed by the beautiful blazing angel Mycelia. "Arthur, you're back. In that case, I'll give you face. Let's call it a day." Eborn turned his head, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. He looked at Mycelia with apprehension, and then his figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the sky. "Call it a day. You killed my people, and you still want to leave unscathed? There's no such thing in the world. Go to hell." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a giant hand containing eternal force descended from the sky and shot towards Eborn. "Eternal? You actually advanced to the eternal realm. How is this possible? How can this be?" As soon as Eben sensed the eternal rank breath, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes filled with despair. A set of blue armor appeared on him, and countless defensive barriers suddenly appeared in an attempt to resist Yang Feng's claw. With a swipe of the giant hand containing eternal power, the defensive boundary around Eborn crumbled like tofu. His blue battle armor also shattered in an instant. "Arthur, stop. After all, he is one of my important subordinates. You can't kill him." A beam of eternal light shot out from the void, slammed into Yang Feng's giant hand, and blasted it apart. Ling Jianan's dignified voice echoed in the void. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for saving my life, Your Majesty." The despair on Eborn's face faded, replaced by ecstasy. He shouted wildly and gave Yang Feng a provocative look, resentment in his eyes. Yang Feng said flatly, "Kill him." "Yes, my lord." Behind Yang Feng, Mycelia smiled sweetly and operated the essence of speed. Her figure blurred, and then became clear again. A bloody line appeared on Eborn's forehead and extended downward. "No." A look of despair on his face, Eborn's body split in two, his life force extinguished, and he became a corpse. Chapter 1505. Spirit Arthur, are you going to make an enemy out of me? With a flash of eternal light, a projection of Ling Jianan formed in front of Yang Feng, and he stared at Yang Feng with a gloomy expression. In the cloud universe, once a powerhouse advances to the eternal sovereign rank, their name is crowned with the title Spirit. This is the case for Ling Jianan and Ling Seth. Yang Feng spoke coldly. "Your Majesty Ling Jianan, for a mere Empyrean like Eborn to bully my people, doesn't he deserve to die? Since when can an Empyrean offend the majesty of an eternal sovereign? Except for places like the eternal world's 10 holy heavens, where eternals are as common as dogs. Eternals are supreme existences in other universes, and Empyreans cannot offend their majesty." Ling Jianan frowned slightly and said, "Eborn is indeed at fault in this matter, but he is our universe's Empyrean after all. In such a universe devouring war, losing an Empyrean is extremely disadvantageous for our universe. If we lose an Empyrean, then why not just create another one?" Yang Feng smiled indifferently and pointed with a finger, and a vial of precious elixir flew out and poured it on Kuling. When the precious elixir fell on Kuling, it easily extinguished all the wounds on her body and restored her to normal in an instant. "Teacher advanced to the Empyrean realm." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a vial of liquid refined from many eternal fruits turned into a thread and entered Kuling's mouth. Little. As soon as Kuling opened her mouth, she felt a vast and boundless power pervading her body. Energy beams rose in an area hundreds of thousands of light years in radius, entered Kuling, and caused her aura to rise. She broke through in one fell swoop, and advanced to the Empyrean realm. Ling Jinan's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and he said slowly, "Spirit Arthur, it seems that you have gained a lot in the divine light universe. Kuling is in the quasi-Empyrean realm to begin with, and she is only one step away from advancing to the Empyrean realm. But even so, without the help of Yang Feng's eternal elixir, she would never be able to break through and advance to the Empyrean realm. Elixirs that can help others advance to the Empyrean realm are extremely precious elixirs for eternal sovereigns. Yet Yang Feng threw them to Kuling like cabbages, which made Ling Jianan a little jealous. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. Of course. I have gained a lot of benefits in the divine light universe over the years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the eternal realm as soon as I returned. Come to my Canaan heavenly palace when you have time. All these years, Edwina has always missed you." After Ling Jianan left behind these words, the projection directly collapsed, transforming into specks of light and disappearing. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. His gaze once again fell on Kuling. When a few ill-intentioned auras arrived and saw Yang Feng, they fled into the distance, not daring to approach. After the energy beam disappeared, Kuling slowly opened her eyes, and her temperament became even more ethereal. So this is Empyrean power, how wonderful. Kuling's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she sighed faintly. Then, her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and a complicated look flickered in her eyes. "Arthur, you little bastard, you've made me suffer. But seeing as you helped me advance to the Empyrean realm, I won't argue with you. You're a worthy disciple." Vega looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, unknown whether she was happy or sad. Eternal, he actually advanced to the eternal realm. How could this be? How could this be? Among the hundreds of survivors of War Imperial College, everyone looked at Yang Feng with worship in their eyes. An eternal sovereign is an invincible existence who can suppress the universe. They can support a major force by themselves. Yang Feng looked at the void and said with a faint smile, "Teacher, I'll leave them to you. I think I'm going to join the battle too." In the cloud universe, the universe suddenly trembled, and the universe membrane finally collapsed. An almost endless starry sky suddenly appeared in the cloud metropolis cosmos. The cloud universe and the divine light universe finally entered the final stage of the universe-devouring war. Under the command of the eternal angels, one after another, angel legions from the divine light universe surged towards the cloud universe like a tide. "It's starting. How come it's so fast? There should still be 3,000 years left, right? Damn it, it's the universe heavenly hook pagoda. The divine light god must have burned the bloodline of his sons to launch the universe heavenly hook pagoda." In the cloud prime cosmos, the 6 eternal sovereigns were infuriated, and they immediately guessed the truth. Originally, there was still 3,000 years before the universe-devouring war would enter the final stage. However, the divine light god was ruthless and decisive. In one fell swoop, he burned the bloodline of his sons and turned them into nutrients for the universe heavenly hook pagoda. During the years of war, the divine light god sent countless angels and powerhouses to be killed by the cloud universe's powerhouses and carried out blood sacrifices, narrowing the gap between the two universes. With all these means, the divine light god used his heaven-defying methods and consumed a massive amount of god power reserves in the divine kingdom. This instantly brought the universe-devouring war to its final stage. After this war, the divine light universe would suffer a great loss, and the divine light god would use up more than 90% of its reserves. However, as long as it could devour the cloud universe, all the losses would be made up for within 100,000 years. In the divine light universe, within the divine light god's divine kingdom, a 10,000-mile long boundless, pure white god's ship flew out. On the ship of God, There were 108,972 Emperor-grade blazing angels, as well as 12 first firmament eternal blazing angels, 2 second firmament eternal blazing angels, and 1 third firmament eternal blazing angel. In the center of the ship of God sat a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a white divine robe and looked ordinary, but he gave off a dignified aura. He was the only God of the divine light universe, the divine light God. Behind the ship of God, there were countless fleets, and on those fleets were all angels. After the intelligent life forms of the divine light universe died, their souls would be led into the divine country of the divine light God, where they would be reincarnated as angels. Over the years, the number of angels living in the divine country of the divine light God numbered in the trillions. Even blazing angels were just high-level cannon fodder in the divine country of the divine light God. The divine legion that seems to be able to crush everything flew straight towards the Canaan heavenly palace, where Ling Jiannan is located. Among the 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe, Ling Jiannan is the weakest. Shit! Everyone, the divine light universe has launched a decisive battle. Please come to my Canaan heavenly palace to defend against the enemy. When Ling Jiannan saw the divine light god's movement, his face fell, and he asked Yang Feng and the other 5 eternal sovereigns for help. Leo and the other eternal sovereigns began to mobilize their forces, gathered the strongest forces of their race, and flew towards the Canaan heavenly palace via a teleportation array. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he tore apart the void and disappeared. An hour later, Yang Feng appeared tens of thousands of light years away from the divine light god's army. He pointed with a finger, and 36 eternal crystal spears appeared and shot towards the divine light god's army. Thanks to the power of eternal force, a rain of light beams crossed the void and slammed into the divine light god's army. Warships carrying countless angels were blasted apart one after another, and countless saint-ranked blazing angels were destroyed in that attack. That's right. The cloud universe is strong in offense but weak in defense. This is how we should weaken the enemy. When the 6 eternal sovereigns in the Canaan heavenly palace saw this scene, their eyes lit up. Mysterious light shone, and 6 fortresses exuding wisps of eternal force, and filled with thick cannons appeared. Countless beams of light shot from the 6 fortresses, tore through the sky, crossed a great distance, and slammed into the divine legion. One after another, the angel legion's warships were blasted to pieces, and countless angels died. Apart from the divine boat, the other warships activated powerful defensive barriers. However, under the attacks of the Cloud Star Universe's powerhouses, they were easily destroyed and turned into powder. Sitting quietly on the divine boat, the divine light god watched expressionlessly as his subordinates were killed, an indifferent look in his eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the divine light god, and his pupils constricted. What a ruthless person! He doesn't care about these angels. No matter how many he kills, he won't bat an eye. In the end, it's still the eternal sovereigns who decide the outcome of the universe-devouring war. The angel legion is just cannon fodder to consume the power of the cloud universe's eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng understood the divine light god's intention at once. The angel fleet was deliberately sent by the divine light god to be killed by the cloud universe's powerhouses. As long as they can consume a trace of the power of the cloud universe's eternal sovereigns, it will be a great profit for the divine light god. The cloud universe's 6 eternal sovereigns are no fools. They saw through the mystery at once, and countless artillery shells that can seriously injure eternal sovereigns barreled towards the divine boat. It seems that the cloud universe's people aren't all idiots. Aboard the divine boat, the divine light god smiled faintly and pointed forward with the scepter in his hand. The projection of the one divine kingdom appeared, and boundless eternal divine power surged out, forming a terrifying barrier of divine light. When the artillery shells of the 6 eternal fortresses slammed into the divine light barrier, they were distorted and deflected to the side. Divine decree, there is light! The divine light god turned around, looked at Yang Feng's embodiment of Arthur, and pointed at Yang Feng with the scepter in his hand. In an instant, the laws around Yang Feng changed, and divine light that can purify and annihilate everything erupted and engulfed Yang Feng. Chapter 1506. Stop! Yang Feng issued a miserable scream. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, and his aura became extremely weak. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Such a weak eternal sovereign? A first firmament eternal ant? Even if you are a universe child, you are an ant before you grow up. Even if you have any ulterior motives, as long as the general trend is set, then under absolute power, all schemes are useless. The divine light god glanced in the direction where Yang Feng disappeared, and countless divine seals appeared in his eyes. After making deductions, he sat quietly on the white jade throne, and didn't go after Yang Feng. As long as the cloud universe's sixth third firmament eternal sovereigns are killed, the entire cloud universe will be in the divine light god's pocket. He only needs to send eternal angels to sweep everything away. After the divine vessel distorted for a while, countless divine seals suddenly appeared on it, and 3,600 pairs of wings grew on it. The 3,600 pairs of wings flapped slightly, and a copious amount of eternal divine force burned and turned into a gust of divine fire that enveloped the divine vessel. The divine vessel shone brightly, and its speed suddenly increased sharply. It turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the Canaan heavenly palace. Having lost their target, the eternal grade stronghold cannons bombarded the divine light god universe's angel fleet and blasted the angel warships apart. The angel warships evaded continuously, but they couldn't escape the bombardment that crossed hundreds of millions of light years and were destroyed one after another. After destroying hundreds of thousands of angel warships, the 6 eternal grade stronghold cannons stopped firing. The bombardment that crossed hundreds of millions of light years to kill holy rank powerhouses consumed a tremendous amount of power. After the divine light god disappeared, it was meaningless to bombard the angel warships. That's because each of the angel warships has a holy rank warship, and there are as many as 7 billion of them. If the 7 billion warships were to be destroyed hundreds of millions of light years away, the energy of the 6 eternal fortresses would be exhausted. The 7 billion holy rank blazing angels are the cannon fodder that the divine light god cultivated after the last universe devour war. Even if they all die, he won't blink an eye. Terrifying armies also gathered in Duyan Cosmos. Under the lead of genius emperors, they headed to the front lines to fight the seemingly endless angel army. Countless experts risked their lives and died on the front lines. In the Cloud Metropolis universe, stars fell one after another, and all the living beings on them were slaughtered by the angels of the divine light universe. Not a single one was spared. What the divine light god wanted was an incomparably clean universe. Apart from the intelligent life forms that possessed his bloodline, all other intelligent life forms, unless they were extremely valuable divine beasts or beauties, would be killed and purified by his angels. Because the divine light cosmos had mobilized all the emperor-rank blazing angels, the divine light cosmos angel corps was losing countless angels at every moment. One saint-rank blazing angel after another died at the hands of the Duyan Cosmos emperors. Should we call all of them back? Inside the Canaan heavenly palace, Ling Leo pointed at the crystal screen, where several brave and invincible new Empyreans were fighting on the central battlefield. Ling Suya said coldly, "Once they are recalled from the central battlefield, we will directly collapse on the central battlefield." Ling Suya said lightly, "And they are not our pawns. They may not be willing to listen to our orders. After all, their subordinates, relatives, friends, and lovers are all on the battlefield." The Empyreans fighting on the central battlefield are the children of the universe born from the cloud universe. Their strength is heaven-defying, and they all have the potential to advance to the eternal realm. They are also unruly, and are not willing to obey the orders of the 6 Eternals. Ling Suntower's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Otherwise, our universe could have 7 or 8 more Eternals. That way, even the divine light god might be able to fight. The other Eternals' eyes flashed with malice. Originally, the cloud universe had a total of 9 third heaven eternal realm Eternals. They were not weak among the many universes. Even the divine light god was somewhat apprehensive of them. However, the 9 eternal ones killed each other. 3 eternal ones at the third heaven of the eternal realm died, and the remaining 6 eternal ones were all injured. When they were at their weakest, they were invaded by the divine light god. The divine light god is not only terrifyingly strong, but is also ruthless and decisive. He sacrificed all of his direct descendants in exchange for 3,000 years of time. This caught the cloud universe's powerhouses off guard, filling their hearts with despair. A few days later, a white ray tore through the sky, and the white divine vessel appeared in front of Canaan heavenly palace. I am the soul god, the divine light god. Those inside, listen up. If the 6 of you are willing to submit to me and go through the conversion ritual to become my guardian angels, then I will let one of you live. On the god's boat, an endless amount of divine light shone down and enveloped the surroundings. From the top of the god's boat, the cold and imposing voice of the divine light god could be heard. Ling Rio said slowly, "Only one can live. What about the other 5? A cold look in his eyes, the divine light god said in a frigid voice, "The other 5 will naturally die and become nourishment for my advancement. By killing an eternal and shattering their eternal imprint, even an eternal who is not proficient in the essence of devour can absorb the power of the eternal true spirit." Ling Rio and the other eternals integrated their eternal imprints into the cloud universe. The eternal true spirit and universe force contained in their eternal imprints far exceed that of the third heaven, eternal realm eternals of the eternal world. Ling Jianan immediately spoke. "He is sowing discord between us. Divine light god, do you think we will fall for such an inferior means of sowing discord?" The divine light god said indifferently, "Yes, I am indeed sowing discord between you. However, what I said is also true. Rekalon, come and talk to them." "Yes, my lord." A blazing angel at the second heaven of the eternal realm flew out and quietly floated in the void. "I am Rekalon, one of the lightning universe's eternal sovereigns. After I submitted to my lord, I cooperated with my lord to kill the other 5 eternal sovereigns of the lightning universe. My lord rewarded me and transformed me into an eternal angel. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of the second heaven eternal blazing angel, and fluctuations of soul filled the air, showing the scene to the 6 eternal sovereigns. The tragic scene of the lightning universe replayed in their minds. Rekalon betrayed the other 5 eternal sovereigns. With his help, the divine light god easily suppressed the other 5 eternal ones. Finally, with the power of the divine light god, he transformed into a second heaven eternal blazing angel. It's true. When the 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe saw this scene, their hearts were filled with shock. In the universe-devouring war, once an eternal betrays their universe, their eternal imprint will collapse and shatter. Even if they don't die, it will be difficult for them to achieve higher achievements in their lifetime. However, after betraying their universe, Rekalon advanced again with the help of the divine light god's power, which is simply heaven-defying. Everyone, don't be fooled by his rhetoric. Since he sent someone to persuade us to surrender, he naturally doesn't have the confidence to win. If we join forces, we may have a chance of winning. Ling Jinan's eyes shimmered coldly and he roared. In the Canaan heavenly palace, countless thick barrels appeared, and fearsome beams capable of tearing apart eternity barreled towards the divine light god's divine boat like meteors. Circles after circles of incomparably mysterious spiritual inscriptions spread out from the Jianan heavenly palace and enveloped the void, freezing the past, present, and future of this void, preventing the boat of God from freely traversing the past, present, and future. Pig-headed, let me show you the power of a 7th heaven eternal God. God decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. The divine light God smiled coldly, his eyes shone, and he pointed with a finger. My lord decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. A giant Holy Spirit appeared and prostrated itself on the ground. My lord decreed that the spear of divine light will appear and purify all evil in the world. An elven Holy Spirit appeared and prostrated itself on the ground. A nearly endless number of Holy Spirits appeared and murmured piously. Countless sentient beings appeared behind the divine radiant God, praying piously. Faith power converged, formed eternal divine force, and turned into an indestructible, 10,000-kilometer-long spear of divine light. The divine spear descended from the sky and tore through the sky. It carried the will of trillions of living beings and boundless power, as it slammed into the defensive barrier of the Canaan Heavenly Palace. Boom! The barrier of the Canaan Heavenly Palace, which can resist eternal sovereigns, crumbled in an instant. 6 eternal fortresses surrounding the Canaan Heavenly Palace flew out and activated powerful barriers in an attempt to resist the attack of the Spear of Divine Light. When the Divine Light Spear stabbed the 6 eternal fortresses, one after another, they crumbled and turned into powder that scattered about. No! No! Help! Countless powerhouses flew out of the Canaan Heavenly Palace. But as soon as they flew out, they were enveloped by the Spear of Divine Light, vaporized and turned into ashes. 6 tyrannical eternal auras flew out of the Canaan Heavenly Palace in an instant. In the next moment, the Divine Light Spear slammed into the Jianan Heavenly Palace's main body. Boundless light erupted, and the Jianan Heavenly Palace's main body was smashed into countless fragments that scattered into the cosmos. Chapter 1507. How can it be so terrifying? 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm. This is the power of a 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm powerhouse. Damn it! Too powerful. This kind of power is simply despairing. The 6 eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe barely managed to escape from the Jianan Heavenly Palace. Seeing the Jianan Heavenly Palace being destroyed, a chill and despair welled up in their hearts. The Jianan Heavenly Palace gathered the power of the 6 eternal sovereigns, but in front of the divine radiant God, they were unable to withstand a single blow. This kind of heaven-defying power made the eternal sovereigns of the cloud universe realize the terror of a 7th Heaven of Eternal Realm powerhouse. Everyone, he won't let us off. The only thing he fears about us is that we burn the eternal mark and launch an all-out attack. Against him, we have no chance of survival. Let us perish together with him and fight for a chance of survival for our universe. Ling Jianan frowned slightly, his eyes flashed fiercely, and with a roar, the eternal mark appeared and collapsed. In an instant, Ling Jianan turned into a terrifying scarlet light that pierced through the sky and blasted towards the divine light God's location. God's country, the divine radiant God, who has been very calm, as if nothing in the world can move him, finally changed his expression and silently recited an incantation to cast his most powerful defensive divine spell. Boundless eternal divine power burned, and the projection of a divine kingdom with countless angels appeared and formed a terrifying barrier. Ling Jianan ignited the eternal mark and formed a scarlet light beam that slammed into the God boundary. In an instant, it pierced through the God boundary and shot towards the divine light God. Protect the Lord. Glory is my destiny. Emperor-rank blazing angels suddenly flew out, holding angelic shields, and rushed towards the scarlet light. Hundreds of Emperor realm blazing angels were pierced by the red light. Their bodies were pierced, and their life force was wiped out. Glory is my destiny. Divine light flashed in the eyes of the 12 first heaven eternal blazing angels. They crazily burned everything, turned into pure white divine light, and fiercely collided with the scarlet red light. Under the attack of the 12 first heaven of eternal blazing angels, the scarlet light dimmed a lot. Break! The divine light God waved his long sword and ruthlessly slashed down. He controlled endless divine light and slashed at the scarlet red light, shattering it in one strike. Divine light God, let us perish together. Leo laughed out loud and directly burned the mark of eternity. He turned into a scarlet light and flew towards the divine light God. Apart from Ling Suya, the other eternal ones ignited their eternal marks and turned into crimson beams of light that shot towards the divine light God. The eternal sovereigns knew very well that if they fought normally, none of them would be able to withstand a single blow from the divine radiant God. Only by burning the mark of eternity would there be a chance of harming the divine light God. Godly glory soared. The divine light God's face fell. A beam of divine light shot up into the sky, and the projection of the one and only divine kingdom appeared. Within the divine kingdom, billions of holy spirits and petitioners appeared, madly burning their essence. In that instant, Within the divine light God's divine kingdom, countless holy spirits, angels, and petitioners directly ignited their life force and completely perished. Through the laws of the underworld, they descended here and entered the divine kingdom projection. A terrifying sword exuding endless divine light, seemingly capable of purifying and destroying everything, flew out and slashed at the four beams of light. The entire void was split open, and the sword mercilessly slashed at one of the scarlet rays of light. The scarlet rays of light that the third firmament eternal ignited the mark of eternity, turned into was smashed by the terrifying sword in an instant. When the remaining three scarlet rays of light slammed into the divine country projection, they pierced through the divine country projection, penetrated the divine light God's barrier, and blasted open three huge holes on the divine light God's body. The divine light God frowned slightly and coughed. Drops of golden God blood dripped into the void, and endless divine light enveloped him. In an instant, the three wounds on his body disappeared. Ling Xuya's face flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Mighty divine light God, I am willing to submit to you. Please transform me into your guardian angel." The shocking attack unleashed by the 5 third firmament eternal powerhouses, burning their mark of eternity, only slightly injured the divine light God. This fact made Ling Xuya despair, and he chose to submit. "In that case, go to hell. Only in this way can your comrades rest in peace." Ripples flickered, and a large hand strangely pierced through Ling Xuya's chest. A copious amount of eternal force poured out and forcibly dug out an mark of eternity from Ling Xuya's body. There was a flash of unwillingness in Ling Xuya's eyes, and he roared at the top of his lungs. "Damn it! I have already submitted. Why do you want to kill me?" "Because I don't like people like you. Besides, you can also become a resource for my evolution." Yang Feng smiled faintly and crushed Ling Xuya's mark of eternity. A fearsome black hole emerged, swallowed Ling Xuya, and frantically devoured everything about him. The divine light God looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes and said unhurriedly, "You are Ling Arthur? No, you are not an eternal of the cloud universe. Who the hell are you?" "I am the edge of eternity. Divine light God, nice to meet you. Please go to hell." Yang Feng smiled faintly, countless runes shone on him, and the armor of dawn covered him. He took a step forward, crossed the torrent of time, appeared in front of the divine light God, and slashed at him with his sword. "Seventh firmament eternal realm. How can you sneak into this universe without being discovered by them?" The divine light God's face fell, and he rode boundless divine light and slashed at Yang Feng. Boom! When the two swords collided, two extremely powerful forces erupted, and the divine light God was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away, and sprayed gold God blood all over his body. Although the divine light God doesn't seem to have any injuries, but the 3 eternal wounds on his body haven't disappeared. Originally, as long as he refined the cloud universe's origin force, he would be able to recover from his injuries within 10,000 years and advance further. But now that Yang Feng attacked, his injuries worsened. "Protect my lord. Glory is my destiny." Suddenly, a swarm of blazing angels flew out and attacked Yang Feng. Each blazing angel possesses holy step rank power, and there are hundreds of millions of them. Even eternal sovereigns can be injured by them. A bunch of ants, go to hell. With a flash of starlight, the star concubine walked out of the void, rode boundless starlight, and shot towards the eternal step blazing angels. A dense swarm of saint-rank primary battle robots appeared, and clashed with the blazing angels. In the void, the sound of explosions rang continuously as Yang Feng and the divine light God fought wildly. Wherever they passed, the void shattered and stars extinguished. The divine light God kept summoning divine country projections, but he was still riddled with wounds, and his god blood spilled in the sky. "Edge of eternity, give me 30,000 years. Give me 30,000 years to recover. At that time, I am willing to fight you fairly. If you can defeat me, then this universe will belong to you. If you don't agree, then let's die together." Riddled with wounds, the divine light God's eyes shimmered with madness, and he roared shrilly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "Die together? You no longer have the qualifications to die together with me." An unknown premonition welled up in the divine light god's heart. Zero appeared above the divine country, and the level 8 stronghold with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers appeared behind him. A giant cannon integrated with the technology of various civilizations appeared and frantically extracted universe origin force. Spirals of blue light shone, and a terrifying blue beam emerged from the muzzle of the giant cannon, tore through the sky, and slammed into the divine light god's divine country. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the blue beam pierced through the divine light god's divine country and crushed it inch by inch. No! The divine light god spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body cracked inch by inch, and his eyes shimmered with fear. For the one god, their divine kingdom was the place where their eternal imprint was placed. The collapse of the divine kingdom also meant the fall of the one god. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Zero's eyes, and he opened his mouth and inhaled. The divine light god's divine country broke away from its original trajectory inch by inch, shrank, and was swallowed by Zero. A white jade disc imprint appeared on Zero's forehead, and he frantically refined the divine light god's divine country. Divine light god, if you hold up in your divine country, even I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you came out, it means that you are doomed to die here. Smiling coldly, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword and cut the light god in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the divine light god's body that was cut in two, and the essence of devour surged and devoured the divine light god's eternal force. My lord! My lord! When the blazing angels saw this scene, they attacked Yang Feng frantically, but they were easily killed by Xingji. 7 days later, the countless statues of the divine light god in the divine light universe exploded, and the priests of the divine light god lost their divine force and became ordinary people. A rain of blood appeared on the stars of the divine light universe, causing all the intelligent beings in the divine light universe to feel a surge of sorrow. Chapter 1508. My lord is dead. No, my lord won't die. No, how could this be? At the moment when the divine light god died, the eternal angels and Empyrean rank blazing angels in the divine light universe trembled, uttered miserable screams, and then died. The divine light god set up restrictions on them. Once the divine light god dies, they will die as well. My lord, I've come to follow you. My lord, I've come to follow you. In the divine light universe, countless fanatics of the divine light god issued miserable screams and committed suicide. Yang Feng's mechanical legion took this opportunity to attack the divine light universe. The divine light universe lost its Empyrean protection. In front of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the remaining blazing angels were easily defeated. When the cloud universe's Empyrean rank powerhouses saw the mechanical legion that suddenly appeared, they knew that the situation was far from good, and began to form an alliance. 13 Empyrean rank powerhouses formed the Cloud Universe Alliance in an attempt to contend against Yang Feng. The Cloud Universe Alliance has just been formed when the Star Concubine descended and slayed it. Yang Feng slayed the Cloud Universe's Empyrean rank powerhouses and slayed the Divine Light God of the Divine Light Universe, making him the enemy of the two universes. Countless powerhouses of the two universes stood up to resist his rule. One after another, Yang Feng dispatched mechanical legions to slaughter the two universes' rebels. Countless races and trillions of life forms were slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion and turned into resources for the two universes to fuse and advance. 10 years later, most of the wisdom celestial bodies in the universe have been firmly under Yang Feng's control. Only some weak holy rank powerhouses took their people to hide on some desolate and silent celestial bodies in the deepest part of the universe, struggling at death's door and avoiding Yang Feng's pursuit. You can begin. Harvest. Standing in an empty space, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he ordered with a satisfied smile. Yes, my lord. Zero's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly, countless runes emerged, and a white jade disc appeared and frantically absorbed the universe origin force. A vast, boundless, and terrifying universe origin energy was directly absorbed by Zero. A terrifying repulsive force came from the deepest part of the universe attempting to expel Zero from the universe. Strange ripples appeared on Ling's body. The repulsive force that could easily crush a seventh heaven of the Eternal Realm expert had no effect on Ling. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zero had forcibly extracted 10 years of the origin source of the universe. Originally, after the two universes fused, it would only take 100,000 years for them to evolve into a level 8 universe. However, after Zero extracted the universe's origin for 10 years, this universe that had just undergone a universe-devouring war not only did not prosper, it only maintained the level of a level 7 universe. A vast and mighty power emerged from Zero's eyes and entered Yang Feng's body at once. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. This force is so powerful. It's enough for me to advance to the 8th firmament Eternal Realm. However, there are consequences to advancing quickly. It's best if I can stabilize my foundation. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly. His eyes flashed with the analysis of the white jade finger bone's mysterious structure after it was devoured and refined. The white jade finger bone is definitely an eternal king, or even a powerhouse above it. Only by transforming into a structure like theirs can I reach the summit. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with determination. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he frantically absorbed the powerful universe origin force coming from Zero. His body structure changed in the direction of the white jade finger bone. Yang Feng's body structure has just changed, when the energy consumption inside him increased by more than 10,000 times. As if he has turned into a black hole that can devour everything, he frantically devoured all the surrounding power. No, I'm not strong enough, and my foundation isn't deep enough. If I forcibly transform into that structure, only death will await me. A trace of understanding surged in Yang Feng's mind, and he decisively stopped his plan to transform into the white jade finger bone. Instead, he began to transform only his brain. Universe origin force, which is enough for a universe to advance to a level 8, poured into Yang Feng's brain and transformed it into a mysterious structure. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. A mysterious red rhombus-shaped rune containing endless mysteries appeared on Yang Feng's forehead, and he slowly opened his eyes. My realm still remains at the pinnacle 7th firmament Eternal Realm, but my combat power has increased by more than 100 times. This structure is really wonderful, as expected of an eternal king rank existence, or even a powerhouse above it. Unfortunately, the amount of energy needed to form this structure is too terrifying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. He looked at his right hand, and saw a devour rune containing a mysterious structure appear on his right hand. This is the new rune Yang Feng formed by combining the mysterious white jade finger bones structure with the essence of devour. He cultivated all his life. With this mysterious rune, he can even fight an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. With my current strength, I can already gain a foothold in the Eternal World's 10 holy heavens. I can go to the Eternal World's 10 holy heavens. The Eternal World's 10 holy heavens are the center of the universe, controlled by the Eternal Monarch. In the 10 holy heavens, emperors are everywhere, and Eternals are no better than dogs. Experts at the first heaven of the Eternal Realm, who were overlords in various universes, were merely elite soldiers and servants in the 10 great sacred heavens. Among the 10 holy heavens, only 4th firmament eternal sovereigns are experts, 7th firmament eternal sovereigns are experts, and 9th firmament eternal sovereigns are bigwigs. They are the upper echelons of the 10 holy heavens. The aloof and invincible eternal monarchs, who can rampage through many universes, are the masters of the 10 holy heavens. They are the most powerful and invincible existences in this universe. Yang Feng mused. Among the 10 holy heavens, only the profound holy heaven, the Buddha holy heaven, and the true holy heaven are dominated by humans. I have offended too many powerhouses in the profound holy heaven and the Buddha holy heaven. It's better to go to the true holy heaven. Among the Eternal World's 10 holy heavens, in addition to humans, there are also ogre type, fiend type, giant type, dragon type, and other powerhouses. Humans are beastmen, humans, angels, elves, and other races that are mainly in human form. Their aesthetic standards are also dominated by the human form. Among the 10 holy heavens, there are many tyrannical races that look strange in the eyes of humans. In the eyes of those races, they may be exceptionally beautiful, due to the different cultures and aesthetic standards. If Yang Feng goes to the other holy heavens, he will have to disguise himself. At the same time, it can be foreseen that there will be a lot of trouble. The true holy heaven. So this is the true holy heaven. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of a city of the true holy heaven. When he looked at the city, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He saw a mysterious sphere floating above the city, flickering with mysterious fluctuations. The sphere drew the source energy of life in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius and poured it into the city. In that city, skyscrapers rose from the ground, and floating tracks appeared one after another at different heights. On those floating tracks, there were several hover trains galloping at high speed. Countless levitating vehicles are galloping on different tracks. Handsome, do you want to go for a ride together? A crimson levitating vehicle stopped beside Yang Feng, and a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a red off-the-shoulder leather jacket, revealing a large area of her snow-white shoulders, with wavy red hair, and a pair of large sunglasses, stopped beside Yang Feng and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. After countless evolutions, although Yang Feng's appearance hasn't changed much, but he exudes an extraordinary and mysterious temperament, which is very attractive to the opposite sex. If Yang Feng hadn't used a secret method to restrain his charm, even if he stood still, his natural charm would easily captivate the opposite sex below the holy step, and make them willing to die for him. This is one of the extraordinary powers of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Even though Yang Feng had restrained all of his charm, but he still looked extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Okay, looking at the beautiful girl, Yang Feng seems to see the beautiful, youthful, and lively girls on Earth, as well as a trace of his memories from the Earth era. He smiled and boarded the levitating vehicle. Zhao Haimei took off her magic mirror, revealed a sweet face, and said with a sweet smile, "My name is Zhao Haimei, what about you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "My name is Yang Feng." Zhao Haimei uttered with a sweet smile, "Big brother Yang, I'm going to participate in the levitating vehicle race, so I'm lacking a partner. Why don't you be my partner?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay." Yang Feng has been practicing hard in pursuit of the path to the peak. He doesn't know how long it has been since he stopped to look at the surrounding scenery. Now that he has advanced to the pinnacle seventh firmament eternal realm, his strength has increased sharply. Among the 10 holy heavens, unless a few eternal titans join forces, or an eternal monarch personally takes action, few people can kill him. The levitating vehicle quickly stopped on the summit of a tall mountain. On the summit of the tall mountain, there are dozens of exquisite and luxurious levitating vehicles parked. At the same time, handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere next to the levitating vehicles. Chapter 1509. A handsome young man with fair skin and an erect head came over, stared at Yang Feng with an unkind expression and asked, "Haimei, who is this person?" Zhao Haimei's face sank. "Zhou Guang, I'm not that close to you. Don't talk to me like that. Pretty boy, I'm warning you. She's not someone a country bumpkin like you can get close to. You're not on the same level as us. Get lost." Zhou Guang's face sank, his eyes flashed, and he stared at Yang Feng. He pressed a ring on his right hand, and a strange fluctuation was transmitted to Yang Feng's mind. Interesting. To think that a mere mortal could use technology to achieve this. As expected of one of the 10 great sacred heavens, Yang Feng looked at the ring on Zhou Guang's right hand, and his eyes flashed with interest. Zhou Guang isn't even an apprentice warlock. He's merely an ordinary human, with a physique surpassing that of a knight. However, with the ring in his hand, he could display all kinds of extraordinary powers, which piqued Yang Feng's interest. "Zhao Haimei, this is the partner you chose? If you lose this bet, you'll have to pay us 53 million credits." Your family hasn't been doing well recently. If you lose 53 million, it will drain all of your family's cash flow. Accompanied by a cold voice, a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked over. Behind the young man were 6 incomparably seductive beauties. Gazes were cast on this place, filled with mockery and anticipation. A trace of regret flashed in Zhao Jaime's eyes. She shouldn't have been provoked by the man in front of her, and made a bet with him. Now it's hard to get off the tiger. If she went back on her word, she wouldn't be able to survive in this industry. There was no way the top princes, who had set up the gambling house, would let her off the hook. Zhao Jaime said with an unruly expression, "Qi Guang, this is the partner this old lady has chosen. You'd better think about what you'll do if you lose. If you lose to me, you'll lose 330 million credits. It's not too late to back out." Back then, Zhao Jaime was attracted by this point and agreed to the bet. An evil light flashed in Scarlet Light's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "If you lose, you won't be able to come up with enough credits within 10 days. Then you are my slave girl. At that time, I'll let you know how a slave girl should speak to her master. See you at the racetrack." Zhao Jaime's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of decisiveness. She snorted coldly and took Yang Feng towards the floating car. Scarlet Light and a dazzling beauty entered another maglev car. In a small bar, a fat man with a pockmarked face was sitting. He looked a little ugly. Beside the fat man, there were more than a dozen beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. A young man took a sip of wine and said, "Congratulations, Crown Prince. You've obtained another outstanding slave." Zhao Jaime was not simple. She was the campus belle of Ningguang Academy. It was said that she was just a step away from entering the Transcendent Academy. Only you, the Crown Prince, are qualified to enjoy such a beauty. The fat man was the one with the most profound background in this small circle. He called himself the Crown Prince, and was a top-notch playboy. The Crown Prince smiled coldly and said, "That little girl Zhao Jaime, it's her good fortune that I took a fancy to her. She dares to refuse me. She's overestimating herself. After 10 days, I'll have her sober up." The Crown Prince said, "Lingya, I don't like the kid next to Zhao Jaime. Go investigate him. If he has no background, then kill him." A burly bald man in a white t-shirt said with a faint smile, "Okay." In the eyes of these bigwigs, killing a person with no background was a piece of cake. "A trifling ant wants to kill me?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an odd glint. He smiled indifferently and said to Zhao Jaime, "Zhao Jaime, let me drive. I can help you win the race." When she heard that, Zhao Jaime's pretty eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She stared at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Give me a reason to believe you." Yang Feng said lightly, "Your car has been tampered with. Don't use the intelligence system to search it. Go check it yourself." Zhao Jaime's pretty face changed slightly. She got out of the car, opened the door, and carefully checked it. Qi Guang looked at Zhao Jaime, who was inspecting the car, and said with a cold smile, "Did you find the problem? Unfortunately, it's too late. The wager was today. Even if Zhao Jaime found any problem, there was no time to solve it. A bunch of despicable and shameless fellows. They tampered with the levitation accelerator and engine. How despicable." Zhao Jaime's face was ashen. She cursed, her tender body trembled and filled with fear. She cried loudly, "The levitation accelerator and engine, the two most important parts of the levitation vehicle, had been tampered with. Even if Zhao Jaime's driving skills were heaven-defying, she would still lose without a doubt." Only then did Zhao Jaime realize that she had fallen into an incomparably terrifying trap. Yang Feng quietly sat aside, watching Zhao Jaime cry with a tranquil expression. "Good. Big brother Yang, I believe in you. I'll leave everything to you." After crying, Zhao Jaime wiped her tears, clenched her teeth and switched places with Yang Feng. "Start the race," a voice sounded. Immediately after, the two luxury levitation vehicles sped along the road, accompanied by terrifying engine roars. Yang Feng praised, "What a great vehicle." Zhao Jaime's levitation vehicle only took a second to accelerate to Mach 1, as if it had turned into a gust of wind speeding along the road. The feeling of speeding like a gust of wind and lightning gave rise to traces of nostalgia in Yang Feng. By relying on his terrifying physical constitution, Yang Feng unscrupulously accelerated the levitation vehicle to the limit, pulling open the distance between him and Zhou Guang's vehicle. What amazing driving skills! Big brother Yang, come on! Zhao Haime's eyes flashed with excitement when she saw this scene, and she shouted loudly. The levitation vehicle was equipped with good shock absorption, compression resistance, and other systems. Although Zhao Haimei was just an ordinary person, but under Mach 1, she could still speak without any influence. What amazing driving skills! It seems that Zhao Haimei has run into an amazing racer. However, no matter how amazing a racer is, it's useless if the core vehicle isn't good enough. Qi Guang smiled coldly and pressed a button. Aurora Star System at your service, Master. Now adjust to extreme speed mode. A voice sounded from the hover car, and countless mysterious runes burst out from the hover car. With a flash of light, the speed of the levitation vehicle increased sharply, reaching a terrifying speed of Mach 3. With a heaven-defying speed, it overtook Yang Feng's vehicle. When Zhao Haimei saw this, her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. Mach 3! It's over. His vehicle has been modified by a grandmaster. It can actually reach Mach 3. This time, I'm going to lose. No matter how brilliant Yang Feng's driving skills were, it was impossible to surpass the vehicle with a disparity of Mach 3. Zhao Haimei didn't expect Qi Guang to actually have a grandmaster grade modifier modify his vehicle. So what? If he can modify, then so can I. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, pointed with his finger, and a green radiance entered the vehicle. Zhao Haimei's levitation vehicle flickered with radiance. Its speed suddenly increased. It soared to Mach 10, tore through the air, and chased after Qi Guang's vehicle. Zhao Haimei, what a pity for this chick. I'll have a chance to play with her after the crown prince gets tired of her. Sitting in the modified supercar, Qi Guang's mind drifted as he watched a movie with a satisfied expression. The levitation vehicle is completely controlled by an intelligent system, so he doesn't need to personally control it. Warning! The vehicle behind is reaching Mach 10. Please avoid. A voice suddenly sounded from the intelligent system. Mach 10? How is this possible? Is it a system malfunction? Qi Guang was taken aback. In the next moment, Zhao Haimei's levitation vehicle passed by his vehicle and disappeared in front of his eyes. True holy heaven failing state, an intelligent center. A large amount of mysterious data appeared in a circular optical computer. There is a mysterious force interfering. Malfunction. The cause of the malfunction is eternal interference. Everything is normal. Eternal interference. Everything is normal. In the center of the optical computer, the AI kept repeating all sorts of warnings. Eternal. This interference means that an unfamiliar eternal has come to our country. This fluctuation, it's an unregistered eternal. This is an unfamiliar eternal. In the optical computer center, dozens of saints appeared and quickly processed all kinds of data. With a flash of green light, a 1.9-meter-tall middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair and a soldierly appearance appeared in the data center. Greetings, great commander. All the saints present bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The great commander asked, "What is the strength of this eternal?" Eternal sovereigns of different strength respond differently. Eternal sovereigns at the first firmament of the eternal realm are naturally captured and used as slaves or energy sources. Powerhouses at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm and above need to be treated with caution. A saint said, "According to analysis, this is a powerhouse at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm or above. Due to eternal interference, specific information cannot be analyzed." The great commander's eyes shimmered gravely. A powerhouse at the fourth firmament of the eternal realm or above. It seems that I need to personally welcome this new friend. Chapter 15:10. With a flash of an afterimage, the hovercraft stopped at the summit of the mountain, and two people alighted from the hovercraft. They were Yang Feng and Zhao Haimei. Zhao Haimei. Well done. That bastard Scarlet Light is going to lose miserably this time. Zhao Haimei, your modifications are amazing. Bursts of excited cheers came from the summit, and a large group of handsome men and beautiful women came over. A sinister look flashed through the crown prince's eyes, and he threw the wine cup in his hand to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned bastard! How dare he ruin my plan? He's courting death." Spirit Tooth said with a serious expression, "Crown Prince, that person was able to make Zhao Jaime's hovercraft reach 10 times the speed of sound. She's definitely not a simple beauty. He might very well be a transcendent from a transcendent academy." As soon as he said this, a sinister look flashed in the eyes of the top playboys present. Although they came from extraordinary families, they were just ordinary people. They could control the life and death of ordinary people, but it was still quite a headache for them to deal with supernatural beings. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold killing intent as he said in a cold voice, "What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't killed extraordinaires before. As long as it's not a high-ranking transcendent, we can kill it." The Crown Prince's family had a deep foundation in the failing kingdom. They had many extraordinary beings working for them. It was only because the Crown Prince's aptitude was too poor, and he couldn't endure hardship that he was still immortal. However, with his power, he could easily kill a Starry Sky Warlock. 10 seconds later, Qi Guang drove the other hovercar back to the mountain peak. Zhao Jaime's eyebrows flashed with a trace of pride. She walked to Qi Guang and said, "Qi Guang, 330 million credits." Qi Guang's expression became extremely unsightly. In the failing kingdom, an ordinary person's monthly salary was only 5 or 6,000 credits. Even a second-generation tycoon like Scarlet Light would find it hard to fork out 330 million credits. Originally, Qi Guang had used all kinds of methods and thought that he had a 90% chance of winning, which was why he made the bet with Zhao Jaime. Now, if they were to use 330 million credits, their family's cash flow would be emptied. Qi Guang glanced at the Crown Prince for help, only to see the Crown Prince's cold and gloomy face. "Zhao Jaime, don't we still have 10 days? 10 days later, I will definitely hand over the credits to you." Qi Guang's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold killing intent. His heart was already filled with killing intent towards Zhao Jaime. "Zhao Jaime, this friend beside you is pretty good. Won't you introduce him to us?" With a chuckle, the Crown Prince walked over. Beside him were a few good friends, and over 10 beautiful women. Zhao Jaime's eyebrows creased slightly, and she introduced him to Yang Feng. "Crown Prince, this is my friend Yang Feng I met on the road." "Yang Feng, this is Tai Long Group's Crown Prince," the Crown Prince said with a trace of arrogance. "Yang Feng, I appreciate you very much. Are you interested in joining my Tai Long Group and working for me? I can give you 10 million credits every month." 10 million credits? This is already enough to hire a Tier 3 extraordinary, Moonlight Warlock. How extravagant! As expected of the Crown Prince, a series of exclamations came from the side. For the rich kids present, 10 million credits was not a small sum. Scram! Yang Feng shot the Crown Prince a contemptuous glance, and said coldly. The Crown Prince's arrogant smile froze on his face, and the hypocritical smile slowly disappeared. He stared at Yang Feng with a gloomy look and said coldly, "Yang Feng, you dare to treat me like this? You're dead. In the failing state, no one can save you." Zhao Jaime's pretty face changed and she shouted anxiously, "Crown Prince, he didn't mean to offend you, please forgive him." "Yang Feng, what are you still standing there for? Apologize to the Crown Prince. Hurry up." The Crown Prince was the #1 person in the circle of top silk pants, and he grasped tremendous resources. Those who offended him had their families ruined. Zhao Jaime was well aware of how terrifying he was. "Crown Prince? What a big tone. Who has the gall to impersonate the failing state's Crown Prince?" A cold voice rang out from the void. The void split open, and a blue light dropped from the sky. 100,000 artificial warriors dressed in artificial armor and exuding frightening auras appeared in the void. A 100,000-meter-long blue warship was suspended in the void. Rays of blue light flew out from the blue battleship and formed a blue staircase. A handsome middle-aged man 9 meters tall, with black hair draped over his shoulders, and a heroic appearance, walked on the blue staircase. Behind the middle-aged man were the failing state's king, minister of defense, prime minister, and other important ministers of the state. That's the failing state's artificial royal guards. The strongest legion. That's His Majesty the King, Minister of Defense, Sir Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. How come so many bigwigs have come here? On top of the mountain, the rich playboys were dumbfounded when they saw the big shots descending from the sky. They couldn't believe their eyes. The weight of any one of the people behind the commander was countless times greater than that of the crown prince. With a casual word, they could send the families of the silk pants here to heaven. And with a casual word, they could send the families of the people here to hell. Who is that? Even His Majesty the King is just his attendant? The crown prince and the other top silk pants glanced at the middle-aged man with shock in their eyes. The commander came to in front of Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Hello, friend. I am Fei Yuansheng, the 65th commander of the True Holy Heavens Western Region's controller. How do I address you?" Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and wisps of eternal fluctuations slowly diffused from him. "I am Yang Feng from another universe," Fei Yuansheng uttered with a smile. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Western Region's heavenly palace and have a chat while tasting the eternal divine wine. How about it?" Yang Feng glanced at the crown prince and the other top silpants and said lightly, "Okay. However, I really hate these few ants." Fei Yuansheng uttered indifferently, "The king of the failing kingdom." "Yes, sir." The king of the failing kingdom uttered respectfully. Fei Yuansheng uttered coldly, "Did you hear that? Those ants dared to make my esteemed guest unhappy. Their crimes are unforgivable. I'll exterminate their 9 generations." The king of the failing kingdom replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." With a wave of the failing kingdom's king, a team of cloak royal guards stepped into the air, landed beside the crown prince, Spirit Tooth, and the other people, and restrained the several silk pants. "No, don't. Sir Yang Feng, don't kill me. I can give you credit points. I can give you 10 billion credit points. Spare my life." The crown prince's face fell, and he wailed frantically, a miserable expression on his face. "Sir Yang Feng, spare us. Please let us go." The few silk pants next to the crown prince were so scared that their legs turned soft, and they knelt on the ground and wailed bitterly. Ignoring the ants, Yang Feng followed Fei Yuansheng into the blue warship. The blue warship flashed, and then disappeared into the void. He turned out to be such a distinguished bigwig. Zhao Haimei looked at the void, and her beautiful eyes flickered absent-mindedly. She didn't expect that the ordinary person she picked up along the way would turn out to be a bigwig, that even the king of a state didn't have the qualifications to curry favor with. "Hello. I am the king of the failing kingdom. May I ask your name?" The king of the failing kingdom walked over and asked with a gentle expression. Zhao Haimei replied excitedly, "Your Majesty, my name is Zhao Haimei, and I am the second daughter of the Fengling Group's chairman." Although Zhao Haimei was also a very rich second generation, but it was still her first time getting in close contact with the king of the failing kingdom. The eyes of the king of the failing kingdom shimmered, and he asked curiously, "Zhao Haimei, what is your relationship with that sir?" Zhao Haimei told the king of the failing kingdom everything about her encounter with Yang Feng. The king of the failing kingdom said with a smile, "So you are a friend of that sir. In that case, the renovation of the imperial palace will be handed over to the Fengling Group." Zhao Haimei's beautiful eyes widened, flashed with excitement, and she said gratefully, "What? Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Thank you so much." Zhao Haimei's Fengling Group was a decoration group whose main business was renovation. Due to the fierce market competition, it was already in trouble. However, once it obtained the renovation order of the imperial palace, it would come back to life. At the same time, the huge advertising effect brought by the renovation of the imperial palace could even allow the group to advance further and become more powerful. The king of the failing kingdom smiled faintly. He did all of this in order to obtain Zhao Haimei's gratitude, so that he could get in touch with Yang Feng through her in the future. Zhao Haimei hesitated for a moment, and then asked curiously, "By the way, Your Majesty, who is Yang Feng?" "Him. He is the legendary Eternal, an incomparably great being. The eyes of the king of the failing kingdom flashed with a complicated look, and he sighed faintly. Even in the eternal world, only eternal sovereigns are immortal. As for other life forms, no matter how powerful they are, their soul will eventually be obliterated with the passage of time. Zhao Jaime's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Eternal. It was the kind of eternals who could reverse time and space, and were immortal. Such beings actually exist. The king of the failing kingdom responded with a faint smile. That's right. Even among eternal sovereigns, he is an extremely powerful being. It's your fortune and your greatest opportunity to be able to have some sort of relationship with him. Chapter 15:11. In the Heaven Palace of the Western Regions, on the first floor of a luxurious restaurant, countless beautiful girls were dancing, and the best musicians were playing music that could make one's soul tremble. A table is filled with all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth rarely seen in the outside world. Dragon liver, phoenix marrow, Qilin heart, Kuimping wings, and all kinds of dishes formed from true spirits are placed on the table. In the eternal world, true spirits rarely seen in other universes are also very common. In the 10 holy heavens, true spirits are raised and hunted by eternals as food. After 3 rounds of wine, Fei Yuanqing drank a glass of wine and asked curiously, Yang Feng, may I ask, how strong is your cultivation base? Yang Feng answered calmly, 7th firmament eternal realm. In the eternal world, there are countless secret treasures and secret methods to detect cultivation base. Even if Yang Feng wants to conceal it, it will be very difficult. Ding! Fei Yuanqing's hand trembled, and the glass fell to the ground. Shock flashed in Fei Yuanqing's eyes, and he uttered slowly, 7th firmament eternal realm. You're really strong. Fei Yuanqing's cultivation base is only at the 4th firmament eternal realm. He is well aware of how difficult it is to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Since Yang Feng is not from the 10 holy heavens and has advanced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, he is definitely a heaven-defying existence. Fei Yuanqing tried to recruit him. Yang Feng, are you interested in joining the Blue Ring? Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. The Blue Ring? If I want to join a force, I will only join a force with an eternal monarch. The forces guarded by eternal monarchs are the most fearsome forces among the 10 holy heavens. Wherever they pass, no one dares to go against them. Then it would be best for you to join the Blue Ring. In the true holy heaven, there are 2 eternal monarchs. One is the Sky Spirit Holy Monarch, the other is the Azure True Monarch. The Blue Ring is one of the subordinate forces of the Azure True Monarch. Our main sect is the Azure Temple, which is located in the central domain. In the Azure Temple, powerhouses are as common as clouds. His Majesty, the Heavenly Spirit Holy Monarch and the Azure True Monarch, are the protectors of the human race. They protect us from foreign invasions. Joining my Azure Circle is your best choice. There's no value in joining the other factions. Fei Yuanqing said with a fanatical expression. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. Let me think about it for a few more days. Fei Yuanqing smiled confidently and said, all right. A few days later, Yang Feng obtained a lot of information through various channels. Just as Fei Yuanqing had said, there were countless eternal realm experts in the true extreme sacred heavens, and there were many powerful clans. However, only Azure Sacred Temple and Heaven Spirit Temple had the protection of the Eternal King. The Azure True Extreme Monarch was a pure-blooded human, while the Heavenly Spirit Sage Monarch was a human spirit-kin expert. Be it the Azure True Monarch or the Heavenly Spirit Sage Monarch, they were willing to recruit eternal sovereigns from all over the world. The Azure Circle was an eternal faction established by a 7th Heaven Eternal Realm expert of Azure Temple. It was also one of the subsidiary factions of Azure Temple. The controller of the true extreme sacred heavens western region was the Ring Master of the Azure Halo. One of the important tasks of the Azure Circle was to send eternal sovereigns at the 4th Heaven Eternal Realm, or higher, to the Azure Temple. Of the 10 holy heavens, 3 are dominated by human eternal monarchs. The other 7 sacred heavens were controlled by the eternal kings of different races. The war between the 10 holy heavens has never stopped. 1 billion years ago, a war of the kings broke out. The 10 holy heavens' eternal monarchs fought each other for an opportunity to surpass the eternal monarch rank, resulting in the death of 6 eternal monarchs. After that war of the kings, the 10 holy heavens' eternal monarchs rarely took action. Instead, they manipulated their subordinates to fight. Unless a powerhouse of the same rank intervened, an eternal monarch was an undying existence. Naturally, they weren't willing to risk their lives for some insignificant matters. Thus, the eternal sovereigns became their chess pieces. As the chess players, they manipulated the chess pieces to fight and compete for benefits. 10 days later, I want to join the Azure Circle. Yang Feng went to Fei Yuansheng. There was a flash of joy in Fei Yuansheng's eyes, and he uttered, "Okay, come with me." Western Region's Heaven Temple, the headquarters of the Azure Circle. Greetings, Great Commander. As soon as Fei Yuansheng stepped into the headquarters of the Azure Circle, the members of the Azure Circle bowed respectfully and saluted him. As expected of the 10 holy heavens, Empyreans are as numerous as dogs. Yang Feng took a look at the headquarters of the Azure Circle and saw that the weakest members of the Azure Circle were Empyrean rank powerhouses. There were also First Firmament Eternal Sovereigns everywhere. Of course, First Firmament Eternal Sovereigns of the 10 holy heavens were much weaker than Eternal Sovereigns who grew up step by step in the universe. However, 6 or 7 First Firmament Eternal Sovereigns plus all kinds of powerful secret treasures were enough to quell a First Firmament Eternal Sovereign who grew up in another universe. Huang Puha, I want to see the controller. Fei Yuansheng arrived in front of an old man with 3 eyes and a head full of white hair. He looked extremely old. Huang Puha said impatiently, "Sir Controller is very busy. What do you want? If it's not important, don't bother him." Fei Yuansheng said, "This is Yang Feng. I will recommend him to join the Azure Circle." Huang Puha said impatiently, "This is a small matter. You can make the decision yourself." Fei Yuansheng responded with a faint smile. Yang Feng is a 7th Firmament Eternal Sovereign powerhouse. 7th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. Huang Puha's eyes widened at once, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng. His attitude changed dramatically, and he said respectfully, "Yang Feng, please wait a moment. I'll contact Sir Controller." After a dozen plus breaths of time, a blue light shone, and a handsome man with long blue hair and a blue monkey tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a mysterious aura, walked out of the void. "Hello, Yang Feng. I am Zhang Maowei of the Azure Circle. Welcome to the Azure Circle. According to your strength, you can become a founding elder of the Azure Circle and enjoy all the benefits of a founding elder. This is a token of the Azure Circle, please accept it." The Lord of the Azure Circle smiled and pointed with a finger, and a resplendent blue light shone, and a blue ring flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. 6th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. This West Domain Controller is so weak. Yang Feng looked at the Azure Ring's ring master with a glance, and took the blue ring. Information containing countless pieces of knowledge came from the blue ring. The blue ring is called the Azure Circle. Through the Azure Circle, you can accept missions, enter the Azure Mall to purchase all kinds of precious knowledge secret treasures, and conduct live broadcasts, inquiries, and other operations. With the Azure Circle, as long as you have the authority, you can browse all the information within the sphere of influence of the Azure Temple in the true Holy Heaven, and enter the online mall to conduct all kinds of transactions. Ordinary Azure Circle can only browse the information of the true Holy Heaven's Western domain. But the authority of the founding elder ring in Yang Feng's hand is great. It can browse the information of the entire true Holy Heaven's Azure Temple. You can also buy all kinds of eternal heavenly methods. That's a force of the eternal monarch for you. Yang Feng glanced at the Azure Mall and saw all kinds of eternal heavenly methods on sale. However, with his current authority, he can only see the eternal heavenly methods of the 7th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. Furthermore, he can only purchase one-time use eternal heavenly methods. He can't impart them to others. This is the benefit of joining a major force. It should be noted that in the lower heavens, Eternal sovereigns will rack their brains for a third firmament eternal sovereign secret method. But in the true holy heaven, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can purchase the corresponding eternal heavenly method. Yang Feng said, I want to know when I can go to the central domain's main sect's Azure Temple. The Lord of the Azure Circle showed a relieved smile. 50 years later, the main sect will hold a selection competition to select the eternal sovereigns of each branch to join the main sect. At that time, you can go to the main sect. Yang Feng is a 7th firmament eternal sovereign. If he insists on staying in the Azure Circle, the Lord of the Azure Circle will find it difficult to resist Yang Feng's encroachment on his authority. Since Yang Feng wants to go to the Azure Temple, this is naturally good news for the Lord of the Azure Circle. Time elapsed, and 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's true body traveled, practiced cultivation, and hunted for treasures in the western domain of the true holy heaven. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng was proficient in elixir refinement. After practicing cultivation in several universes, he can easily refine eternal-grade elixirs. In the past 50 years, Yang Feng opened many shops in the western domain of the true holy heaven, selling all kinds of elixirs and secret treasures refined by the Magic Note Lord. At the same time, he exchanged them for a large amount of rare resources and a large number of contribution points. Yang Feng didn't compete with the Lord of the Azure Circle for power. In return, the Lord of the Azure Circle opened a door for Yang Feng, allowing his shops to flourish all over the western domain of the true holy heaven. In the past 50 years, Yang Feng has found several eternal relic sites, but they are only around the 1st or 2nd firmament eternal sovereign, which is of little value to him. In a palace of the western domain's heavenly palace, blue light flashed, and the Lord of the Azure Circle appeared in front of Yang Feng. The Lord of the Azure Circle said, Yang Feng, today is the day to go to the headquarters. Let's go. How many good seedlings have you collected? Yang Feng got up and chatted with the Lord of the Azure Circle as they walked. The Lord of the Azure Circle smiled bitterly. It's not that easy to find 4th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouses. This time apart from you, I can only recommend 13 3rd firmament eternal sovereigns to the headquarters. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that my performance evaluation would have been below average again. Chapter 15:12. In the eternal world, there are countless lesser heavens, middle heavens, and upper heavens. In addition, there are also eternal sovereigns who come from countless universes. Almost every once in a while, a large number of eternal sovereigns will sneak into the 10 holy heavens through various means. Most of the human eternal sovereigns will go to the 3 holy heavens, Omega Holy Heaven, and True Holy Heaven. On average, an eternal sovereign will appear every 5 or 6 years in the western domain of the true holy heaven. One of the important tasks of the Blue Ring's Lord, who is in charge of the western domain of the true holy heaven, is to send talents to the headquarters once every 50 years. If the headquarters is satisfied, they will be exempted from paying tribute and will receive a large number of contribution points. If the headquarters is not satisfied, then the position of controller of the western domain will have to be replaced. While chatting, the Blue Ring's Lord took Yang Feng to a hall deep in the center of the Blue Ring. In the hall, there is a 100-meter-tall gate engraved with countless blue runes. The Blue Ring's Lord said proudly, "The true holy heaven is vast. Just the western domain is more than 5 trillion light-years wide. If you want to reach the central domain, you have to rely on a portal. Otherwise, it will take decades to fly. Eternal sovereigns are virtually omnipotent in the universe, where they have engraved an eternal mark. A distance of several billion light-years is just a step away. However, that is only an extraordinary phenomenon achieved by eternal sovereigns by mobilizing the laws of the universe. In the true sacred heaven, an expert at the first heaven of the eternal realm could only fly at 2 times the speed of light. If an eternal uses spatial secret methods and consumes a lot of power to open a spatial gate, they can only travel 1,000 light-years. Only the portals controlled by the Blue Ring and the other controllers can easily cross realms and travel freely between different realms. Of course, to travel freely between different realms comes at a huge price. The price to pay to open an interdomain teleportation gate is something that even the Blue Rings Lord feels distressed about. Let's begin. The Blue Rings Lord pointed at the interdomain teleportation gate with a blue scepter in his hand. Mysterious runes appeared in the room, and blue light entered the interdomain teleportation gate. The interdomain teleportation gate buzzed, and distorted light emerged from the center of the gate. The Blue Rings Lord uttered, "It's done." Yang Feng smiled indifferently and stepped into the distorted gate of light. Distorting fluctuations that can easily tear apart Empyreans came from the gate of light. Yang Feng easily resisted the distorting force, walked out of the gate of light, and found himself in another hall. A terrifying life source energy 10,000 times richer than that in the Western Domain's heavenly palace. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. So this is the central region of the true holy heaven. Sure enough, compared to the central region, the Western Domain is a barren land. The concentration of life source energy cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Even in the divine light cosmos, whose universe energy level had already reached level 7, the concentration of biological origin energy was more than 10,000 times lower than the true extreme holy heaven's western region. The origin energy in the central region of the true extreme sacred heavens was more than 10,000 times denser than the true extreme sacred heavens western region. Only in places like the 10 holy heavens can there be countless holy sovereigns, emperors, and even eternal sovereigns. The eternal powerhouses and eternal kings would not easily leave the 10 great sacred heavens and head to other places. This was because, to them, those places were all barren lands with harsh environments. There was no value in going there. The Blue Rings Lord took 13 third firmament eternal sovereigns through the teleportation gate and arrived in the hall. With a flash of blue light, a handsome man with a burly figure, long blue hair, and a blue robe engraved with countless blue stars appeared in the hall. "Teacher." When the Blue Rings Lord saw the handsome man, he saluted and said respectfully. The handsome man nodded at the Blue Rings Lord, and then smiled gently at Yang Feng and said, "I am the Blue Star Tower Master Yang Feng. Welcome to the Blue Temple." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Greetings, Blue Star Tower Master." The Blue Star Tower Master is a 7th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse. This is the underlying strength of the Blue Temple. Yang Feng, with your strength, if you join the Blue Temple, you can directly become one of our elders. You can also become a young master candidate of Azure Temple and compete for the position of young master of Azure Temple. The Blue Star Tower Master began to explain the structure of the Blue Temple to Yang Feng. In the Blue Temple, the Azure True Extreme Monarch is supreme and controls everything. However, the Azure True Extreme Monarch spends most of his time practicing cultivation and rarely issues divine decrees. In the Blue Temple, the ones in power are the Azure Holy Lord and the Giant Alliance composed of eternal sovereigns. The Azure Sacred Lord would change every 100,000 years. Young Master Azure would ascend the throne and become the new Azure Sacred Lord. Only powerhouses at the 7th firmament eternal sovereign and above can compete for the position of young Master Azure. Everyone in the Blue Temple can only compete for the position of young Master Azure once. If they fail, they will either die or abdicate and become an elder of the Blue Temple. Once Yang Feng participates in the competition for the position of young Master Azure, he will automatically become a young master candidate and must go to the border of the true holy heaven and the myriad demons' holy heaven to fight with the myriad demons' holy heaven's countless demonic species powerhouses and compete for merit points. The myriad demons' holy heaven is one of the 10 holy heavens and has many experts. On such a battlefield, even eternal tyrant rank powerhouses may die if they are careless. The Azure Holy Temple's young master candidate must slay countless demonic species powerhouses in such a cruel environment and establish miraculous meritorious deeds in order to become the Azure Holy Lord and take charge of the Blue Temple in the future. As long as the Azure True Extreme Monarch doesn't appear, the Blue Temple will follow the Holy Lord. Below the Holy Lord are the many eternal tyrants and the Azure Holy Temple's Young Masters. The Azure Holy Temple's Young Masters are powerhouses on par with the mini eternal tyrants of the Blue Temple. In the Azure Holy Temple, the resources they can mobilize far exceed that of the Elders. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng uttered decisively, "I want to become a young master candidate." The difference in power between an ordinary elder and the Azure Holy Temple's young master is like night and day. Moreover, Yang Feng is proficient in the essence of Devour. Only on the battlefield can he evolve rapidly. During the 50 years in the true Holy Heaven's western domain, Yang Feng's cultivation base has basically not changed. Only his foundation in the 7th firmament eternal realm has become more stable. The Blue Star Tower's Tower Master uttered with a smile, "As a young master candidate, you have the following privileges. First, choose an eternal heaven method that can be practiced directly to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Second, you can get the notes of a tyrant who broke through to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Thirdly, you can obtain a universe knowledge inheritance crystal with a universe energy level of level 4. The eyes of the Blue Ring's Ring Master flashed with envy. Even in the Blue Temple, the eternal heaven method that can be practiced to the 9th firmament eternal realm is an extremely rare treasure that requires a large number of contribution points to exchange for. After struggling for so many years, the Blue Ring's Ring Master only managed to buy a method that can be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm. As soon as Yang Feng joined the Blue Temple, he got an eternal heaven method that can be practiced to the 9th firmament eternal realm. The disparity in treatment between the two parties made the Blue Ring's Ring Master feel a little heartbroken. The eyes of the 13 eternal sovereigns behind the Blue Ring's Ring Master shone brightly, and their eyes shimmered with envy. The Blue Star Tower's Tower Master pointed with a finger, and a blue ray flew out of his hand and entered the blue ring on Yang Feng's right hand. A mysterious symbol appeared on the blue ring. Yang Feng took a closer look and found that his authority level has increased again. He can now freely browse the various 9th firmament eternal heaven methods and mystical secret methods on the Blue Holy Net. There are also some treasures that even eternal sovereigns covet. Of course, the 9th firmament eternal heaven methods and mystical secret methods require an astronomical amount of contribution points. Yang Feng can't afford any of them. The Blue Star Tower's Tower Master uttered with a smile, "Yang Feng, welcome to the Blue Temple. From today on, you are a member of the Blue Temple. You have 10 years to think about it and choose the realm you want to go to. Once you've made up your mind, you can come to me directly." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." In the Blue Temple, a beautiful and luxurious palace has been arranged for Yang Feng. The palace is enchanted with a powerful barrier that draws a tremendous amount of life source energy into the palace. There is also a spirit plant garden in the palace. In the spirit plant garden, there are 10 eternal god trees and various extraordinary plants rarely seen in the outside world. The Blue Star Tower's Tower Master has also sent 30,000 beautiful human women from different races to serve as cooks, gardeners, spirit plant experts, maids, attendants, and housekeepers. The 30,000 beautiful human women are all Holy Step sovereigns, and there are even 300 Empyrean sovereigns and 5 First Firmament eternal sovereigns. As expected of the Blue Temple, one of the strongest forces with the protection of the Eternal King. I must become the Blue Temple's young master. Only in this way can I mobilize more resources and have a chance to advance to an Eternal King in the future. Sitting in a garden, Yang Feng looked at the beautiful women of different races with enigmatic light in his eyes. If the beautiful women of different races in the garden were placed in other universes, they would be proud daughters of heaven. Now they are competing for Yang Feng's favor, because he has a 7th firmament eternal sovereign cultivation base. However, although the 7th firmament eternal sovereigns are tyrannical, but there are still eternal powerhouses and eternal kings above them. Yang Feng will never stop. Otherwise, there is a possibility that everything he has will be seized by stronger powerhouses. Chapter 15:13. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Yang Feng has gained a clearer understanding of the true holiness heaven. In the true holiness heaven, most of the secret realms and treasure lands are in the hands of the major races and the two holy lands. Apart from this, there are only some danger zones that even eternal realm powerhouses can enter. At this time, Yang Feng is already a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. As such, there are very few fortuitous encounters and treasures that can make him stronger. In the Azure Temple, there are treasures that can make Yang Feng stronger quickly. However, such treasures require an astronomical number of contribution points. Rather than risking his life to search for treasures, he might as well complete Azure Temple's missions, get contribution points, and use them to purchase various treasures of heaven and earth in the Azure Temple. Yang Feng made up his mind. It seems that becoming the young master of the Azure Temple is the best way to get stronger quickly. Yang Feng pressed the azure ring with his hand, and a blue ray of light entered the void. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the figure of the Blue Star Pagoda Master appeared in the void. The Blue Star Pagoda Master asked, "Yang Feng, why are you looking for me?" Yang Feng replied, "I've decided. I'm going to guard the West Mist Demon Realm." The Blue Star Pagoda Master uttered, "Okay, wait a few days. I'll apply to the higher-ups to make you the master of the West Mist Demon Realm." Once an ordinary First Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse goes to the battlefield, they will become a foot soldier or a small leader. Once a young master candidate like Yang Feng goes to a region, he can rise to the top in a single bound and become the master of a region. 7 days later, at the junction of the true holiness heaven and the myriad demonic heaven, the West Mist Demon Realm, in a temple in the center of the West Mist Demon Realm, a blue ray shone, and Yang Feng walked out of a portal. "Greetings, sir. I am the Deputy Master of the West Mist Demon Realm, the Lord of Flames." A handsome man with long crimson hair, engraved with countless mysterious fire runes, and exuding an overbearing aura walked over and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, "Summon the generals of the West Mist Demon Realm." The Lord of Flames raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes, my lord." An hour later, in the demonic mist hall, Yang Feng is sitting on the seat of honor. There are only 2 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouses, sitting on the 12 seats below. The 2 experts at the 4th firmament of the eternal realm were the 2 commanders of the West Mist Demon Territory, City Master Radar, and Lord of the Glorious River. Yang Feng frowned and said, "Aren't there 12 commanders in the West Mist Demonic Realm? Why are there only 2 of them?" The Radar City head said with an unruly expression, "Sir Yang Feng, the West Mist Demon region is something that our Lord Controller spent a great deal of effort to conquer. You descended from the sky and snatched away the territory that Lord Controller had conquered. We won't accept this. But this is an order from Temple, we can only obey. But don't expect us to work for you. We have already applied for a transfer. We will be leaving in a few days." What you said makes sense. I allow you to leave right now. I've approved your transfer orders." Yang Feng nodded calmly and pressed the azure ring. With a flash of light, he approved the transfer orders of the 11 commanders of the West Mist Demonic Domain. "Thank you, Great Commander." The Radar City head was taken aback, then saluted Yang Feng and strode outside. Yang Feng asked, "Lord of Flames, are you leaving as well?" The Lord of Flames saluted Yang Feng and said, "Sir Yang Feng, in this era, the Azure Temple's young master can only be Sacred Wind. I don't want to offend Sir Sacred Wind, so I can only resign and leave. Please forgive me. Of course, I will take care of the handover before I leave. The Azure Temple has 100 young master candidates. Among them, there are 3 people with the most support, namely Sacred Wind, Eye of Primordial Darkness, and Lightning of Desolation. These 3 powerhouses are all 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses. According to legend, these 3 powerhouses can contend against Eternal Realm powerhouses." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. "I understand." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Now that you are the only one left, Lord of the Glorious River, the other commanders have already left. Why do you stay?" Shrouded in dense killing intent, the Glorious River Lord uttered indifferently, "It's simple. I want to kill a demon whelp here. I won't leave until I kill him. Sir Controller, I am willing to obey all reasonable orders you issue. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The West Mist Demon race has launched an attack. It's the 9th Legion of the West Mist Demon race. Traces of the 8th Legion of the West Mist Demon race have been found. The 19th line of defense has been breached. The 18th line of defense has been breached. Loud and clear alarms sounded in the Demon Mist Palace. The Lord of Flames' countenance changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed with anger and panic. The 8th and 9th Legions of the West Mist Demon race. Damn it! Those are the 2 trump card legions of the West Mist Demon race. The 9th Legion Commander Xilan Mufeng and the 8th Legion Commander Xilan Luosheng are both 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses. Yet they chose to attack at this time. How abominable! Originally, the Demonic Mist Star was a bridgehead for the Azure Temple to enter the Demonic Mist Realm, and was guarded by a 7th Firmament Eternal Realm controller. In addition, there were also the barriers of the Demonic Mist Realm's 12 commanders. It was practically impossible for the Demonic Mist Realm's demon powerhouses to capture the Demonic Mist Star. However, the 12 commanders of the Demonic Mist Realm are no longer at their posts. As a controller, Yang Feng has just taken office, and hasn't had time to familiarize himself with the Demonic Mist Star's barriers. With the 2 legions of the West Mist Demon race joining forces to attack, Yang Feng has no way out. Interesting, is this a show of strength? It just so happens that I haven't fought for a long time. Let's use these demons as a blood sacrifice. Lord of Flames, Lord of Brilliance River, guard the headquarters for me. I'll go kill all the invaders. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. He took a step, ripples appeared on his body, and he disappeared. In a hall of the Demonic Mist Temple, there are 11 4th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses sitting. They are the 11 commanders of the Demonic Mist Star. The complexion of a handsome commander with a horn on his head changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! The 8th and 9th Legions of the West Mist Demon race joined forces to attack. To choose this time, damn it!" A handsome commander with a dragon horn on his head sighed faintly and said, "This time, it's really bad. It seems that the Demonic Mist Star, which we worked so hard and sacrificed countless brothers to capture, is going to be ruined by the new controller. I can't accept this." A commander with one eye blind and a fierce expression gritted his teeth and said, "I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. To think that a controller would appear out of nowhere and ruin the good situation of the Demonic Mist Star." A red-haired commander reeking of alcohol said unhurriedly, "After all, he is a young master candidate. It's a matter of course for him to carry out the trial by fire. It's just that we're unlucky. We were chosen by him." When he said this, everyone fell silent and bitterness shimmered in their eyes. They have been fighting and toiling in the Demonic Mist Star for more than 1,000 years. The arrival of a young master candidate took away and destroyed everything they had, causing them to feel a sense of dejection in their hearts. The city head said, "Let's retreat. With the 2 legions of the West Mist Demon race joining forces, we have no chance of winning. It's not too late to retreat. Once they break through all the barriers, we won't even be able to retreat." The other commanders were silent for a while, then looked at each other, and quickly made the decision to retreat. The handsome commander with a dragon horn on his head suddenly shouted, "Look! The new controller has made a move." In the palace on a huge crystal screen, ripples flickered, and a lifelike image appeared. In the starry sky outside the Demonic Mist Star, there are countless monsters with black wings, wolf heads, scorpion tails, and 4 arms suspended in the air. These monsters are the West Mist Demon race. The one with only 1 wolf head is the lowest rank West Mist Demon race, which possesses Infinity Warlock rank power. West Mist Demons with 2 wolf heads possess Warlock Monarch rank power. The 3 wolf-headed demons of the West Mist possess Saint-level strength. With every additional wolf head, the West Mist Devil clan would gain another layer of strength. In the starry sky outside the Demonic Mist Star, there are 20 billion West Mist demons, belonging to 2 different legions, attacking the Demonic Mist Star frantically. In the periphery of the Demonic Mist Star, there are a total of 16,000 stars, forming a defensive barrier, and 19 defensive lines, resisting the invasion of the West Mist demon race. Led by eternal sovereigns, countless holy ones and empyreans are resisting by relying on the star barrier. Every time they encountered a barrier that was difficult to break through, the commander of the West Mist Devil Army, with 11 wolf heads, would directly stretch out his claws and grab, directly tearing the barrier apart, and conveniently shattering the entire star with a single claw strike. Countless human powerhouses have been routed from the front line and retreated in defeat. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the West Mist Demon Race Legion. "You are the new controller of the Azure Temple, Yang Feng? You are really pitiful. A loser abandoned by the Azure Temple. Since you have been abandoned by the Azure Temple, death is your fate. Submit to me. As long as you submit to me, submit to the great West Mist Mufeng, I will carry out a demon transformation ritual on you and make you one of us. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." The 11 pairs of eyes of a West Mist Demon Race Legion commander, with a wolf head locked on Yang Feng, revealed frigid killing intent in his eyes, and uttered frigidly. The other commander of the West Mist Demon Race Legion, Shilan Luosheng, uttered in a bewitching voice, "Yang Feng, you have been abandoned by the Azure Temple and sold out by them. You can't become the young master of the Azure Temple. That's why you are facing a desperate situation today. Give up on the humans. Seek refuge with the demons. This is your only way to survive." Chapter 15-14. Are you done? If you are, then you can go to hell. Yang Feng is very calm. Countless mysterious runes and ribbons of runes emerged and fluttered on his body. A strange distortion appeared on Yang Feng. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's perception, appeared in front of Shilan Mufeng, and sent a fist that turned into a star barreling towards Shilan Mufeng. The instant cast spell on Shilan Mufeng's body abruptly erupted, and layer after layer of defensive barriers instantly erupted, protecting his body. The incomparably resplendent star slammed into the layers of defensive barriers, directly shattering them, and then smashed into Shilan Mufeng's body. In an instant, Shilan Mufeng's 10,000-meter-long dragon body exploded into pieces, crumbling inch by inch. There was a flash of distorted light, and Shilan Mufeng was reborn in an instant. Only, the number of his heads changed from 11 to 5. But his strength didn't change. Perfect rebirth essence. Amazing. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in admiration. After eternal sovereigns advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm, their strength will undergo an earth-shaking transformation. The most powerful Eternals were able to create their own eternal essence. The eternal essence constructed by 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouses is perfect rebirth. Once they are killed, they will undergo a perfect rebirth in an instant. Of course, depending on the strength of the attack, their 11 heads will disappear in different numbers. The collapse and disappearance of Shilan Mufeng's 6 heads means that he has in fact been killed by Yang Feng 6 times. Let's join forces and kill him. There was a flash of fear in Shilan Mufeng's eyes, and he suddenly erupted with demonic light and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng. Shilan Luosheng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he shrouded himself with demonic light and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then countless runes flickered on his body and formed a black hole that slammed into the tens of billions of demons of the 2 West Mist Demon Legions. Wherever that incomparably terrifying devouring black hole passed by, all of the West Mist Demon Army was devoured, turning into dust that scattered with the wind. Shilan Mufeng and Shilan Luosheng's attacks were directly distorted, dissolved and devoured by the black hole. The 2 demon legions of the West Mist Demon race were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Lord of Flames was dumbfounded, his eyes flashing with shock. So strong! This was the young master candidate. Truly too powerful. No wonder he dared to come here and compete with the other 3 for the position of young lord. The Lord of Flames was the deputy controller of Azure Sacred Hall, and had seen experts at the 7th firmament of Eternal Realm fight before. But he had never seen such a terrifying expert at the seventh heaven of the eternal realm. In the palace where the 11 commanders were gathered, the commander with a pair of dragon horns stared in shock. So strong! This controller is so strong! The one-eyed commander looked at the screen of light, a hint of graveness flashing through his eyes. He alone is probably enough to suppress the 2 West Mist Devil legions. It was too scary. This was the young master candidate. I heard that every young master candidate is a monster. I didn't believe it at first, but now I can only believe it. The city head Lei looked at the collapsing West Mist Devil Legion with a complicated look in his eyes. Young master candidate. A powerhouse at the 7th firmament of eternal realm. He's really despairingly strong. Space sealing plate. Shilon Mufang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he opened his mouth, and a mysterious black plate flew out and entered the void. In an instant, the energy in the void was sucked dry. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng could hardly mobilize the tremendous power of the universe. The reason why eternal sovereigns were so terrifying was that they could destroy a star with a single blow. That was because they comprehended the laws of the universe. By using a small part of their power, they could mobilize the mighty force of the universe, and thus easily destroy a world with a single blow. Grasping various essences, eternal sovereigns could easily use the eternal origin to extract the power of the universe. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the siege of low-level powerhouses. The space sealing plate could isolate the laws of the universe, so that eternal sovereigns could only use their own power to fight, and it was difficult to replenish the power they consumed. This made it possible for eternal sovereigns to be besieged. As soon as the space sealing plate appeared, the black hole formed by Yang Feng shrank by more than 10,000 times. The offensive power of the powerhouses was reduced by many times as well. It became even more difficult for the 2 West Mist Devil Legion to break through the Devil Mist Star's barrier. However, Yang Feng's efficiency in slaughtering the West Mist Devil Legion has dropped drastically. The Light Lord's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he muttered, "Space sealing plate. This is bad. In the 10 holy heavens, unless it is an eternal king rank powerhouse, even an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse will be besieged and killed if they are careless." The Devil Mist Star originally had elite armies with eternal sovereigns as the backbone, but the commanders of the 11 elite armies chose to resign and left their posts. It is impossible to mobilize an army to support Yang Feng in a hurry. Space sealing plate. What do we do? Should we go help him? But our transfer application has been approved by him. We are no longer the commanders of the West Mist War Zone. Inside the palace, when the 11 commanders saw the space sealing plate, their eyes flickered with an enigmatic shade, and they commented spiritedly. Under the effect of the space sealing plate, even if it is an 8th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse, their world-shaking ability will be reduced by more than 50%. Faced with the siege of the 2 West Mist Devil Legion, only death will await them. At this moment, spatial ripples flickered in the void, and a swarm of 8th-generation battle robots gushed out like a tide and shot towards the West Mist Devil Legion in all directions. The weakest 8th-generation battle robots are Holy Step battle robots, which are refined from various rare minerals purchased by Yang Feng after he joined the Azure Ring. The 8th-generation battle robots are a new type of battle robot with adjudicators at the head. The adjudicators have inherited Yang Feng's eternal essence. Every time they slay an enemy, they devour the enemy's power, feed part of it back to Yang Feng, and absorb the rest to evolve and become stronger. As soon as the 10-meter-tall adjudicators armed with great swords and destruction ray guns broke into the West Mist Devil Legion, they set off a storm of flesh and blood, and the West Mist Devil Legion's powerhouses were slashed apart by the battle robots. Under the cover of the Mechanical Legion, the 2 King of Sovereigns, Shadow and Star Concubine, easily slayed the West Mist Devil Legion's Eternal. A series of afterimages flashed, and the Eternal of the West Mist Devil race perished at the hands of Shadow. Mysterious rays of light flashed, and the moment the Eternal one of the West Mist Demon race died, the mark of eternity collapsed, and the Eternal True Soul was directly absorbed by Zero, who was hiding nearby, and converted into the purest eternal origin power. Space Sealing Plate, what a great treasure! To be able to force me to use one of my trump cards. You can be proud of yourself. In return, let me send you on your way. Yang Feng withdrew the Devour Black Hole. Countless mysterious runes revolved around him, and he took a step forward. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of Shilon Mufeng and sent a fist barreling towards him. Just now, it was only because you ambushed me that you succeeded. Now you're courting death. A cold ray flashed in Shilon Mufeng's eyes, and he extended his hand, and a terrifying claw tore through the sky and suppressed the void shooting towards Yang Feng. Shilon Luosheng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he silently appeared behind Yang Feng and bit at him. Fake! When Shilon Mufeng's claw slammed into Yang Feng collapsed in an instant, but a warning sign surged in his heart. Die! An incomparably terrifying fist blasted out from behind Shilon Mufeng, slamming into his body. The terrifying energy exploded out, causing Shilon Mufeng to explode into pieces. A Devour Black Hole emerged and devoured Shilon Mufeng's corpse. The characteristics of an eternal king, Luosheng run. He has an eternal. In the Devour Black Hole, Shilon Mufeng's eternal mark emerged, collapsed, and released an earth-shattering roar. The characteristics of an eternal king. Damn it, he's just a seventh firmament eternal powerhouse. How come he has the characteristics of an eternal king? Damn it. Shock flashed in Shilon Luosheng's eyes. Countless runes shone on him, and he turned into a black ray of light and fled into the distance. The two great armies of the West Mist Demon race were directly abandoned by him without any reluctance. As expected of the commander of the Shilon Demon Legion, unfortunately, you're a step too slow. With a faint smile, Yang Feng took a step forward, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of Shilon Luosheng and slammed a fist into him. A fearsome force erupted and blasted Shilon Luosheng into countless pieces. With a flash of distorted light, Shilon Luosheng, who has just been blasted into pieces, regenerated perfectly, but only 5 of his heads remain. Stop. Yang Feng, as long as you stop, I will tell you who leaked your information. Just who is the enemy in Azure Sacred Temple? Fear shimmered in Shilon Luosheng's eyes, and he issued a miserable scream. I don't want to know this. I just want you to die. A twisting silhouette appeared behind Shilon Luosheng. A fist punched into Shilon Luosheng's body, blasting Shilon Luosheng into pieces before furiously devouring Shilon Luosheng's eternal essence. Chapter 15:15. The Legion Commander is dead. That monster killed the Legion Commander. The two demon legions were ferocious to begin with. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still fought to the death. But after they saw Yang Feng slay the two legion commanders, they began to collapse and flee in different directions. At the edge of the starfield, countless space rulers flew out and opened up powerful space barriers to stop the collapsing West Mist Devils. Countless adjudicators slaughtered the West Mist Devils in a frenzy, constantly evolving. A steady stream of power poured into Yang Feng from the adjudicators and transformed into the purest energy, enhancing his strength. After Yang Feng advanced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, the eternal essence he condensed is Devour, which can transform any energy. At the same time, the life origin of the powerhouses hunted by the battle robots born in the battle bases will be devoured by Yang Feng as well. This is the terror of Yang Feng's Devour essence. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into an afterimage and began to hunt the eternal sovereigns of the West Mist Demon Legion. One after another, Yang Feng easily killed and devoured the eternal sovereigns of the West Mist Demon Legion. Without the protection of the eternal sovereigns, the West Mist Demon Legion is even more vulnerable in front of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. 7 days later, the tens of billions of powerhouses of the two demon legions were slaughtered by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Dark Spirit Demonic Realm. In a beautiful and luxurious palace, a man with black hair, enshrouded in a gust of wind, is sitting quietly on a throne refined from an eternal demon bone. This man is one of the 3 strongest young master candidates of the Azure Temple, Sacred Wind. Sacred Wind spread its 5 fingers, and a ball of blue light appeared in its palm. It shone with dazzling divine light and contained all sorts of information. You actually managed to annihilate 2 great demon legions of the West Mist. It seems that this Yang Feng cannot be underestimated. He is also a strong enemy. On a planet in the Scarlet Light Devilish territory, corpses were everywhere. A fair-skinned, 2-meter-tall man, with a pair of strange double pupils, stood on the head of a 7th-layer Eternal Scarlet Light Devilish clan member. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Interesting. Apart from those 2 fellows, there's another formidable enemy. This kind of life won't be lonely." In the center of the radiant lightning devil domain was a lightning domain that never dissipated. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the lightning domain, and even eternal sovereigns found it difficult to withstand the bombardment of the lightning. A person sat cross-legged at the center of the endless lightning. His body was surrounded by countless mysterious runes, and he was frantically absorbing the endless lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the thunder of desolation slowly opened its eyes, destroying 2 great armies of the West Mist demon race in one go. This Yang Feng doesn't seem simple. He's a formidable opponent. However, in front of my thunder of desolation, it will only become barren and nirvana, turning into dust. The thunder of desolation closed its eyes again and absorbed the lightning in the thunder region. In the headquarters of the demonic mist star, munitions factories of various sizes have been set up. Countless bones and blood of the West Mist demon race have been collected by engineering robots and thrown into the munitions factories to be refined into various battle robots. Inside the demonic mist hall, the radar bureau head and the other 10 commanders of the West Mist demonic realm quietly looked at Yang Feng, sitting in the seat of honor, with a complicated look in their eyes. The West Mist demon domain was originally controlled by the West Mist demon race. The West Mist demon race has 9 legions, each of which can rival an 8th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. It wasn't easy for the previous controller of the Azure Temple to pay a great price to barely establish a bridgehead in the West Mist demon domain. Yang Feng wiped out 2 great armies of the West Mist demon race as soon as he attacked. The gap between the 2 sides is simply appalling. The eyes of the 11 commanders shimmered with regret. The radar bureau head hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Sir Controller, we came here to bid you farewell. If you need us, we can stay and serve you." Yang Feng said lightly, "I know. You can go now." Leda and the other 11 commanders at the 4th heavens of the Eternal Realm were a considerable force. However, Yang Feng has many experts under his command, and he has a perfect cultivation system that can cultivate powerhouses. After the radar bureau head and the other commanders left, Yang Feng placed his confidence in their positions and took control of the demonic mist star. The eyes of the radar bureau head and the other commanders dimmed slightly, then they saluted Yang Feng and turned to leave. The situation has now stabilized. I can start to improve my strength. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, blue light enveloped him, and he disappeared in an instant. In the deepest part of a cave in a mountain range in the center of the demonic mist star, there is a green spring. Below the green spring, there are emerald stones. Ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng appeared in the cave. Yang Feng said lightly, "Green Origin Emperor Stones. These Green Origin Emperor Stones should be able to help you advance to the Eternal Realm." Ripples shimmered, and Shiryu appeared behind Yang Feng. Looking at the emerald stones, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. "Thank you, big brother." After Yang Feng joined the Azure Ring, he used his alchemy and alchemy skills to exchange for countless precious resources in the true holy heaven. At this time, in the world of warlocks, those who have a close relationship with Yang Feng and possess extraordinary talent have basically advanced to the Empyrean realm. Shiryu originally advanced to the Empyrean realm very early on, but she has been stuck at the pinnacle Empyrean realm. Now that she saw the Green Origin Emperor Stones, she was overjoyed at once. The Green Origin Emperor Stones are an eternal treasure that can help her advance to the Eternal Realm. Yang Feng deliberately chose the demonic mist star as the trial ground because it is rich in treasures such as Green Origin Emperor Stones. Mysterious runes appeared in Shiryu's eyes, and she beckoned at the green origin Emperor stones. The jade origin Spirit Emperor stones flew out of the spring and entered Shiryu's body. Dark green threads flew out from Shiryu's body and wrapped around her, forming a dark green stone. An incomparably terrifying aura slowly condensed within the stone. Start evolving. It's time for me to start evolving as well. With a flash of teleportation light, Yang Feng disappeared and appeared in another cave. In that cave, there is a purple stalactite. Below the stalactite, there is a purple stone bowl. In the purple stone bowl, there is a thin layer of purple liquid. West Mist liquid. This is the most precious treasure in the entire West Mist realm. Fortunately, the great commanders have left, or else I would have to share a piece with them. Now it's all mine. Yang Feng glanced at the purple stone bowl, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. One of the most important reasons why the Azure Temple sent an army to attack the West Mist realm was to seize the West Mist liquid. The West Mist liquid is of great benefit to the cultivation of powerhouses above the seventh firmament eternal realm. The contribution points Yang Feng earned from his 50 years of hard work in the Azure Ring can only be exchanged for 1 drop of West Mist liquid. The great commanders of the West Mist realm can get 1 drop of West Mist liquid every 10 years as a cultivation resource. After they left, the West Mist liquid became Yang Feng's. In addition, there are countless precious resources that eternal sovereigns can use in the West Mist realm. After the 11 great commanders left, they will fall into Yang Feng's hands. Although in the short term, Yang Feng has lost the 11 fourth firmament eternal realm grand lords, and his strength has declined greatly, but in the long run, this is the best opportunity for Yang Feng to turn the West Mist realm into his foundation. Yang Feng opened his mouth, and a drop of West Mist liquid flew out of the purple stone bowl and entered his mouth. As soon as the drop of West Mist liquid entered Yang Feng's body, his body trembled, and the structure of his body changed in the direction of the white jade finger bone. Zero walked out of the void and pointed with a finger. An eternal true spirit force from the eternal imprints entered Yang Feng's body. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Even a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse is only a powerhouse. I must master a powerful offensive secret method. With a thought, Yang Feng's body structure stopped changing. With his essence of eternity as the core, his right hand slowly changed in the direction of the white jade finger bone. 1 drop of West Mist liquid after another entered Yang Feng's body, making his right hand stronger and stronger. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. There's no more West Mist liquid. Damn it, if I had enough West Mist liquid, I would definitely be able to complete the transformation. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and regret shimmered in them. West Mist liquid is a top resource in the West Mist realm. Even eternal giants use it to practice cultivation. If he had enough West Mist liquid, Yang Feng would be able to complete the transformation and evolve into an 8th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. How is the war preparation going? Yang Feng's mind stirred, and soon after, he received feedback from Zero. Zero said, "Currently, we have produced 36 adjudicator sovereigns at the first heaven of the eternal realm, 13,600 adjudicator sovereigns at the emperor realm, and 13 million adjudicator sovereigns at the sage realm." After wiping out the 2 demon legions, Yang Feng collected the remains of the demons, melted them down, and produced a large number of adjudicators. Yang Feng spent a large number of contribution points to purchase knowledge of various mechanical civilizations, and invested a large number of resources to make the 3 king of sovereigns Zero, Star Concubine, and Shadow evolve. They could already mass-produce Saint rank adjudicators, and even eternal rank adjudicators could be mass-produced. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. My military strength is enough, it's time to go. Chapter 15-16. The 7th starfield of the West Mist demonic domain, the Garina star. In the outer airspace of planet Garina, there were black nests that were as huge as stars and covered with countless tentacles. The countless tentacles flashed with black light, and frantically absorbed the various energies drifting in the universe. Huge whirlpools appeared above the black nests and distorted the surrounding space. Along with flashes of light, a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the airspace. Enemy attack. The people from the Azure Temple are attacking. Strange fluctuations came from the black nests and spread to the entire Garina star. One after another, 100-meter-long monsters with dragon wings and snake heads flew out of the black nests, each of them exuding fluctuations of power above the Infinity Warlock rank. Winged snake nests. Break for me. Yang Feng glanced at the nests, smiled coldly and ordered. The main artillery of the 10,000-kilometer-long Eternal warships, the Eternal Destruction Artillery, shone brightly, and beams capable of destroying Eternal Sovereigns slammed into the black nests. Under the bombardment of the terrifying beams of light, the black nests were directly devoured by the terrifying beams of light, collapsing and disintegrating. Countless winged demonic snakes were swallowed by the terrifying light pillar, but there were also countless winged demonic snakes that flew out of their nests and flew towards Yang Feng's army. A nest suddenly split open, and a fearsome hole appeared in the void. From the hole, a 10,000-kilometer-long winged snake exuding forth firmament eternal breath flew out, opened its maw, and fired a green beam filled with the essence of poison barreling towards an eternal warship. Yang Feng doesn't have many eternal warships that can severely wound a fourth firmament eternal powerhouse with a single beam. If he loses one, it will be a big blow to him. Endless starlight shone, and the star concubine operated the ruler star shield, appeared in front of the green beam, and opened a huge starlight barrier. The green beam slammed into the starlight boundary, setting off ripples on the starlight boundary before disappearing. A faint shadow flashed, and Shadow jumped out of the shadows. Holding the ruler's shadow spear, he fiercely stabbed the head of the winged demon snake at the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. A black pillar of shadow erupted, piercing through the winged devil snake. With a violent twist, the winged devil snake was shredded into countless pieces. After the winged devil snake was killed, a huge blood-colored face that was thousands of miles long and had countless strange eyeballs squeezed out of the void under the guidance of the laws of the unseen world. As soon as the countless strange eyeballs opened, an extremely strange fluctuation spread in all directions. The pale face is one of the most terrifying phenomena in the demonic demonic domain. It can instantly take away the life of all intelligent life forms below the eternal sovereign rank. Unfortunately, my mechanical legion isn't intelligent life forms. Yang Feng looked at the huge face with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes and uttered slowly. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Eternal sovereigns are the bottom line of powerhouses. Many strange phenomena can deprive the life of intelligent life forms below the eternal sovereign rank as soon as they appear. Only eternal sovereigns, even first firmament eternal sovereigns, won't be deprived of their life on a large scale by these strange phenomena. The pale face is one of the most terrifying phenomena in the demonic domain. Once it appears, it can instantly deprive the life of intelligent life forms below the eternal sovereign rank, absorb their power, and become even more terrifying. I'll do it. Purify. Mykelia flew out of the warship, unfolded her 6 pairs of beautiful angel wings, and pointed at the pale face with the blazing angel sword in her hand. A pure and holy white beam of light that could purify everything descended from the sky and bombarded the pale face. The pale face twisted and struggled, letting out a series of incomparably mournful and strange screams, and a series of distorted holes spread out in that area. Ling's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and the white jade disc appeared on her forehead and devoured the mysterious power that dissipated when the pale face died and transformed it into the purest power. After Yang Feng advanced to the 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank, the eternal essence he condensed is Devour. Although he can't perfectly resurrect on the battlefield like the commander of the West Mist Demon Legion, but he still possesses terrifying power. Under the influence of Yang Feng's Devour essence, Ling, Ying and Xingji have become more and more terrifying, and they possess all kinds of incredible eternal power. After the pale face was killed, Yang Feng's army marched straight towards the 7th starfield's Corona star. One after another, small squads appeared in an attempt to stop Yang Feng's army. As soon as the small squads approached, they were torn to pieces by the artillery fire of Yang Feng's fleet. Before long, Yang Feng's fleet smashed all the defenses of the Corona star's peripheral airspace and appeared in a starfield 3,000 light-years away from the Corona star. In this starfield, there are tens of thousands of demonized celestial bodies, which have been transformed into fortresses by the West Mist Demon Legion. All kinds of freaks flew out of the demonized celestial bodies and fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. At this time, the weakest battle robots in Yang Feng's mechanical legion possess holy step battle prowess. Like the sharpest knives, they easily slaughtered freaks wherever they passed. The Eternal Sovereign rank freaks are dealt with by the 36th First Firmament Eternal Sovereign rank Judgment Lords. Yang Feng, you dare to attack my 7th starfield? Do you want to fight my 7th starfield to the death? The commander of the West Mist Demon Legion, Shilon Mo, with 11 wolf heads on his head, flew out from the Corona star and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes. Behind the West Mist End was an army of West Mist devils that numbered in the tens of billions. Submit to me, and you can live. Otherwise die. Yang Feng walked out of the void, stared at Shilon Mo with an indifferent expression, and uttered frigidly, "Very well, Yang Feng. I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. I will remember today's enmity. The next time we meet, it will be the anniversary of your death." Shilon Mo gritted his teeth, unfurled 6 pairs of dragon wings, and flapped them wildly. A terrifying hurricane enveloped him, and he fled into the distance. Since the 8th and 9th Starfield legions were destroyed at Yang Feng's hands, Shilon Mo doesn't think that he can stop Yang Feng's army. Along with flashes of light, the West Mist Demon Legion's powerhouses fled in all directions. Want to escape? With a flash of derision in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he disappeared in an instant. Strangely, he appeared behind Shilon Mo and punched him, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted Shilon Mo into pieces. There was a flash of light, and 1,000 kilometers away, Shilon Mo formed again. Staring at Yang Feng with a look of shock on his face, he roared incredulously, "How can this be? How can you be so strong?" After the structure of Yang Feng's body began to change to that of the owner of the white jade finger bone. Although his realm hasn't improved, but his strength has increased by more than 100 times. After Yang Feng harvested the origin energy of the divine light universe and the cloud universe, he could have advanced to the pinnacle 8th firmament eternal realm. However, he used all his power to adjust the structure of his body, which is why he is so terrifying. I am the future young master of the Azure Temple. If I am not strong, how can I convince the masses? Yang Feng smiled indifferently, then teleported, appeared in front of Shilon Mo, and sent a fist barreling towards him. Stop! A furious roar resounded in the area. 5 7th Firmament Eternal Realm auras suddenly erupted, and 5 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses tore through the void and attacked Yang Feng. 3 wolf claws, an ogre horn, and a black ray filled with the breath of nirvanic extermination barreled towards Yang Feng. 5 First Firmament Eternal Realm adjudicators emerged, activated a defensive barrier with giant shields in hand, and met the 5 attacks head-on. Boom! 5 huge explosions sounded, and the 5 First Firmament Eternal Realm adjudicators were blasted apart by the 5 commanders of the Shilon Demon Race's army. At this moment, Yang Feng's fist slammed into Shilon Mo and blasted him apart, and a devour black hole devoured him, not even sparing his eternal mark. Are you trying to ambush me? Unfortunately, you're all going to die today. After I kill you, no one in the Shilon Demon realm will be able to resist me anymore. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes appeared on his body, and the Twilight God armor entered its final form, covered him, and unfurled a pair of exquisite mechanical wings. The mechanical wings flapped slightly, and a mysterious force containing the essences of time, space, and fate enveloped Yang Feng. Yang Feng abruptly disappeared from where he stood. This is the essence of time. No, he disappeared from our perception. This is the third essence. Time, space, fate. He used the third essence. He is an eternal who advanced to the eternal sovereign realm in a perfect manner. The complexion of the 5 commanders of the Shilon demon race's army suddenly changed dramatically, and they performed various probing secret methods, and strange ripples swept in all directions. Found you. The eyes of the 5th commander Shilon Yen suddenly flashed with joy, but in the next moment, the joy turned into panic and despair. Chapter 15-17. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng abruptly appeared in front of Shilon Yen and slammed a fist into Shilon Yen, blasting him into pieces. After killing Shilon Yen, Yang Feng, along with an afterimage, appeared in front of Shilon Quang, the commander of the Shilon demon race's 4th legion, and punched Shilon Quang in the heart. A vast and boundless vibration force erupted and shattered Shilon Quang. Go to hell! A fierce ray flashed in Shilon Holy's eyes. A horn grew out of his head, and he frantically burned the force of his bloodline. 3 heads exploded, and strange ripples swept towards Yang Feng. Swept by the strange ripples, Yang Feng's ghostly teleportation came to an end, and his speed became a speed that 7th firmament eternal powerhouses could capture. The eyes of the 2 commanders Shilon Ju and Shilon Guang shimmered fiercely. 3 heads exploded each, and they extended their claws. 2 claws of wolves shrouded in black light and filled with endless killing intent tore through the void and appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant. Suppressing the past, present and future, severing fate, the claws barreled towards Yang Feng. In the face of the all-out attack launched by 2 7th firmament eternal powerhouses by burning their blood essence, only a few eternal realm powerhouses can evade it. Not a bad ability. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he sent a fist flying. A power star erupted, suppressed everything, and mercilessly slammed into the 2 claws. A peerlessly terrifying power erupted forth, shattering the 2 demonic claws. The power that could shatter everything extended out, shattering the void as it blasted onto the bodies of the 2 commanders, Zilinju and Zilingguang, causing their bodies to shatter into pieces. Die! There was a flash of frigid killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he instantly appeared in front of the 2 commanders and slammed his fists into them. A frightening power erupted and blasted the 2 commanders to death. Ripples flickered, and the 3 commanders Shilon Yen, Shilon Ju, and Shilon Guang regenerated in an instant. Die! Yang Feng's figure blurred, and 3 afterimages flickered, and he appeared in front of the 3 commanders and punched them. 3 peerlessly terrifying forces erupted in an instant, blasting the 3 commanders into pieces. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the 3 commanders, frantically devouring their life force. West Miss Holy's face changed dramatically. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. It's useless. Eyes flashing with resplendent light, Yang Feng took a deep look in Xilansheng's direction, smiled frigidly, and appeared in front of Xilansheng by teleportation. He extended his hand, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured Xilansheng. Stop! A ferocious voice sounded in the void, and the 1st Legion commander Shilong Undying, who has 12 heads and exudes 8th firmament eternal breath, stepped out of the void and sent a claw shrouded in demonic chi barreling towards Yang Feng. You're too late. You just broke through to the 8th firmament eternal realm, yet you dare to fight me? You're courting death. There was a flash of frigid killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he released countless devour runes, which formed a terrifying black hole that slammed into Shilong Undying's right claw. The black hole devoured and distorted everything, easily shattering Shilong Indestructible's right claw. Taking advantage of the momentum, it slammed into Shilong Indestructible's body, smashing and devouring most of his body with a single punch. With a look of incredulity on his face, Shilong Undying roared. How is this possible? You're just a mere 7th firmament eternal realm existence. How can you defeat me? That's impossible. Die. A terrifying black hole that can devour everything erupted, swept towards Shilong Undying, and drew him into the Devour black hole. Endless Devour force erupted and devoured Shilong Undying's fleshly body. With a flash of distorted light, Shilong Undying's essence of rebirth was activated, and he was reborn 10,000 kilometers away in an instant. Shilong Undying, thank you for taking the initiative to throw away your life. Otherwise, it would have been a bit difficult for me to annihilate you. Distorted ripples flickered, and Yang Feng, treading on a torrent of time, appeared in front of Shilong Undying as if teleporting, and slammed a fist into the other party. In an instant, Shilong Undying was blasted into pieces. An incomparably terrifying devouring force erupted and forcefully swallowed the West Mist Undying. No. Stop. Yang Feng, stop. Don't kill me, let's talk. Spare my life, and I can help you take control of the Shilong Demon Realm. The eyes of Shilong Undying, the commander of the First Legion, shimmered with fear, and he issued heart-wrenching screams. No need. I want a Shilong Demon Realm that belongs to me completely. So, you can go to hell. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes shone on the Devour black hole, devoured everything, and swallowed Shilong Undying. Shilong Undying struggled frantically. An eternal mark emerged, collapsed, and turned into the purest eternal true spirit, and was absorbed by Yang Feng. The commander of the First Legion died. How could this be? Yang Feng is too strong. Run. As soon as Shilong Undying died, the entire demon army collapsed, and countless Shilong demons fled in all directions, where they were slaughtered by the adjudicators. The battle here has come to an end. Yang Feng glanced at the collapsed Shilong demon army, then left a mechanical legion to stand guard, and a mechanical legion to pursue. The huge mechanical legion flew towards the other main celestial bodies of the Shilong Demon Realm. Shilong Demon Realm, the first starfield Vitagaska, in the deepest part of a palace. Boom! Amidst a loud noise, a huge statue with 12 wolf heads in the palace crumbled into pieces. My lord's soul statue collapsed. My lord died. Damn it, who is it? Who was it that killed my master? In the palace, the eyes of many of Shilong Undying's servants shimmered with fear, and then their souls collapsed and turned into powder. Shilong Undying was an 8th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. He used secret methods to control many powerful servants. Now that he died, thanks to the soul contract, the servants could only die. He died. A good chance. This is the best chance for me to get that treasure. A black blur shuttled back and forth between the palaces. The barriers of the palaces were like nothing to the black blur. They couldn't stop the black blur from advancing. After the black afterimage passed through the palaces, it arrived in front of a forbidden area. In the forbidden area, there are powerful defensive barriers everywhere. A bronze gate appeared in front of the forbidden area and radiated mysterious light. Anyone would think that Shilong Undying's treasure trove is inside the bronze gate. No one would think that his real treasure trove is here, inside a flower. The black afterimage stopped in a flower garden in the forbidden area. His gaze fell on one of the countless multicolored flowers in the flower garden, and greed flashed in his eyes. That's right. No one would think that Shilong Undying's treasure trove is hidden inside a multicolored dragon blood flower. A calm voice came from the void. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and stabbed the black afterimage in the chest with his hand. Afterimage? Yang Feng frowned slightly. The chest of the afterimage he pierced twisted strangely, and then turned into corrosive shadows that coiled around him, and tried to extract his eternal origin. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the corrosive shadow. The corrosive shadow was swallowed by the devouring black hole in an instant, and issued a hair-raising scream. Wisps of shadow poison capable of poisoning eternal sovereigns slowly permeated the devour black hole, trying to erode Yang Feng. Shadow poison? What an amazing powerhouse! Unfortunately, after I advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the eternal realm, the poisons that could work on me in this world could be counted on one hand. The shadow poison is not one of them. Yang Feng smiled coldly and willed, and countless devour runes flashed and devoured the shadow poison. Countless silhouettes emerged behind Yang Feng, and formed a handsome, godlike man with long blonde hair. The peerlessly beautiful man had a warm smile on his face. I am the light shadow divine child of the light shadow sacred heaven. Yangfeng, I'm determined to get that treasure. Make way. As long as you move out of my way, and let me get that treasure, I can help you resolve the enmity between you and the Flame God clan. Yangfeng uttered coldly. I killed Shilan Undying. The entire West Mist Demon region is now mine. This treasure also belongs to me. You can go now. If you don't want to leave, then don't ever leave. After Yangfeng devoured Shilan Undying's eternal true spirit, he realized that the secret to Shilan Undying's advancement to the 8th heavenly layer lies in the mysterious flower. Naturally, he can't give it to others. It is very difficult to take a step forward after the 7th heavenly layer of the eternal realm, and all kinds of rare resources are needed. Many rare and precious resources were priceless, and could only be chanced upon but not sought. Since he encountered it, Yangfeng won't give it to others easily. Chapter 15:18. If that's the case, then I can only send you to your death. The light shadow son of God sighed faintly, and countless shadows appeared on his body. 36 eternal sovereign rank shadow slaves suddenly emerged from Yangfeng's shadow, burned their eternal origin, soul, and everything else, and turned into 36 shadows barreling towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng's face flickered. Countless runes flickered on his body, and he sent a fist flying, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the 36 shadows. When the 36 eternal sovereign rank shadow slaves burned their eternal origin and slammed into the devour black hole, they were swept away by the black hole vortex and collapsed one after another. The shadows formed by the sixth firmament eternal sovereigns burned their eternal origin, but they broke through the black hole vortex in an instant and slammed into Yangfeng. Radiant shadows containing shadow poison capable of killing everything frantically attacked Yangfeng. Yangfeng, I have consumed all the shadow slaves I have subdued over the past 300 million years. It's your honor to die under my strongest attack. The silhouette divine sun smiled frigidly, and countless shadows formed the eternal treasure shadow sword. He took a step forward, strangely appeared above the shadow poison storm, and slashed at Yangfeng with the sword. The 36 eternal shadow slaves are powerhouses that the light shadow son of God spent 300 million years to recruit and cultivate. They are one of his strongest trump cards. After the news that Yangfeng slayed Shilan Undying spread here, the light shadow son of God activated his trump card at the first possible moment. Otherwise, the light shadow son of God would have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Not bad to be able to injure me. Light shadow son of God, your strength and temperament are top-notch. The only mistake is that you ran into me. Amidst the light and shadow filled with corrosive shadowbane, a large corroded hand stretched out and grabbed at the shadow sword. Rune chains erupted and wrapped around the shadow sword. Another horrifying hand grabbed the light shadow son of God in an instant and grabbed him in its hand. An engulfing black hole appeared and swallowed the silhouette of God. Impossible! How could this be? That was the self-detonation of 36 eternal sovereigns. How could it not kill you? The light shadow son of God's face contorted inside the devouring black hole as he screamed in terror. Yangfeng stepped out of the fog of light and shadow. There are 6 bull-sized wounds on his body. Countless runes flickered, and the 6 bull-sized wounds healed bit by bit. Yangfeng said with a cold smile, the self-detonation of the 36 eternal sovereigns is indeed powerful enough to injure me. However, that was all. In comparison, you don't even dare to self-detonate. You're too weak. Yangfeng, you can't kill me. A lowly rogue cultivator, like you, has no idea how powerful our Light Shadow family is. Light Shadow God's son roared with madness in his eyes. A small ball containing shadow runes emerged, erupted with eternal giant rank force, and slashed out with a shadow sword, smashed the devour black hole, and then slashed towards Yangfeng. The power of an eternal titan. Let me see how much of a gap there is between me and an eternal giant. Excitement flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he extended his left hand, and 5 phenomena, Force Star, Torrent of Time, Spatial Gate, Devour Star, and River of Fate, appeared, reversed the past, present, and future, and shot towards the shadow sword. The shadow sword severed the past, present, and future, filled countless space-time with shadows, and transformed all concepts into shadows. The 5 images collapsed one after another, and the fearsome shadow sword ray slashed down and cut off Yang Feng's left arm. As expected of an eternal giant. Amazing! It's even more powerful than an attack launched by the 36 eternal sovereigns, by burning their eternal origin. However, it's not impossible to contend against this power. As long as I take another step forward, I'll be able to contend against an eternal giant's attack. Yang Feng glanced at the disappearing left arm. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and his gaze fell on the light shadow son of God in the sky. Taking advantage of the moment when the shadow sword slashed apart Yang Feng's devour black hole, the light shadow son of God took advantage of the opportunity to escape. As I said, since you don't want to go, then go to hell. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng treaded on a torrent of time, and as if teleporting, appeared behind the light shadow son of God, slammed his hand into the light shadow son of God, crushed all resistance and entered his body. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the light shadow son of God. Stop, little friend. He is a divine son of my light shadow race. I am light shadow wave, and he is my descendant light shadow traceless. Give me some face and give him a way out. Along with flashes of light, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding an overbearing aura, and a mysterious rune engraved on his forehead walked out of the void and said unhurriedly, "He's blocking my way. Therefore he must die." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng clenched his hand. A peerlessly overbearing force erupted and crushed the projection of the wave of light and shadow. Boundless devour runes pounced on the light shadow traceless. The light shadow traceless shriveled, an eternal mark appeared, and then collapsed and shattered bit by bit. Stop. Yang Feng, I was wrong. I won't compete with you for treasures anymore. Stop. Stop. A look of despair flashed across Traceless Light's eyes, as he let out a series of miserable screams. Along with the screams, the light shadow Traceless crumbled inch by inch and turned into dust. Shade, Yang Feng said flatly. Lord. There was a flash of an afterimage, and Shadowy flew out and looked at Yang Feng with a look of longing. This is yours. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the eternal origin of the light shadow Traceless turned into a shadow and entered Shade's body. The light shadow Traceless is a god son of the light shadow race, a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. For Shade, his eternal true spirit is a great tonic that can help Shade break through the bottleneck and advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Thank you, Lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in Shade's beautiful eyes. After she absorbed the eternal origin of the light shadow Traceless, countless shadow threads wrapped around her and began to evolve. Yang Feng said flatly, Zero. I'll leave the suppression outside to you. Yes, Lord. The peerlessly beautiful Zero walked out of the void, knelt on one knee towards Yang Feng, and said respectfully. After saying that, 01 waved his hand, and countless adjudicators flew out. Under the lead of the 12 holy apostles, he commanded, they charged out. Thanks to Zero's offensive, planet Vetagaska's resistance was quickly suppressed, and the entire planet fell into Yang Feng's control. The profound holy heaven light shadow race's headquarters, in the light and shadow domain at the border of light and shadow, a lifelike statue of the light shadow Traceless collapsed and shattered. Sir Godson died. Damn it, who the hell is it? How dare he kill a godson of the light shadow race? Fight to the death. That person dared to kill a godson of the light shadow race. The light shadow race will fight to the death with him. Bellows of grief and indignation came from the light shadow god race. The light shadow godson is the only light shadow god race powerhouse with the potential to advance to an eternal giant. His death has undoubtedly cut off a future general of the light shadow god race. Investigate this. Find out who dared to kill a godson of the light shadow god race. I'm going to kill him myself. A frenzied roar came from the domain of light and shadow. Amidst the roar, the entire light and shadow domain trembled and distorted. Yes, ancestor. Everyone in the light shadow god race lowered their heads and said respectfully, Among the 10 holy heavens, only forces with an eternal giant guarding them can be regarded as a major force. Occupying the fertile land of the 10 holy heavens, no one dares to provoke them at will. The eternal powerhouses were akin to gods in the various great powers, and no one dared to disobey their orders. After Yang Feng suppressed planet Vedigasca, his true body kept watch over the planet. The huge mechanical legion slaughtered the remnants of the Westmist demon race. The 9 commanders of the Westmist demon race were slain by Yang Feng. But the Westmist demon race has a deep foundation in the Westmist demon realm. It has countless powerhouses and allies. It is very difficult to kill them all. Zero is even more ruthless than Yang Feng. Any race that is related to the Westmist demon race will be raised by the huge mechanical legion he commanded. One mechanical fortress after another was built in the Westmist demon realm. Countless races either surrendered or were slaughtered by the mechanical legion commanded by Zero. A huge mechanical flood wreaked havoc in the Westmist demon realm, and all kinds of precious resources fell into Yang Feng's control. Zero also used the massive amount of precious resources to continuously create eternal rank adjudicator rulers. As a result, the number of adjudicator rulers continued to grow. Yang Feng, on the other hand, was absorbing the West Mist liquid converging from all directions, as well as the various precious cultivation resources of the West Mist demonic realm on planet Vedigasca, allowing his body to transform and evolve. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Westmist demon realm was flattened by Zero's ruler legion. The tentacles of Yang Feng's force have spread throughout the Westmist demon realm. With a word, he can change the fate of a race in the Westmist demon realm. Chapter 15:19. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the starry sky outside the Demon Mist Temple, dark clouds churned and surged, and a fearsome beam of light fell from the sky and entered the Demon Mist Temple. Crack! With a crisp sound, countless fragments collapsed, and Shiryu walked out of the rubble. A terrifying aura of the 4th heaven of the eternal realm spread out from her body. Shiryu's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. I finally advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, without condensing an eternal imprint in this universe, I can't be regarded as a complete eternal. A complete eternal must condense an eternal imprint in a realm or a universe in order to obtain eternal immortality and become a true eternal. In the eternal world, there are countless powerhouses and countless powerful races. There are countless existences with eternal sovereign rank battle prowess. In the eternal world, existences with eternal sovereign rank battle prowess are called eternals. As if resonating, the area hundreds of millions of light years in radius churned, and a fearsome beam of energy fell from the sky and entered the Corona star. In an instant, the light and shadows in the area hundreds of millions of light years in radius disappeared and poured into the Corona star. From the countless mysterious shadow threads, a beautiful queen full of mysterious aura slowly emerged, exuding 7th firmament eternal rank breath. It is Obscurus, 7th firmament eternal realm. I finally evolved to this point. Unfortunately, compared to Big Sister Zero, I'm still too weak. Ying's whole body was emitting a distorted and terrifying shadow light. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of regret. After Zero devoured the Eternal King Treasure Grade White Jade Disc, every time Yang Feng harvested a universe origin, she gained tremendous benefits and continued to transform and strengthen. After Obscurus advanced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, she could clearly perceive that Zero's strength is more terrifying and unfathomable than hers. The corners of Obscurus's mouth rose, a stream of data flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she contacted Zero's network. Since the evolution is complete, I'll go do something as well. Big Sister Zero, assign me a few tasks. Rays of data flashed, and a series of data entered Obscurus's database. Interesting, let me take care of that trash. Obscurus licked her lips and revealed a sexy and dangerous expression. Her figure flickered and disappeared. The claustrophobic demonic domain was a domain adjacent to the demonic mist demonic domain. In a luxurious palace on the secluded demonic domain's Dadakaza planet, sat 6 experts. On the main seat of the palace, there was a black slime ball that looked like a slime. There were 9 tentacles on the slime ball, and each tentacle had a dragon-like head. However, there were no eyes on the dragon heads. On its slime-like body, there were 14 pairs of strange eyes. A terrifying fluctuation of power at the 7th heaven of the eternal realm emanated from the slimy tentacle. He was the Poison Devil Master, one of the 6 devil masters of the secluded devil domain. Next to the Poison Devil Master, there was the Myriad Mouths Devil Master, with a cylindrical body and 10,000 mouths. There was a giant lizard demon lord whose body was over 10,000 li long like a giant lizard. A 9 heads 100 arms demon lord with 9 heads and 100 arms. A 1,000 weapons demon lord with a twisted demonic shadow at its core. A ghost flame demon lord shrouded in countless black demonic flames. A 10,000 meters tall ghost flame demon lord. The Poison Devil Master said unhurriedly, "I called you here to deal with the West Mist Demonic Domain's Blue Temple's young master candidate Yang Feng. A year ago, the West Mist Demonic Domain's demons were slaughtered by Yang Feng's 0 emperors. More than 10,000 demons were slaughtered in the West Mist Demonic Domain. Now that the West Mist Demonic Domain is suppressed, our claustrophobic demonic domain is next." When the other 5 devil masters heard this, their faces sank, and their eyes shimmered with a gloomy shade. In the past few years, Zero had commanded a massive mechanical army to fight all over the place. Wherever he went, the demons that resisted and refused to surrender were all eliminated, not leaving a single one alive. Countless demons were forced to submit and become lackeys under Zero's control. The claustrophobic demonic domain also felt the frightening pressure coming from the West Mist Demonic Domain. Over the years, the claustrophobic demonic domain has sent who knows how many powerhouses into the West Mist Demonic Domain in an attempt to prevent Zero from unifying the West Mist Demonic Domain. As a result, after those powerhouses entered the West Mist Demonic Domain, only death awaited them. Even if they barely escaped, they didn't bring back much valuable information. Poison Devil Master, what do we do now? Even if we gather the power of the claustrophobic demonic domain to attack the West Mist Demonic Domain, only death awaits us. The Myriad Mouths Devil Master opened his numerous mouths and emitted creepy fluctuations. The other 4 devil masters nodded in agreement. At the time, when the West Mist Demonic Domain's 9 legions joined forces, they could even fight an eternal giant. Even the terrifying West Mist Demonic Domain was easily dealt with by Yang Feng. If the claustrophobic demonic domain attacks the West Mist Demonic Domain, only death awaits them. The Poison Devil Master said unhurriedly. The Ogre God Temple's first god candidate Lord West Ogre is about to descend on the claustrophobic demonic domain. Once Lord West Ogre arrives, we won't have to worry about Yang Feng. Lord West Ogre. When they heard this, the faces of the other 5 devil masters flickered. The Poison Devil Master said unhurriedly, "Asking Lord West Ogre to take action will consume a lot of resources. It will require everyone in the claustrophobic demonic domain to share the burden." The Ogre God Temple was a force on the same level as the Azure Temple. The Myriad Ogre Lord of the Ogre God Temple was an eternal lord. As the first god candidate of the Ogre God Temple, West Ogre was the most fearsome genius powerhouse of the younger generation of the Myriad Demons' Holy Heaven. He had the potential to advance to an eternal giant, and his strength was unfathomable. However, his appetite was also proportional to his strength. Once he descended, the entire claustrophobic demonic domain would be swept away by him. The Myriad Mouths Devil Master asked unhurriedly, "When will Lord West Ogre arrive?" The Poison Devil Master said, 7 days from now, Lord West Ogre will come to the claustrophobic demonic domain. Please prepare to welcome him. 7 days from now, what a coincidence. It just so happens that I can take your lives as a gift to my lord. If you all die, that person called West Ogre will have a headache. A burst of bell-like laughter came from outside the hall. Who is it? The eyes of the 6 devil masters turned cold, and they looked in the direction from which the voice came. In that instant, from the shadows behind the 6 demon lords, 6 assassins wielding ruler's shadow spears appeared and stabbed towards the 6 demon lords. Want to kill me? The myriad-mouthed demon master's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he opened countless bloody maws on his back and bit at the shadowy assassins. The assassin wielding the ruler's shadow spear smiled strangely. His body turned into a shadow and turned into a beam of shadow light, directly flying into the myriad-mouthed demon king's mouth, piercing through the whirlpool and directly exploding. A fearsome shadowy poison diffused inside the myriad-mouthed demon master. Virtually at the same time, the other 5 assassins also exploded, turned into 5 shadowy lights, pierced into the 5 devil masters, and turned into fearsome shadowy poison that frantically eroded the 5 devil masters. Apart from the poison devil master, the rest of the devil masters all had traces of strange black aura on their faces. Their bodies were constantly trembling, and their auras were weakening. Shadowy poison inherited the power of the profound sage shadowy clan's shadowy clan. It is fearsome, and can slaughter eternal sovereigns of the same rank. This is one of the most daunting powers of the shadowy clan. This poison has no effect on me. Runes flickered on the poison devil master's body, and a dragon head on a tentacle opened its mouth and inhaled. Mysterious runes emerged on its body and pulled the shadowy poison away. The poison has no effect on you. What about this spear? A chuckle suddenly sounded behind the poison devil master, and a ruler's shadow spear suddenly pierced through the poison devil master's body. Ripples flickered, and Shadowy appeared behind the ruler's shadow spear, and looked at the poison devil master with a smile. Streaks of shadow light twisted crazily, directly shredding the poison fiend master into pieces. The poison demon master stared at Obscurus, and sent out a terrifying thought wave. How did you sneak into my demon palace and poison us? It's a bit difficult for me to sneak into your demon palace alone. However, with Big Sister Zero's help, it's a piece of cake to sneak into your demon palace. Alright, you can die now. The secluded devilish domain will also be ours. Shadowy smiled sweetly, and pointed with a finger. A projection of a white jade disc appeared, and shone on the poison devil master's remains. With a flash of white light, the poison devil master's eternal mark appeared. The poison devil master's eyes flashed with fear, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. No! Don't kill me! Don't destroy my eternal mark. I can agree to anything you want. Too late. Ingyan ruthlessly stabbed, and the ruler's shadow spear pierced through the poison devil master's eternal mark. The white light swept out, and absorbed the poison devil master's eternal true spirit. The 5 of you, do you choose to be my shadow slaves or die? Shadowy looked at the remaining 5 devil masters, with a sweet smile on his face. Before he finished speaking, he stabbed the myriad-mouthed demon master with a spear. After stabbing the myriad-mouthed demon master to death, the eternal mark of the myriad-mouthed demon master was instantly crushed. You're too ugly. Your reaction is so slow, so you have to die. Shadowy smiled sweetly at the myriad-mouthed demon master who died with everlasting regret. Chapter 1520. It seems that all of you are tenacious and unyielding. How amazing! Then let me send you to hell. With a bewitching smile on her face, Shadow brandished the ruler shadow spear, and stabbed the lizard lord, the ghost flame lord, and the 100-armed demon lord to death one by one. At the same time, she punctured their eternal imprints, and made them disappear from the universe. Sir, I don't want to be your shadow slave. However, I am willing to be your weapon and fight for you. If you want, I can sign a contract of equality with you, and become your weapon. The myriad weapons demon lord twisted and turned into a 10,000-meter-long spear exuding a fearsome, twisted aura, and appeared in front of Shadow. The myriad weapons demon lord is a fearsome being that evolved from a broken god armament fusion demon soldier after experiencing countless battles. He can transform into all kinds of eternal treasure-grade weapons. Even if he becomes an eternal powerhouse weapon, he won't fall behind. No need. I just need a shadow slave that I can fully control, not an existence like you that I can't control. Shadow smiled charmingly. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with cold light, and the ruler shadow spear stabbed the center of the myriad weapons demon lord. A fearsome power erupted and crushed the myriad weapons demon lord along with his eternal imprints. An incomparably pure energy was emitted from the myriad weapons demon lord's body and was directly absorbed by the white jade disc projection. With a wave of Shadow's hand, a warp gate appeared in the palace, countless mysterious runes shone, and adjudicators poured out and headed for various areas in the palace. Inside the palace, countless devil race experts were caught off guard and were easily killed by those adjudicators. Shadowy strolled through the palace like a shadow. Every time he appeared, he would kill an Eternal Devil Clan's Eternal Devil Mark in a second and shatter that Devil Clan's Eternal Devil Mark. Well done, Shadow. The secluded devilish domain is ours. Once we capture the secluded devilish domain, my lord will have even more resources for his complete transformation. With a flash of light, Zero's projection appeared in front of Shadow. With a flash of data, Shadow entered Zero's war network. In Zero's war network, Obscurus could clearly see 100 mechanical legions attacking the closed infernal realm from 100 different directions. The 100 mechanical legions jumped out of the warp gates, hidden in various parts of the secluded demonic realm. Like a sharp knife, they stabbed into the critical areas of the secluded demonic realm and clashed with the demons. Countless experts of the Devil Clan suffered heavy losses in that incomparably tragic battle, directly falling. This is your mission. Go and clear these locations of Eternals. As long as we control these resource points, our master can evolve completely. A message entered Ying's database, and the locations and coordinates of each resource point appeared. The first substitute of the Ghost God Palace, West Ghost, is about to descend upon the Serene Demon Zone. Obscurus directly transmitted the information he had just overheard into Zero's database, revealing a trace of worry in his mind. The first substitute of the Ghost Divine Hall, West Ghost, was definitely a terrifying expert. He was a peerless monster who had killed countless monsters in the Wanma Sacred Heaven. Zero said lightly, "You don't need to worry about him. All you have to do is complete the mission. I will deal with him myself." "In that case, I'll leave it to you, Sister Zero." Obscurus smiled sweetly. His body distorted, and he disappeared. He went to other realms to hunt the eternal sovereigns of the secluded demonic realm. Time passed, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. During those 7 days, the main forces of the secluded demonic realm were destroyed by Zero's mechanical legions. The demons of the secluded demonic realm had no choice but to flee into the void or hide in danger zones to fight against Zero's mechanical legions. In the Black Wind demonic realm, at the border of the secluded demonic realm, a terrifying warship with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, covered with countless holes, flew towards the secluded demonic realm. Ripples flickered as the huge beehive battleship continuously opened several spatial portals, flying through space by leaping through space. Inside the giant warship, there was a palace. In the center of the palace, there sat a terrifying monster with a distorted face, a pair of wings on its back and 4 arms. A warping force field appeared beside the monster. Any being below the eternal sovereign rank who enters the warping force field will lose their mind and become the monster's servant. This monster, which looks ferocious to humans, is the #1 God-Son candidate of the Myriad Demon Holy's Heavenly Ogre Temple, West Ghost. Below the palace were 1,000 Eternals from various major races. They all stood respectfully below, waiting for West Ghost's instructions. In Azure Sacred Hall, every young master candidate was a terrifying warring force, capable of suppressing an entire realm by themselves. It was the same for the Ghost God Palace. Any Divine Son candidate had the terrifying power to suppress a realm. Enigmatic light flashed in West Ghost's eyes, and he said slowly, "The 6 demon lords of the secluded demonic realm were killed. The Zero Emperor has led an army into the secluded demonic realm and defeated its main force. Amazing! Yangfeng's Zero Emperor is really powerful. How great would it be if he was willing to work for me?" After Yangfeng occupied the West Mist demonic realm, he entered secluded cultivation. The entire West Mist demonic realm was quelled and leveled by the Mechanical Legion commanded by Zero. In the West Mist demonic realm, and the myriad demon holy heaven, Zero has a fearsome reputation. He is one of the strongest existences of this era. The West God asked lightly, Star God, has the prophecy come out? Lord, although the West Mist demonic realm and the secluded demonic realm are concealed by powerful fate force, but this time, my star of fate has given me a warning. But this time, my star of destiny has given us a warning. This time, we'll be able to achieve a great victory in the demonic realm. The Star God, who is made up of 9 celestial bodies shining with starlight and exuding 7th firmament eternal realm aura, said proudly. As one of the God-Son candidates of the Ogre Temple, the West God is extremely powerful. He has 3 7th firmament eternal realm generals under his command, namely the Star God, the Snake God, and the Ice God. The Star God can freely manipulate star force to make prophecies. His prophecies are basically in the bag. There have only been a few times when his prophecies have been disrupted and failed. The West God said decisively, In that case, let's give up and enter the secluded demonic realm immediately. The Star God was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked, My lord, why is that? Once we conquer the secluded demon region and the Western Mist demon region, we'll be able to obtain the resources of the 2 great demon regions and recruit more experts. West God uttered lightly, Yang Feng Zero Emperor, none of them are simple characters. Now that half of the demonic realm had fallen, it had become half of their home field. Once we enter the secluded devilish domain, we won't have much of a chance of victory. Your prophecy was a complete victory, but it was obviously obstructed and interfered with by the opponent. Master, you're right. The star deity's heart stirred, and only then did he become clear-headed. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he guessed the truth of the matter. Enigmatic light flashed in West God's eyes, and she said slowly, Moreover, in the face of the threat of Yang Feng and Zero Emperor, the Black Wind demonic realm must rely on us. Just in time for us to harvest some resources. Every Eternal needed a massive amount of resources to cultivate. In Wanma Sacred Heaven, there were as many experts as there were clouds, and there were many Eternal Realm experts. The West God had only recruited 1,000 Eternal subordinates because she couldn't afford to raise them. The terrifying hive turned around and flew towards the depths of the Black Wind demonic realm. After the hive disappeared, ripples appeared in the void, and Zero's projection appeared in the void. Looking at West God's disappearing back, Zero raised her eyebrows and revealed a look of curiosity. How decisive! As expected of the Ogre God Temple's God-Son candidate. Or did I reveal a flaw? Zero has already made plans to ambush West God in the secluded devilish domain, and mobilized countless troops. Now that West God has left decisively, Zero's main force doesn't dare to go deep into the Black Wind demonic realm to pursue him. The reason why the secluded devilish domain was that Zero had already set up a trap for it when he suppressed the Western Mist demon region. Even without the time for Shadow to advance, he could have inflicted heavy damage to the secluded devilish domain. Shadow's advancement allowed Zero to turn heavy damage to the secluded devilish domain into annexation. As for the Black Wind demonic realm, if Zero dares to mobilize an army to attack the Black Wind demonic realm, he will suffer a crushing defeat. Forget it. After annexing the secluded devilish domain, our forces will expand again. Besides, with the help of the secluded devilish domain's resources, Lord, you can achieve a perfect transformation. Zero took a deep look in the direction where West God disappeared. Then her figure blurred, and she disappeared. Planet Vitagaska, inside a palace. In a luxurious eternal source energy pool, Yang Feng is frantically absorbing all kinds of eternal source energy. At the same time, he is absorbing drops of precious West Mist magic liquid, and his right hand is transforming. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has absorbed a tremendous amount of resources from the Western Mist demon realm. At the same time, he has also used contribution points to purchase countless treasures of heaven and earth from the Azure Temple. Yet his right hand has only transformed by 67%. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared in the palace and pointed with a finger, and the white jade disc appeared and shone a ray of white light on Yang Feng. when the white light containing the eternal true spirit and eternal origin shone on Yang Feng. His complexion became very comfortable, and his aura transformed and became stronger. 10 days later, the white light disappeared, and the accumulation 0 obtained by slaying eternal sovereigns was consumed. 0 unhurriedly took out black leaves, secluded devilish domains universe treasure secluded devilish leaves, and flicked them at Yang Feng. When the claustrophobic leaves fell on Yang Feng, they turned into the purest power that entered his body, allowing him to continue his transformation. Chapter 1521. After absorbing a copious amount of power, Yang Feng's body trembled slightly, and his right hand finally completed another transformation. The mysterious structure with the Devour mark, as the core finally took shape. After the right hand transformed, Yang Feng's whole body slowly transformed under the influence of the right hand. A fearsome Devour force erupted from Yang Feng, and frantically devoured the surrounding energy. Seeing this scene, 0, who was already prepared, pointed with a finger. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and tremendous star force, pure magic force, and rich eternal force poured into Yang Feng's body. Pull! In the starry sky outside planet Vagaska, 10,000 mechanical fortresses opened various energy absorption towers, and absorbed a steady stream of powerful energy from the universe. 10,000 beams of light poured down and entered Yang Feng's body. If it was an ordinary eternal sovereign, they would never absorb the various types of energy, or else it would cause a conflict of energy. But Yang Feng's essence is Devour. When the countless types of energy poured into Yang Feng's body, he devoured them, turned them into pure power, and absorbed them. In an area hundreds of millions of light years in radius, a fearsome energy storm set off, and formed a beam of light that entered Yang Feng's body. 0 continuously threw the eternal treasures he obtained from the 2 starfields to Yang Feng, and he devoured them. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beams of energy still poured into Yang Feng's body from different places. 0 said, "Lord, I don't have any eternal treasure-grade treasures in my hands anymore." Yang Feng opened his eyes, and fearsome fluctuations spread around him. Runes emerged, and devour black holes containing fearsome power appeared and disappeared. Any existence below the eternal sovereign rank will be devoured and turned into dust once they get close to Yang Feng. This is the result of Yang Feng's great increase in power, which makes it impossible for him to manipulate his power perfectly. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, "I need a lot of eternal treasures to advance to the 8th firmament eternal realm. With my current strength, what are my odds of success in attacking the Black Wind demonic realm?" 0 analyzed calmly. "Originally, with our strength, we had a 73% chance of success in attacking the Black Wind demonic realm. However, the Ogre God Temple's first god successor West Ogre joined the Black Wind demonic realm. Excluding your power, our current power to attack the Black Wind devilish territory is 0%. The Black Wind devil territory was slightly stronger than the West Mist devil territory. With 18 7th Heaven Eternal Realm experts guarding the Black Wind devil territory, even 0 did not dare to act rashly. The first Divine Sun candidate of the Ghost Temple West Ghost? Interesting. If I devour the Eternal of the Black Wind demonic realm, I can complete my first transformation. Evolve into a powerhouse at the 8th heaven of the Eternal Realm. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Countless mysterious runes surged in his eyes, and he began to analyze the information collected in Database 0. The first Divine Sun candidate of the Ghost Divine Temple, West Ghost, once killed 5 8th Heaven Eternal Realm experts of the Azure Sacred Temple, and escaped from the pursuit of eternal giants several times. No wonder he's the first candidate of the Ghost God Temple. His strength is indeed shocking. After reading the countless messages, Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Pass down my order. The army is to immediately attack the Black Wind demonic realm." 0 replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." With flashes of light, battle stars flew out of the 2 demonic realms one after another, passed through wormholes, and entered the Black Wind demonic realm. A fearsome battlestar fleet took shape, gathered together, crossed the boundary, and entered the Black Wind demonic realm. At the border between the Black Wind demonic realm and the secluded demonic realm, the Beta Star, the outer starry sky, a series of ripples flashed, and a series of interstellar battleships suddenly appeared. Beams of destructive energy shot out from the main cannon of the space armor and landed on Beta Star. In an instant, Beta Star was blasted into pieces. Zero Emperor, you're so vicious. To destroy my Beta Star, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. A Beta Demon powerhouse with 4 arms, 4 legs, 8 eyes, and a chrysanthemum petal-like mouthpiece flew out from the Beta Star, exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power, and issued a heart-wrenching roar. A shadow flew out from the back of the Beta Demon race's Eternal, and a battle spear pierced through the Beta Demon race's Eternal's heart. A terrifying power erupted, and the Beta Demon race's Eternal mark shattered into countless pieces. After killing the Beta Demon Eternal, a white ray shot out from a battlestar, shone on the Beta Demon Eternal, and absorbed the Beta Demon Eternal's soul origin and transformed it into the purest soul force. When Yangfeng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's simple and crude, but it's efficient. Besides, this is the territory of the demons. No matter how many people die, they are still demons. The reason why Zero's Mechanical Legion was able to suppress the 2 demonic realms so easily is basically because of this pattern. If there's a disagreement, the Mechanical Legion will blast the home planets inhabited by demons to pieces, kill everyone, and extract their soul origin. In the West Mist demonic realm and the secluded demonic realm, Zero is fearfully called the Queen of Destruction by the demons. Under the command of Zero, the huge fleet crushed all the demons that stood in their way, leaving not a single one alive. All information was blocked by Zero. The army marched into the broken bamboo and killed everything in its path. Soon, they arrived at the outer region of planet Donamsi. The Donamsi star is a celestial body occupied by the Ghost Dragon Demon Lord in the Black Wind demonic realm. The Ghost Dragon Demon Lord is one of the 18 powerhouses at the 7th Firmament Eternal Realm, and above in the Black Wind demonic realm. He was originally a pureblood true dragon born in the Omega Holy Heaven. Later, in order to perfectly advance to the Eternal Realm, he killed hundreds of powerhouses in his race in one fell swoop. After he perfectly advanced to the Eternal Realm, he betrayed the Omega Holy Heaven and joined the myriad demon Holy Heaven. In fact, among the 10 Holy Heavens, each Holy Heaven has many traitors from other Holy Heavens. If Yangfeng can no longer stay in the human race's 3 Holy Heavens, he will choose to go to another Holy Heaven to continue practicing cultivation. Ripples flickered as beams of destruction blasted into the outer starry sky of planet Donamsi. One after another, the stars were directly shattered, and the vassals subdued by the Ghost Dragon Demon Lord were also turned into ashes in the bombardment. Enemy attack. Azure Temple. It's the Queen of Destruction. Zero Emperor. Cries of panic came from the Donamsi star, and the morale of the entire Donamsi star collapsed. Countless powerhouses above the Empyrean realm cast secret methods and fled in different directions. You're really decisive in escaping. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. In the flagship, a mysterious double pupil appeared in Yangfeng's eyes. The double pupil shone with all kinds of mysterious runes, and countless scenes that ordinary people find incomprehensible emerged in the double pupil and radiated mysterious light. A river of time emerged around Yangfeng and brushed towards him, and he disappeared from where he stood. 13 pairs of wings appeared on the Ghost Dragon Demon Lord, who has disguised himself as an ordinary Empyrean. The 13 pairs of wings flapped wildly and enchanted with various acceleration secret methods, making his flying speed surpass that of many eternal sovereigns. Damn it, why isn't there an alarm? In other words, all the demons in the 2 realms were slaughtered by him. That's why no alarm was sent back. How vicious! As expected of the Queen of Destruction Zero Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Demon Lord looked at the terrifying fleet with a hint of fear in his eyes. The secluded demonic realm's 6 demon lords were easily wiped out by the cooperation of Zero and Shadows. This kind of fearsome accomplishment has already made everyone apprehensive. As soon as the ghost dragon demon lord saw the huge mechanical legion arrive, he chose to escape decisively. How decisive? As expected of a seventh firmament eternal powerhouse. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. However, that's just the past. A calm voice sounded behind the ghost dragon demon lord. Yang Feng appeared in front of the ghost dragon demon lord, extended his right hand, and made a grasping motion towards the ghost dragon demon lord. Countless mysterious runes emerged, devoured time and space, distorted everything, and shot towards the ghost dragon demon lord. 10,000 dragons slaughtering God Claw. The ghost dragon demon lord's face fell. His eyes shimmered fiercely, and he madly burned the force of his bloodline and sent a claw at Yang Feng. Jade dragons, gold dragons, ogre dragons, evil dragons, holy dragons, and countless other dragon projections emerged and formed a terrifying demonic dragon that can destroy everything. With a world-destroying aura, the demonic dragon extended its claw and sent a claw at Yang Feng. The claw that the ghost dragon demon lord sent contains the resentment and bloodline force of countless dragon powerhouses he slaughtered. This strike can even injure an 8th firmament eternal powerhouse. A good secret method. Unfortunately, it's still too weak. A calm voice sounded, and Yang Feng's hand distorted space and grabbed the 10,000-kilometer-tall demonic dragon together with the ghost dragon demon lord, and then crushed them. The ghost dragon demon lord's eternal imprint crumbled, and his eternal true spirit and everything else was directly devoured by Yang Feng. Not bad. The eternal true spirit and eternal origin of a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse are really delicious. As long as I devour enough of such powerhouses, I will be able to perfectly advance to the 8th firmament eternal realm. After Yang Feng devoured the ghost dragon demon lord, he felt extremely comfortable inside him. The eternal origin of a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse is much purer and more delicious than the free energy extracted from the universe. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.